your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. Just do it, 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 do it now. Lick it good, suck this, just like you should. Right now, lick it good, suck this, just like you should. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack, my neck.
My first short, people mentioned Lisa G, Ja Rule, Taylor Swift, Bruce Springsteen, Susan Hendricks, and Rick Allen from Def Leppard. My first short, people mentioned Lisa G, Ja Rule, Taylor Swift, Bruce Springsteen, Susan Hendricks, and Rick Allen from Def Leppard.
All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. Just do it, 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 do it now. Lick it good, suck this, just like you should. Right now, lick it good, suck this, just like you should. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack, my neck. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. Just do it, 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 do it now. Lick it good, suck this, just like you should. Right now, lick it good, suck this, just like you should. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack.
And away we go. Hello, hello, hello. What's up? Happy solstice. Is it the solstice? Oh my. That sounds important. Marissa, what's up? Let me say hi to everyone. Let me see. Let me just listen. I'm going to listen to my YouTube. Oh my God, I sound amazing. I don't have to ask you guys how good I sound. I sound amazing. So Jazz here, Mr. Anarch himself. Hello, good day, sir. Marissa, lovely Marissa. Hello, hello. Critters, say Shibby. Woohoo. Awesome. Hello, Critter. Look at this. Beautiful, sweet, southern, twangy voiced Nicole. What's up, girl? Hey, what's up? Look at all my fans. Oh my God. Carol, my love. Oh my goodness. Wait till you see me tonight. Don't look under your bed, okay? Don't. I do not look under your bed. Boo. Paula, Pop Culture Paula's in the house. Hi. Oh, the first one to comment. Most faithful. Oh, super fan. Pop Culture Paula's 90% of the time she's the first one to say hi. So hi. What's up, guys? What is up? Big show planned. Big show. Oh my goodness. So much stuff planned. I'm going to return to the regular stuff. I'm going to return to the regular stuff. I'm going to put this on. This one looks better. Oh my goodness. Oh, you know what? I've done it literally again. I'm talking to myself in my other ear. I paused it. Oh my gosh. So in my right ear, I'm listening to my laptop. In my left ear, I have this desktop, which is a show. So in my right ear, like beforehand, I guess I'm just listening to stuff, random playlists and that. And it turns out that I will. Turns out, oh my goodness, 1 second. Uh-oh, 1 second. 1 second. I'm here. I'm just kind of, I wasn't quite finished my smoothie, and I just need to kind of do my manly lip balm stuff. Sammy, first time, long time. Sammy's here. Samantha Springman, how you doing? Catch up with everyone. I'm muting the mic for 2 seconds to finish a few things, but I'm here. Everyone greet Sammy. Have any updates for us? Ooh, it's nice to see you, Paula. It's lovely to see you. And got the Pats game on. Wow, that's awesome. That's awesome. Oh my goodness, Shibby and the Pats game. Oh my God, today is your night. I'm gonna read some stuff. Dewey's here. The Pats are on. Oh, my Toronto Maple Leafs lost, but it was a pretty good game. So I even forget who they lost to. It's kind of a bummer. But oh my goodness, Sammy, update everyone. How you been? Been a while. It's been a couple of weeks. I haven't seen you. Everyone's kind of for a while there. I had to take over the reins. It was like I think Rick and Prof and everyone was taking like little breaks. Everyone kind of, so I was like, dude, let's go live. And I couldn't stop. I'm addicted to going live. I can't stop. Complete nonsense. I'm just reading. But if you're here, even if you come on over here, guys, and you want to just chat with all these lovely, lovely people, and if you want to put me on mute, if I annoy you, I'm okay. Or listen to another show or the Pats game or your sports team, put me on mute and just talk with these lovely people. And I'll be so happy because I'll read chat later if I miss you. All right. So if you want to listen, great. If you want to listen to something else, your musical playlist, and and just mute me. I almost recommend that. If you want to mute me and just talk with these lovely, lovely people, you're not great. Sure, the trolls have been going a little weird because I think they sensed that something's up with this appeals. I mean, I don't know. Dino's here. Sorry, I thought I saw Dino's picture. Oh, Quad's here. Mimi. Yeah, the trolls are. I'm not taking the bait with the trolls. I'm not wasting time because, I mean, they're not even really after me because they don't even know I exist yet. I think so. But there's I don't even know what happened. They won't be here because, I mean, if they show up and they're nice, we don't need to. If you see somebody you hate from somewhere else, I don't. If people show up here and they're nice, talk to them. That's for me. It's all I want to do. And if people show up and we're not sure who they are, you never know, right? Anybody could be anybody. So I don't like to try to kind of accuse people. They might be a certain person if we're not sure. No, there's none. They don't even know I exist yet, I don't think so. Because all those other guys have like numbers, Prof and Rick, and they know about them. They probably don't even know about me. So, but what I was going to say is, obviously those trolls are being sent out now because look at, they won. They got 130 years, right? Woohoo! They got the guy, justice, right? Why would they even be on YouTube bugging us? Well, after reading that appeals thing, they're like, oh my God, is this really? They don't even know what happened because they never chose to read the truth. Like just the shit Jerry Holm did, lying. Jerry Holm lied so much about Turco and the Odin report that they believed they didn't even know because they read up to that part and didn't read the rest. They read what Jerry Holman said, Turco said, and then they don't read the rest. They don't care to know. But when they learned Jerry lied and covered up and said exact opposite of what Turco said and hid his he hid it. He didn't even know it was a guy or a girl. He hid him in a sworn affidavit lying, obfuscating, omitting all that shit Liggett did in his PCAs, lying, all that lying and omitting, and oh my goodness. You know what? We're going to be on the right side of history. You watch. Yes. Like, I mean, if someone comes here and says hi, we're going to say hi back, please, guys. And, if you see somebody from another chat that you kind of, I don't know, just because I don't really want to, I mean, if a troll comes in, I'll disappear them. Only if they come into like one guy the other night I was reading, there was nobody in chat. And I look at chat and this guy says, first thing he says to me, I'd never seen him before. He says, your voices suck. You're an asshole. Suck my, and I'm what? I just disappeared him, right? So that's, I mean, if you're 1,000,000% positive, something like that, fine. But I don't know. Just say hi to everyone. Give them a lot of times it's a misunderstanding, right, guys? So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what everyone, like, I'm just reading old court docs. If somebody doesn't like that, I don't even know why they'd want to be here. Because I find this interesting, you think you guys obviously agree, right? even reading this old trial stuff. I'm going to look while I'm talking. I know exactly where I am too, because I'm going to read this. Day 3 of trial, but it's day 4 starting. So Brian Olehay part 2 I did, right? I wrote it down, so have no fear. So basically we're on about day 3 or 4. I'll go find out exactly where we're at. So just know I'm doing that while I'm jibber jabbering. Like we're just reading the old stuff. Don't look at my live streams. I'm just reading their words exactly. The depositions and the trial, day 1, the opening statements. I'm just reading. So if those people want to come here and troll, I don't know why, because obviously they don't want to hear all this stuff again, because how ridiculous the state was in this trial and law enforcement's investigation. So I understand if they want to troll, because when it comes out like this appeal, after reading that appellate filing, all the shenanigans, I mean, just one of the 10, 20 things, like if they don't grant an appeal, then the system's broken. Simple as that. System's broken, because all I'm doing here is read Elvis Field's deposition. I read word for word, crack a couple dumb jokes, and we talk a bit and throw our opinions in. So if these people don't like to read court documents, that's all I'm doing. I'm not I've kind of just learned how to make thumbnails. I'm a big dope. I barely squeezed through high school. My Hebby Brown cuts my bangs super short. Look how short. Look at here. Look at these bangs. Oh my God. Look at this. Look at this. Hebby cuts my bangs super short. So, I mean, I don't know why they'd want to troll me. I'm an old grandpa. I'm confused. I'm about to be put out to pasture so soon. Why would they even want to troll me? I don't know. I'm just reading court docs. And on Saturday nights, we have a little bit of fun. So if you want to kind of get kooky, this was the funniest one when Peggy called in and we just joked. The Saturday night shows are basically nonsense. The rest are creations. As an influencer, I read. I'm just being facetious. Because all I'm doing is reading court docs. And so I'm trying to keep track of how things go. And basically, we're into the trial now. So we're doing the trial. This is basically, so we started the trial here, day 1. So this is where the trial starts, day 1, opening statements. But previously I did, so day 2 was Becky Patty's testimony, but day 3 was Kelsey's. So I did that like a week before. I didn't know I was going to start the trial. But Kelsey's, and then we get back on track. Derek and Anna Williams' testimony, the trial, October 19. Mitch, then we get into all the cops and stuff. Mitch Catrone, Mullins, switching over to day 2. Then day 2 starts here with Mullins and that Jake Johns and Pat Brown and Giancola, but Giancola gets pushed back to the day 3. He was supposed to be day 2, but then we do a little Giancola here, part 1, and we finish up other people, Datsman and all these CSI guys. Day 3, part 2, Page. These are the CSI guys and Bunner guys about to be. Then they dropped that appellate brief, so we had to spend a whole show on that. I did 10-hour show reading that appellate brief. So if you want the new appellate, the appeal, then we kind of covered everything. This is just a bit of nonsense where we and we got a copyright strike and we got shut down here, so it's only an hour. This is supposed to be the Saturday night show. Oh, it's the whole thing. I don't even know what's going on here. Oh, and then the Saturday night show. And any word on Dave? Any update on Dave, guys? Any update on Dave? Oh, David Rogers is here. What's up, big kid? Hi. Did I miss you? Rebby's here. I'm so sorry. Rebby, hello. Just reporting. Hello. Did I miss you? Sorry, guys. I haven't really been paying good attention. So Sammy's giving us updates. Been a while, Sammy. Good to see you. Did I miss anyone? Did I miss anyone else? If I missed anyone else, hello. Oh, TJ, hello. Hi. Boom. Oh, you have a tummy bug? Oh my goodness. So TJ, go have a nice warm bath and some chicken soup, or do you have any ginger ale to make you feel better? Just I don't know what you do to make yourself feel comfy. A nice green tea, or I don't know what. And I'm gonna read. I might try to do one of those little non-copyright dedications to start the show, get everyone excited, but I'm going to read probably within 5 minutes. So tuck yourself in, get yourself your best PJs on and those little bunny slippers and your little teddy bear slippers. Get comfy, cuddle yourself. Listen up. Yes, don't eat the Campbell soup. No. I know, get some soup. I don't know, make some fresh, I don't know, in the package, whatever. But eat with the Lipton, maybe. Just, even just that Lipton soup. It's like chicken stock and broth. You just put it in a mug and the cup of soup stuff. Do you guys have that? We have, a cup of soup. That'll make you feel better if you sip on that. Put one in a big mug and just fill it with hot water and kind of sip on it. And we're here for you. If anybody has a stomach bug or if you have the homemade soup, definitely. But if you don't have it, the best thing to do is when you make the soup, put some in the freezer for times like these. There you go. Your hubby rubbed your feet. Thanks, hubby. Oh, dude, you're a good dude. Thank you, sir. Just, I hope you feel better. Came out of nowhere. And you know what? Just rest away, little one. We're here for you, all right? Get yourself some rest. Listen to me if you fall asleep. Wake up, I'll probably still be on. If you can't sleep, we're here for you, all right? So how about this, TJ? Let's do a dedication for TJ. Here we go. What were the music stuff? Let's find TJ something. What would make TJ feel good? So 70s, 80s, 90s, you pick. Disco, a lullaby, a Christmas carol. You tell me. We're doing this for TJ. Because everyone's had a dedication we're on. This will be TJ's dedication to make her feel better. Tell me, if you're still up in here, TJ, what kind of stuff from the 70s or 80s or 90s would make you feel good? And we'll play just a snippet. We'll play a snippet and dedicate it to TJ. And I'll stop it after every 5 or 10 seconds as not to get a copyright strike. Anything except Prince. It seems Prince doesn't like Shibby. I grew up with Prince. He was a big fan of Prince. I'm pretty sure I even seen him in concert in Toronto when I was a little kid. Oh my God. Or I went to WWE wrestling. I don't know if, I'm not even sure. I think I did. Or I dreamed I did. I don't even know. Prince seems to copyright strike me. The Raspberry Beret and Little Red Corvette, I can't even play a second of it. And Prince strikes me. So from the grave, Prince is striking me. So it tells me that's his people that are cashing in on this music. So there you go. So TJ, tickle scratch. I'm behind in chat. No wonder. So TJ or Dom's here. Hello, Dom. Hey, NWA did not strike me last night. Prince did. They don't like when I play a Raspberry Beret and Little Red Corvette. Raspberry Beret. I played it again a bit last night. I didn't even get to the singing. I played for a second and stopped. I played the guitar. The drummer had a toupee on, looked like a squirrel on his head. And I didn't even get to the music. And hours later, I realized I got a copyright strike. It's Prince. It's Prince from the grave. It's after Shibby. So, okay, I guess, are you behind, TJ? Okay, so if TJ is not going to give us, hey, what's up, Dom? Who has the request? Who's request night? We can play a quick tidbit. So we did REO speedwagon for Critter last night. Did I miss it? Sorry. Oh, did I miss something? You were listening to what today? Sorry, I may have missed something. Oh, maybe I didn't. Oh, who's saying, smooth jazz. I'm so sorry. I missed it. I'm so sorry. Is there a specific one? How about I just say smooth jazz? Let's see what happens. I'll do it on another screen. Okay, I missed it. I'm going to search my YouTube on another screen just to make sure we don't get any. If I type it, if I search on my YouTube smooth, some other stuff might come up, right? So we got to be careful here. Smooth jazz it is. Let's do it. I'm going to search right now. I'm doing it. Trust me. I'm speaking to YouTube right now. smooth jazz music. Oh my goodness. Oh, 8.2 million listens. This has to be, it's the first one. I have to go with it. I hope I don't get a copyright strike. I'm going to copy this, share, copy, check this out, shutting her down. I'm going to come to the screen here. I'm going to put this in and we're going right there. Watch this. Kaboom. Smooth jazz. Is Farmer still alive? I was just there, but I had to jump in the shower. Oh, I have it on mute. 1 second. Look at that, TJ. Your fire. Oh, look at this. Is that? Look at this, TJ. Remember the first time we talked on, I think it was Dee show? Oh, that might be a little too fast. But I like the fireplace. Remember the fireplace? Look at the fire. It's not crackling in the background, but TJ loves the fireplaces. So. I don't know how much I can play before. This is smooth. Let's see. Let me see. Most replayed, because maybe. Oh. Ooh. Here's a little ditty. I hope I do. If I get a strike, guys, just know I'll start a new show right away. I'll just title it A, B, and just put no thumbnail. I'll just start a fresh one. So if I get struck down, I don't know what happens here. I feel like I've made this my whole self. Like if you look at the screen and look at my, oh my God, my yellow thing, you see, right? Oh, I muted it. Sorry. Oh my goodness, you guys weren't here. Now you do. Now, are you hearing an echo? Do I need to mute myself? Let me hear. I'm going to listen back.
Rick Allen from Def Leppard.
Oops. Do I need to mute myself? Let me hear. I'm going to listen back.
Rick Allen from Def Leppard.
Oops. Do I need to mute my? I need to go back. I need to go back farther. 1 sec. Do I need to mute my? I need to go back. I need to mute myself. Let me hear. I'm going to listen. Like if you look at the screen and look at my, oh my God, my yellow thing, you see, right? So if I get struck down, I don't know what happens here. I feel like I've made this my whole self. Like if you look at the screen and look at my, oh my God.
Rick Allen from Def Leppard.
Oops. Oh, do I need to mute myself? I'm trying to figure this out. So I'll definitely mute my YouTube. I was just listening back on my other screen. Okay. So I have the screen shares unmuted, right? You see it. So I have the volume. I'll turn this up. Do you guys hear? This is a little ditty called Dreams of You, from the smooth jazz, saxophone music, cool cafe vibes, relaxing, and a whole bunch of dots. And the fireplace is playing. You know, the TJ loves the fireplace. So just so you know, this is from Dr. Sax Love channel. You know, they've only have 1.17 million subscribers. So they're going to get the Shibby bump, and they're going to jump up at least 3 or 4 more subs. You watch. So Mr. Dr. Sax Love, I'm not stealing your music. I'm sending everyone there to come and subscribe and to thank you. Look at, I'll show you, I'll prove. Dr. Sax, I'm gonna sub, right? I'll say, just in case you put all. Look at this, a thumbs up from Shibby. Oh, you couldn't see that, could you? I gave a thumbs up. Here, look, I'll take it back and do it again. I took it back and do it again just to prove to you guys. And I subscribed, but it was behind. I didn't realize I had it. Anyways, I subscribed. We're ready. This is for TJ, just a little bit. The fireplace is going. Her feet have been massaged. What if? You're right. Was that the name of a song? I'm not reading. I'm an old, confused man. Let's just listen a bit. I'm going to just listen a few seconds and pause again. This is a little ditty I like to call Dreams of You for TJ in her PJs with her feet freshly massaged. Her tummy's a little sore, but she's going to forget all about that. She's going to drift off, and in 2 seconds, I'm going to read this. I think it's day 3, and we're going to finish day 3 with that one guy, Bunner, I believe, or Olehay. and we're going to move on to day 4 of the trial, okay? The CSI. See, one sec. Okay, good. It's not echoing. It's not echoing. You're very welcome, TJ. We need you to feel better. Nicole knows critters here. It's terrible. It feels like something. Oh my goodness. Oh, if you get the strep throat, if that's going around, you must get to at least a walk-in clinic or a doctor, because if you get that gargle stuff, it's like it takes it away instantly. So if it's your throat, that you'll know. If you can't start, if you ever had that, I guess everyone, where you can't even drink cold water. So, or if the hubby goes out, ask him to get you some of that Canadian ginger ale. It's a good ginger ale from Canada. I believe Canada Dry ginger ale. Even just some chicken soup from the, the donut, even from the Dunkin' Donuts, some good chicken soup or something in a cup, and you can sip on it. Whatever. We hope you feel better. However you. Oh, no, don't you say that. You'll know. You have those little free tests. Do a little free test thing, because, well, if whatever happens, update us. And I'm sure a nice warm bath will make you, or a nice sleep, or a nice, cup of chicken soup, some Canada Dry ginger ale, whatever it is, we're with you. Just know, whatever you're going to go through, you won't be alone. How's that? All right. So you update us. Look at this. We have an update. Sorry. So we're going to play a few seconds, and we're going to read this update, and then I'll reread it to you. Paula's on the screen with an update. Here's some tunes for TJ and her intents. It is really nice. I could definitely listen to that. Chill. So we have an update from Paula. The Pats in the playoffs, and they're tied for the number 1 seed in the entire AFC, and the number 1 in the AFC East, and it's all caps, so she's excited. I'm seeing it. Oh my goodness. Awesome news. Any updates on your sports teams, guys? Feel free. The Maple Leafs lost tonight. My Toronto Maple Leafs in NHL hockey lost tonight. Who were they playing again? I keep forgetting, but it was an interesting game. Oh my God, I forget. Just watched the whole damn game and I forget who they played. Oh my God. I don't remember. Oh, Columbus or something. Might have been Columbus or Denver. I don't even remember. I'm a horrible person. Oh God. Chick-fil-A has good soup. Order some up. I command somebody who, if TJ Husby is listening, what do you want? Tomato soup, and you're sitting okay? That's good. It's good. If you get anything, just get some Canada Dry ginger ale and sip on that. You'll feel better. Did I miss anyone? So let's do this. So, and then how about we try another one? I'll try the next song randomly. Sade or Sade. A little bit. Let's go to, this is beautiful. It just says beautiful. Here we go. Here's a little melody I like to call Beautiful by, so you guys can read what I'm doing. So how do I move this? Sorry. There we go. Here we go. I don't, you can't see at the bottom, right? Or it says it's called Beautiful, right? Let's see what it says. Here we go. Let's find something to go out with a bang. This one's called Breezin' Easy. Their Heads in a Cloud. That's a great place. Oh my God. Here's a little ditty I like to call Ugh, the Bears Still Suck. Oh my goodness. Here's a little ditty I like to call Breezin' Easy. Heads in a Cloud for TJ and her PJs. Let's get that belly feeling better. Damn, girl. My head's definitely in a cloud here. So we're going to head out. We're going to go out with this. I hope I don't get a copyright strike. These people I'm supporting, I'm sending all of my subs there to bump them up to 2 million. after you guys go there, I'm sure. Here we go. All right. I can't play anymore because I'm going to get a copyright strike. I feel it. So there we go. TJ is going to feel better. I'm going to get back to our regular scheduled programming here. So Shibby's going live. Oh, he is live. Let's see. Let's refresh. Let's see if he is. I'm not going to click on it, guys. Don't worry. Yes, he's live. There's 16 people watching Shibby right now. Oh my God, I wonder what he's talking about. Crazy, that guy. So interesting. He reads. And I gotta finish my smoothie here. And Peggy's not here. She loves it when I slurp. Here, this is dedicated to Peggy. Oh, here. And I'll dedicate this to TJ. I'm going to slurp my straw for TJ. Nighty night in your PJs. Here we go. Cup is clean. Boom. Smoothies in the belly. TJ's in her PJs. Dom. Dom, don't work. Yes, don't you dare work too hard, young man. Have a good day. Yes. Dom and his Haggin and Haggard. I love it. I used to hate this, but it kind of grown on me. Because I used to be, what the hell is he trying to say? Haggard. Oh, have a good day. Or you do Haggin. The Haggin, it grew on me. It grew on me. At the beginning, I wasn't about the Haggin, but Dom has such swagger. Dom knows how to, he knows how to drop the Haggard. So have a good day if you're going to work, Anarch, Yotan, Mr. Ja. You know, if you go to work for a few hours, I'll still be here, okay? So let's get serious now, guys. The show will begin. We're pretty close to Christmas, so I understand if y'all are doing family stuff. But I'm just going to do regular scheduled stuff, all right? Look at that page. I got right to the right page. So where was it? So exactly, who was exactly on? I have it written in my notes. So we're on day 3. Did I finish everyone on day 3? Pretty sure, because it gets weird because some guys get bumped. No, I'm pretty sure I'm doing Bunner now. Or wait, I have to finish. I'm not. Which one was it? It might be Olehay because he had a. I'm gonna write. I wrote it in my notes. I'm checking right now. Oh my goodness. Hot chick sending me photos to my text messages. I'm just gonna reply. Yum. Thank you. Ooh. Oh my God. I received some photos on text message. Oh my God. Where was it? Okay. Ooh. Yeah. Oh, I was going to check my notes to see where I finished. I finished with Brian Olehay, volume 11, page 209. So I believe it's just him and then Bunner next, but I believe Bunner gets pushed to day 4 because he's supposed to be on day 3, and Giancola was on day 2 but got pushed to day 3. So I'm doing my best to keep track. I think I did it well. If you look at the titles, I'm pretty sure we're finishing Olehay part 2 to finish Olehay and Bunner, but he gets pushed to day 4. So this is where day 4 starts today, most likely. So it's a finishing day 3 and starting day 4 because this guy gets pushed. All right. So we're on track. We're on schedule. And I'm going to create new thumbnails for this new day. And after the show, it's my main objective is to create a new thumbnail. So when you're looking at these, I'll make a playlist just for the trial. All right. The trial is this stuff, day 1, day 2, and I kind of, this was the appellate stuff, so then I get into day 3, but I'm going to make a new thumbnail after this because I used the same one for day 3 also, but I'm going to make a new one. So that being said, the testimony, guys, here, Brian Olehay, volume 11. I'm sure we've got to finish this guy up. So, volume 11, page 2. Oh my goodness, page 209. So what are we on here? 170. So I got to go at least to page 39 here. So let's try this. Page 39, probably line 22. Oh my God, am I not even? Look at how much I have to go. Oh my God, I maybe volume 11, page 209. line 22 is where I finished. Oh, right. We got into the shoe. Yes. So this is the CSI explaining, one of the CSI guys who's talking all about just the last show. When we got to the shoe, the phone in the shoe underneath it, so he's explaining about how they process the scene, and obviously the girls, the shoe, the phone is in the shoe or whatever under the. So here we are, line 22, direct examination. Oh my God, I gotta remember. So here, I'm pretty sure. Oh, so this is where we are, line 22. I'm gonna go back to double check to make sure who's asking the questions. Is probably obvious because they tell us when they switch from defense to, and I should know by now because they're saying direct, so it probably should imply that it's either the defense or prosecution. A smarter person may know or remember, but oh my god, who's speaking? I just need to confirm who's asking the questions. FARO, you guys see that word, the acronym FARO? It's about the scan. So we need this FARO. They did one at the scene. They put a tripod and basically does a cartoon 3D image thing of exactly the whole crime scene. So it's called FARO scan. So if you see anything about that, I'm dying to see that, because there's no reason we shouldn't be able to see it, because it's not even a real photo. It's like a cartoon image of the exact replica of the crime scene, like with one of those laser things in it. They hook it up and it has to work for an hour or two, and it does basically draws a picture of the area exactly as it looks. So it's got to be, this is a lot of questioning. Oh my god, I probably should have went the other way and I could have seen who they switched over to. A smarter person might have picked up on that. Oh my god. So I was here. This is where I'm going to read from. I'm just trying to make sure I can know who's asking the questions and answers. And so who do they switch to next? Is there a clue here? I'm a horrible person. I should know this, because these are the type of things I do. I could have been halfway down that page now, right? Why aren't they better with this? Come on, guys. You should say who's doing the reading better. Okay, so Luttrell's here in the court. So they're going to go have a break. Bailiffs. I'm going to guess it's Luttrell. I don't even know, guys. I think they would be better with this. I guess if I'm wrong, we'll probably be able to tell if it's ridiculous, if it's the prosecution or defense. Ooh, a boot. Right. Yes, we talked about FARO. Yes, that's what we talked about. So if you guys hear anything about take off, eh? You hosers. We say that. Take off, eh? Take off, eh? You hoser. You know the newfies out west? Do we have newfies? They're like, when they want to know where their friend, like I'll say, where's Dino? They would say, where's Dino too, eh? Where is he too? Bye. Where is he too? Bye. So funny. So, I thought I had everything perfectly planned, except I'm not positive. It's probably the defense. So I'm guessing Luttrell and the direct exam of Brian Olehay. He's like the third CSI guy. Like I believe he's like the CSI captain, like retired, 25 odd years of experience or something. He's one of the guys. So him, Page, and Olehay, Page, and who was the other guy? Olehay, Page, and Datsman are the CSI guys who, with their combined experience, showed up to a crime scene, removed a bunch of 10, 20 sticks off of 2 dead bodies, piled them off to the side, pretended like because they were so smooth, they couldn't get anything from them. Like they're acting like fingerprints. They're going to fool the people with saying they weren't smooth enough to get anything from them, as if fingerprints would be the only thing you can get from a branch. And they also pretended that there was so much moss and fungus or whatever growing on these branches that they didn't think they would be able to get any DNA or stuff off of them, or the bark was so falling off and so ragged or jagged that complete nonsense. These 3 CSI guys piled some branches off to the side and didn't collect them, didn't think nothing of it. Apparently they didn't even use their blue light with their orange goggles to look for stuff, and oh my god. So then they pile them out there and leave them there, and then they're sent back on March 3rd, like 18, what is it? It was on the 15th, February 15th. So they're sent back 18 days later by their boss to get them. And this guy says, the first guy, the other guy, Jason Page, says no. Baldwin says, so was it a mistake to leave the branches out there? And he's like, no, they had no evidentiary value. And Baldwin's like, well, why would your boss send you back on March 3rd to get these branches? And he's like, I don't know. Basically saying he's an idiot. I don't know. Stupid. I wouldn't have done it. But he had to go back and get the branches. And he wouldn't admit that it was a mistake that they left him out there. It's so ridiculous, these guys. And that's not even incompetence. That's got to be cover-up of something. Why? Was there more to these branches? I don't want to sound absurd. I've seen cases where branches... I've watched YouTube videos where a kid kidnapped his teacher and took her to the forest, or he tried in the bathroom. His teacher, like after school or something, he followed into the bathroom and I guess essayed her and thought he murdered her or something. He stabbed her or not. He puts her in a recycling bin and walks her out of the bathroom, down the hallway of the class school, out into the parking lot, and takes her out just in a big recycling bin. But turns out she was still alive. And he gets her to the forest and he does all these weird things to her. And I'm not saying this for any reason, but a branch ends up inside of her, a tree branch. And it's not, so I'm not saying this happened here in Delphi, but even if they're covering up stuff like that, I don't know. I'm not saying, I'm just saying this happened in another case. So, and it wasn't a cult thing or anything. Just the kid was just I don't know. A branch ended up inside this woman. Horrible. So I just think it could be a possibility where, hey, what's up, Becky B? You know? Anyways. So even if the CSI guys are just covering up because they want to not talk about other things, you know, I don't know, but there's 0%, there's zero reason 3 decorated guys with almost 20 years experience each would show up to a crime scene and there'd be items all over bodies, 8, 10, 12, 13, 50, however many branches there were, sticks on these bodies. What? At least 6 or 7 each, right? So let's say 12. You show up to a crime scene and there's 12 items on bodies that you know for a fact the person who did this has touched them. And the 12 things that you know the person has touched, you pile off to the side and leave. And then they go on with this bogus story about, eventually later on they notice this bullet shimmering and glimmering because they're using a big blue light and some guy doesn't have his orange glasses on, so he can see the bullet shimmering from the light. Whereas when that bullet is sitting there beside Libby's foot, like they're there moving these branches, this and that, and it's still probably, you know, like even if it's not daylight, they've got these big lights shining. They don't need. They're seeing that bullet. They're like, oh, instantly. They stand there. Look at there's a casing. It's friggin' chrome. Sure, it's covered in whatever. But if he's seen it with that light, they're seeing it without the light. So the fact that they need this convoluted story to tell everyone they found this thing. Hey, Perp, what's up? What the? Just woke up in the middle of the night here. No more sleep for me. That's it. Just in time. We're about to start. Perp is here. And Critter has coined Perp. And I was thinking Purple is a good nickname, but Perp, P-U-R-P, I loved it because like a perp as in a P-E-R-P, like the perpetrator, but a purple amaryllis can also be a perp, a P-U-R-P. So perp is in the house. Purple perp. Mm-hmm. Purple nurple. You guys know what a purple nurple is? Oh boy. Up here we have, does anyone know what a purple nurple is? I'll tell you, but I'll let you guess first. Dewey? Purple nurple. Oh boy. Who's do you know what a purple nurple is, guys? I'll tell you. I want to see if anyone can guess first. And it's weird because we, as kids, we did this to each other. It's not a hickey thing. No. It's not one of those forearm skin burns that I won't say. Purple nurple. I'll give you guys a moment. So I'm going to start reading here. Yes, it's painful. Do you know what it is? It's painful. I'll say it. I'll say it. I'll save you guys, even if you're a little bit behind. I'm going to give you one more second. Definitely painful. P.S. A pinch and twist of, oh, Sammy's got it. A pinching and twisting of something. Do we say it? You can say it here. It's after hours. It's okay. Pinch and twist. The nurple is new. Well, we did it as kids. I believe Critter must know because she's got everything except what is being pinched and twisted. Is it too much? You want me to drop that part? Do you know? Titties. Oh my God, close enough. The nipples. Yes. Titties. Boom. Nipples, take it. Purple nurple for us. Yes, it's okay. You don't have to behave. We're adults here, and it's not even bad. So as kids, we would do that, like boys especially, to ourselves, like not to the girls. Not oh my God, I don't mean we wouldn't do it to the girls. I mean, I don't think I don't know, to each other, boys. We'd either whack each other in the nuts, which is weird. Like boys are ridiculous. I'm talking like 10-year-old boy, and we'd just like standing there talking, and this one guy would just grab your nipple and pinch it and twist it, and they call it purple nurple. Or we'd hold the hands back. Two guys would hold your arms, and while you're on the ground, and we'd put like, oh my God, we were ridiculous. The purple nurple, or we would use those blades of grass and kind of put them up each other's noses. And it happened equally. It wasn't like we'd pick on one guy. It just happened when it was your turn. I don't know. Like the patty cakes or the patty wax, when you would get your birthday and you'd have to get the patty wax. Everyone had a turn. So one guy would get pinned down like on the lawn in the summer day, or playing around in the sprinklers and putting blades of grass up each other's nose. And also what we do, oh my God, I don't know why I'm telling you this. We would sit over top of each other, two guys holding their arms down, whatever, and we'd kind of not spit, but we'd let our boot, like we'd almost spit, but then we'd get right near the face, like suck it back up, and scare them, like let the drool hang through we'd go and suck it back up. And sometimes it would go wrong, and when we'd have the laughs and jump in the sprinkler and have fun. So I don't know where I got there. Boom. Here we go. Back on track. Paula's back. I'm back on track. Let's do this for Paula. Quick read of testimony of Brian, part 2 of Brian Olehay from day 3. CSI extraordinaire. He's like the main CSI guy. So there's we're going to continue where they find the shoe. They're processing the crime scene, and they found the shoe with the phone. Okay. All right. So I believe it's the prosecution. You're going to get the typical Nick McClellan voice for Latrell, Diener, or McClellan. Prosecution will be, "We now remove the shoe." When you hear that goofy voice, and when you hear "so again," that'll be for the law enforcement or Judge Gull. And if you hear "nice, Shibby," like if when I talk nice, that means it's the defense or maybe someone nice. But as of now, I believe this is Latrell asking Olehay. We now remove the shoe. What did you find when you removed the shoe? So again, for reference, the shoe would have been in this location here. And then what we found here was a cellular telephone underneath the body. And you can see condensation and moisture on top of the screen and the darkness in the screen area. And then the purple is the actual case around the cellular device area. And boom, you know what? I should mute my screen, right? Just in case. Because I muted the screen share because if we're playing music and that, it works out good. But some of those sound effects, I think they come through and they reverberate. So if I play a video again, just know that I'm sharing the screen. I have that portion muted, just the screen share part. So if I ever play a video and there's no sound, remind me to unmute the screen share, because when we're reading, we don't need it. And in case I do some silly sound effects, I think that's what starts looping the sound effects, but who knows? So they found the shoe. They found the phone. So the phone was exhibit number 119. So he's like, that was 119. This is 120, or photos. They're looking at photos. So, yeah, a very similar picture, a little closer up for reference. But again, the purple colored case. Actually, I believe the case actually, when we later turned it over, was a Harry Potter themed telephone case. And you could see the condensation more clearly in this area and the amount of moisture that's actually on the screen. But this was located directly under what I would call the small of the back of Abby and Williams. So it was under the shoe. So he's under the shoe. Yes, mostly obscured by the shoe, almost completely covered by the shoe. So I always thought that was inside the shoe, right? But I mean, picture, now I don't want to be weird, right? But picture Abby laying there. She's got a phone and then a shoe's on the phone. The shoe is under her back and she's not sitting in a weird position. Like, shouldn't she be a little arched up? Like, wouldn't you be looking at her thinking, oh my God, she seems to be sitting weird. Like, what is underneath her, a rock or something? Like, so I don't know. Even a shoe. But it's the shoes on the phone and she's laying there. That's under the small of her back. Isn't she supposed to be arched up a bit? I don't know. I should try an experiment like that. Like, I think when you're looking at her laying there, it should be obvious that something's poking, like making her arch up. And it doesn't appear to be. But I'm not sure. It could be, seems to me if you're laying on a shoe without a phone, if the shoe's under the small of your back, you're not flat. Like, you're pushing, like, especially her, she's, just a thought. Yeah, mostly obscured by the shoe, almost completely. Oh, you know what, guys? I didn't turn all my fans off. Oh my God. I have them blaring. I have 2 exhaust fans, a box fan blowing in my room, a different fan on for my computer and cooler, and even an air filter. I'm going to leave this. I'm not going to mute it. I'm going to turn them all off. Okay? Each time I do it, I'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, because then I have 5 things running. So let me know if you hear anything different. Okay, I'm not going to mute it. I'm going to get up now. Okay, so each time I'm going to say 1, 2. Well, each time I turn something off. Okay, tell me if it gets better sounding. All right, here we go. 1, 2 is off. 2 is here. I'll turn 2 on. Here, it's off. 2's back on. 2's off. Here goes 3. You know what's so weird? When I turned that last one off, it's on the same as my computer, and it makes my microphone mute itself. Anyways, it must sound quieter now in the background. Oh, you heard me? But at one point, did you hear me turn off 4 and 5? Oh, it doesn't matter. It feels more peaceful. It feels more peaceful for sure for me. So if you don't have headphones on, you might not have heard it. I still feel like I hear something. One sec. Oh, no, it's all in my empty head. Still, it's bouncing around in my empty head. So I hear nothing. Silence. So you might not have heard it, but to me, it's definitely quieter here. So let's continue on. No distractions ever again. Right, Rebby? Never, ever again. Say, Shibby, will you ever be distracted ever again? Rebby says, nope. I agree. Let's do this. Did you hear that Atlas is coming to town? Right, you heard it. Yes, you know about it. Atlas, that meteor is blasting towards us right now. No distractions. Let's go. The head bees, the bee's knees. Let's go. No distractions. So, one second. Just had to clear my throat. So, yes, it's mostly obscured by the shoe. Almost completely covered by the shoe. And this, and this is, you flipped it over. Yes, this is the back side of the phone case indicating Gryffindor. That's the Harry Potter, which I have not read the Harry Potter books, but I'm told it's a Harry Potter reference. What is States Exhibit 122? This is the area closest to the tree where Libby's body was found. This is a smaller pool of blood that was directly under her head and neck and upper shoulder area, looking downward from the tree. Again, it looks like it's, maybe a couple feet away, but it's only, it looks like it's maybe much farther than it is with some distortion for the angle. It's fairly close to the base of this large tree. And what was the purpose of taking this photograph? To document the area, the proximity of the tree, and to document the area under where after the body had been removed. You may return to your seat, sir. Sergeant Olehy, did you also have the body of Abby transported in the same fashion that you described? Yes, each body was placed onto a fresh, clean sheet, like a bed sheet, approximately the size of a twin bed sheet, to be wrapped and to protect it from loss of any items inside the body bag. Even though the body bag is new, never been used, and in a fresh package, this just helps to preserve and protect the entire area around the body and any items which may have come off the clothing or off the body. They go into the body bag, and then the body bag was zipped and sealed with a seal which is initialed, and I initialed both of those seals myself. You collected blood from the scene? Yes. And how did you, other than you described the swabbing process of Libby's wrist, what blood did you collect at the scene? Areas of blood from the ground, areas of blood from the bodies. And there was also a tree which had some apparent blood on it. Again, the items were all collected individually, packaged individually, and taken directly to the Indiana State Police for storage. The Indiana State Police post for storage prior to entry into the lab system. And one quick second, need a quick drink, okay? Oh, I can't have my coffee just yet. Still It's only been an hour. It's closed. It's still warm. I have one of those candies, Ricola, in my mouth, so I can't drink coffee yet. I'll have a sip. 1 second. Cold water. And we're back. Look at you guys. Look at all these people chatting up a storm here. Dewey, TJ, hope you're feeling better. Rabby, hope the grandkids are asleep. Critters here. Oh my God, Perp. The Perp is here. That was a long time ago. Oh my God. I'll try not to wake you guys. Glad you're here. Whoever's still here. So from near the tree, and then the area on the ground, different areas where you saw blood. Yes, were there markers placed on the ground to help document which item was being collected from where? Correct. So that you could tell the laboratory this particular blood was found at near a particular evidence marker. That's correct. So what did they do? Like dig up dirt? Like what? When it was soaked into the ground? Oh, the markers placed on the ground to help. So they must have dug up holes and stuff, right? Each item was individually packaged. Each item individually packaged in its own packaging. No two collected items would be packaged together. Oh, wow. What is your understanding of what happened with the victims once they were placed in the body bag and removed from the scene? Where did they go? They went into the vehicle, which was a van, what I'd call a cargo van of the Carroll County Coroner's Office. Under their care, those bags were sealed, and then, to my knowledge, Deputy Coroner J.D. Creed took them directly to Terre Haute to await the autopsies the following day by Dr. Kaur. Dr. Kaur is a physician who is a forensic pathologist in Terre Haute. That's correct. Before you left the scene, what did you do with all the items that you had packaged, that you collected and packaged? Before I left the scene? Yes, after, dope. I mean, I gathered everything together individually. They were all placed into my vehicle with me, except the fucking shitload of branches that were on these girls. Must have been at least 12 branches, probably more, with me and no one else. And then I transported all this evidence, directly from the area to the Indiana State Police and Post West Lafayette, except the 15 branches that were on the victims that we know the perpetrator has touched. And sorry, I added that last bit, but you kind of get the point. And that's where you place them in their individual packages in temporary storage. There were individual packages at the scene, right? So what is he even talking about, really? Then, just if he leaves the branches, like what he must have, like some clothing items, right? So the shoe, the phone, the bullet. Like if they're leaving those branches, there's not much other stuff they're collecting. Obviously, acts like it's. Whew. And then taken because they had to take the clothes to some special place to have them dry properly in a room. I mean, obviously, we don't want people, you're not just going to hang them anywhere. Putting them on something to dry better, to help preserve DNA evidence. So, and then taken all together as individual items to the lab to be stored in temporary evidence storage in a secured locker. Then, what did you do the following day? The following day, on February 15th, I went to Terre Haute and I attended the autopsies of the two victims in this matter, Abby and Libby. And what time did you leave the crime scene approximately with those evidence items? To the best of my recollection, somewhere between 10:30 and 10:45 on the 15th, obviously. And then you were at the autopsy the next morning. Maybe it was at night. They should be using their PMs here, because we don't know if we left. Most likely it's 10:30, like the 5th, the night, or even the 14th, or I don't know. So he says the following day on the 15th, so it's the 14th. So he went to Terre Haute. So he's doing this on the 14th, the night of, because the next morning he's going to the autopsies, which were, so they should say PM here, obviously, these guys. And then you were at the autopsies the next morning, just one autopsy, not plural. You keep saying autopsy, not autopsies. There's two girls here. Or were they done on different days? I thought they were in the same area. And no, Liggett, no, because Liggett goes to these and they're on the same day. One takes a couple hours, then they have a break, obviously, going for lunch or whatever, and then coming back to do the other one. But this guy seems to just say autopsy. So, and then you were at the autopsy the next morning? Yes. I got to Terre Haute at approximately 7:30 the next morning. What was your role at the autopsy? As just an observer, or did you have functions to perform? Just like at the crime scene, the body in the autopsy itself is considered a crime scene. So obviously, because they're doing one at a time, must be. But still, to document the crime scene. Yeah, because they're going to, he's not done collecting stuff, especially if stuff is falling off of them, right? Or the clothing or whatever, I don't even sure. To document the autopsy and the items found at the autopsy, and collect any items of probative value at the autopsy, to also include items required, such as standards from the individuals, to include head hair standards, which would be particularly identifying to the individuals, as well as DNA stain card and vials of the individual's collected blood. So, items that the pathologist collected that would go to you? Yes. And then, how would you package, or what would you do with each item that you were provided by the pathologist? Each item provided by the pathologist or collected at the autopsy would be individually packaged. These are biological items, so they would be packaged in paper products, an envelope, a paper bag, cardboard, something to that nature, and never packaged because of their biological nature into anything plastic. The autopsy is documented in a systematic manner, just like we would any other crime scene. And then taking information and cues from the pathologist, the forensic pathologist in this case, about what evidence or items he finds useful, important, or informative. And also in autopsies I attended, I frequently asked the forensic pathologist if there's anything of an oddity or that they think is especially important to take, to alert me to that, so that I can document that and take photographs of anything that they find particularly important. And did you do so in this case? I did so in this case. Well, this would be good, because who answers like that? And did you have another crime scene investigator with you at the Terre Haute Hospital where the autopsies were performed? I did. Sergeant Brandon Mullen. Who is that? Is this guy related to Steve Moonman Mullins? First time I heard of him. Brandon Mullen, who is a crime scene investigator. He was at the, this is probably the guy that got his DNA all mixed up. And his name's a Mullen? I'm just guessing. He was, at that point in time, assigned to the Putnamville Post, and his primary county was Vigo County, where Terre Haute is located. Why would they be calling him in for what? He wasn't even, so they want, if this is the guy they find the DNA in, I'm going to be suspicious. And his name happens to be Mullen too. That would be a good reason to cover up stuff, because maybe his DNA was found at the crime scene and not, I'm not even saying it's him. But if this is the one guy that had his DNA mixed in, mark this as suspicious, because he's just Sergeant Brandon Mullen he at one point in time he was assigned to Putnamville Post in Vigo County, so he's not obviously letting us know he wasn't there the day of the crime, on the crime scene. Let's see. I'm just guessing. I should read. If I kept reading, I would have found out right now. But where Terre Haute is located, and he assisted and worked with me to document the autopsies and to collect items of evidence from the autopsy. And did Sergeant Mullen, so is this guy related to Captain or Chief? And Sergeant Mullen did Sergeant Mullen leave the autopsy with any items of evidence? He did, particularly the items of clothing which were still wet and moist from Abby's body. He took those items in a similar fashion as Sergeant Cody took items from the river to the Putnamville Post to their drying room. And those items were taken by Sergeant Mullen to the Putnam. If this fucking guy is the guy who gets his DNA mixed in it, I'm going to be fucking so suspicious. To the Putnamville Post, to their drying room to dry them out so that they could be prepared for final packaging and entry into the state police laboratory system. Your Honor, we brought the items of evidence. We'd have him identify. Judge Gall, would counsel approach? Yeah, would counsel approach? I think this might be an appropriate time for us to do a break. Do you agree? Yes, ma'am. Mr. Rosie, yes, ma'am. I think so. Okay, thank you. So here's Judge Gall. Ladies and gentlemen, I know I hate to do this, but we are going to break, and again in the middle of a witness. It's been a long afternoon and day for you, and we've had much more to go through. So we are going to go ahead and break. Again, while you go on about your own business, the rest of the day, evening, please remember what I've told you before, since now you will be in the company of the bailiffs. So you can talk about the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please don't do that. Again, just leave all your materials there on your chairs, and Jody will collect those and have those available to you. Please have a peaceful evening, and we'll see you all in the morning. So they're cutting out for the day. So this would be where day 4 starts. All right, we're on recess. Be back here at 9 we'll start back up again at 9. So they're finishing. So this would be where day 4 starts up. So 1:15 in. I'm just going to do a quick note so I'll know. Oh, no, wait. That must have been the end of, what is it again? Must have been the end of day 3. Yeah, day 4 starts up. So technically, we're going to continue at the second part of Olehay. That's why I have Olehay part 2. So day 4, part 2. Day 3, part 4 ended. Day 4, part 1 starts. And this guy's carried over, and it's part 2 of him. And something like that. So I'm going to write down a timestamp just so I can let people know. I'll just put it down. But timestamp, day 4 starts. What was it again? So we're about 1 hour and 15 minutes in to this live stream. 150. Responsible Shibby here. Oh my God. Ooh, V's here. Look at this. Let's say hi. V, hello. If I missed you, hello. Derek, what's up, bro? I had to leave. I had to jump in the shower. I listened to you up until I started. Take old boy out of the take him out for go get some hamburgers. Look at you. Derek, we know you're listening, I'm sure. Yeah, we'll be here, dude. Responsible Shibby with his lovely, lovely friend, beautiful V, and responsible Shibby together again. Together again. Let's do this, girl. I'm glad you're here. Oop, did I miss? We will. So they didn't even tell us which cop it was. You know what? That's a great point. Now I do remember stuff like that. Oh, who's this? Pancakes? There are no trolls and streams about just they troll here and elsewhere. Oh, I don't know. What are they trying to do? Oh, I think it's obvious. Hello, Pancakes. Welcome. If I missed you just coming in, it's because they're sensing how ridiculous this whole appeal thing is, and that most likely with all that stuff the state did throughout this trial, law enforcement, India, IDOC, and IDOC, the corrections, and the prosecution's office, and all the leaks they had, and Judge Gull's office, and all the shenanigans with Judge Gull, and all her filing. She screwed up a bunch of times and did things inappropriately, and I don't know. They know this has to be granted an appeal. If this case isn't granted an appeal, with all the shenanigans that we could literally prove, then no case can be appealed. And not only the United States citizens, but the whole world pretty much spreads out to Canada, to United Kingdom, to Australia, to all of us. We're fucked if this doesn't get an appeal. Because the fact that they even got this far is ridiculous. But I mean, after reading that appeal, the stuff we can prove with their own evidence that was handed to us from them or lost, so these trolls are sensing that, and they're being sent back out probably too. Yes. Oh, it's a policy that they won't release that information. Well, I mean, because it sounds fishy to me. If this is the guy, I'm not saying he is, but just after reading that, it's like, okay, well, let's call this guy in for no reason who has nothing to do with this from somewhere else to help, and his name happens to be Mullen. As if, let's just say, I'm not saying this is the case, but let's say he's the one that has the DNA that got mixed in. They call him in to do that, right? Because maybe they found something of his at the crime scene, and saying that he was there because he wasn't there, he shouldn't have been there, right? I'm not saying that it happened like this, but if he's the one that they're covering and they call him in, it just sounded weird when I read that. They're calling this guy in, and from Putnam, it's like, oh, he's nothing to do with it. He's from a whole other county, and we called him in his name happens to be Mullen too. So, wow. I guess they never will tell us, right? But, right. Oh my gosh. Well, with everything, without the search warrant, they don't get to arrest him. Everything else happened after that. So the fruit of the poisonous tree. Liggett lied on this arrest warrant. He lied about the tan coat, that he turned Sarah's tan coat to blue. He added the word bloody. She never said bloody in those first few times. Not until trial, when she was all tweaking out or whatever, tripping out, saying, ooh, stuck pig, bloody. She never said that the first few times in her statements. And, omitting all the stuff about Betsy Blair, they're insisting Betsy Blair sees BG, but Betsy Blair's sketch looks nothing like BG. You guys got put, oh my God. Just the omissions and the lies in the PCA alone, and that's also the same stuff he said to get the search warrant too, so the bullet would be gone. If Walla is so unethical, she's proved she's unethical, Walla, yet she's the one that they're taking, they're trusting her to say that his confession is what he said to her. She's trustworthy, but she's proven unethical in three ways. A, she's saying she's going along with that he's feigning, but they need to give him forced Halidol. Two, that she was in a Facebook and YouTube groups, Gray Hughes. Three, she's looking up names in the database against policy, which is unethical. She wasn't supposed to be doing it for personal farting around stuff. She's looking up, whatever she was doing. And there's other ones too. And four, she knows he's being held in solitary for 395 days. And that's against their policy. And she doesn't say anything. Is she there to help him? Then, hey, if he's being abused, shouldn't you be speaking up? Right? Their own policy was 30 days solitary. And this is an innocent man on pretrial detainment. So Walla, anything she says should be inadmissible in court. And then she should not only be fired up on charges herself because of the shit she's doing. So I don't, well, just everything that happened at the IDOC alone, every one of them admitted violating a policy of one, which is basically like laws inside a federal or, state prison. Those policies are there for a reason. It's like breaking a law. Fucking, oh my goodness. So the next day starts. Same guy. Sounds like we're going to, here we go. Judge Gull, October 22nd, 9:01 a.m., 2024, 9:01. All right. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are back on the record in the state of Indiana versus Richard Allen. I'll show the defendants here in person with counsel. The state is here by their prosecutor and deputies. The jury has reassembled, and are we ready to proceed, Mr. Luttrell? We are. I thought the witness on the stand yesterday was right here, and now he just stepped out. So, okay. We'll have him here in just a second. Given the fact that I'm going to be showing him a number of evidence items, we have a smaller table that I would like to sit closer to the witness. Okay. If the court would allow that. Yeah, sure, yeah. It would probably be easier than walking back and forth for all that. Yes, Judge. Do you want the witness at the witness stand? Yes, please. Maybe just in front of the stand. Yes, ma'am. Oh, sorry, that's the witness. Yes, ma'am. So the witness and Gull sound a lot alike, but because they're both grumpy. Here's Gull. That way, you're not popping up and down. Is the defense ready to proceed? Yes. Okay, let's go. Bailiff, all rise. Thank you. You may be seated. Your Honorable Judge Wapner is now entered the People's Court. Thank you, gentlemen. All right, just kidding. Well, this is Gull. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's nice to see you back this morning. I hope you had a pleasant evening. We're ready to continue. And Mr. Olehay, I'll just remind you that you are still under oath, sir. Yes, Your Honor. Oh, sorry. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, you may proceed, Mr. Luttrell. Thank you, Your Honor. Luttrell. Direct examination, Brian, CSI, expert extraordinaire, Olehy. At the end of sir, we were talking about evidence that was collected and taken to the Lafayette Post or the Putnamville Post. Do you recall that? I do. I'm going to show you a number of items. They have many different numbers. 1 second, I need a drink. Got a little froggy in my throat. Please hold. And we're back. My coffee's perfect. Just reporting hello. Did I say hi? Some lose incentive twice around. Sounds good to me. So TJ, how you feeling? Hopefully a bit better. V, I'm so happy you're here. I feel horrible from the other day. So, and pancakes. Welcome, pancakes. I hope you're still here. If not, let's go. Let's go. Mr. Farmer, I can feel you're cooking hamburgers right now, dude. You know, I like mine well done, brother. All right? Toast the bun, sure, and throw everything on it. Everything on my burger. All right? Cool. And away V goes. You fell asleep last night and then got woke up by that. Oh my, did I wake? See, you know what? You're right. Oh, was it that 25 ways to say Shibby? Sorry. You know what I'll do? I'll retape those and I'll screen record them with a lower volume because I did notice that too when I was listening back. So I'll redo them and I'll get the volume lower. All right. Even with my chicks dancing, my neck, my back. I'm going to screen record that with a lower volume. So good. Thanks for reminding me because I've noticed that myself. It's like nice Shibby's talking away, and then that comes on. And it's like a bit loud. So let's do this for V. Yes. Yes. I mean, my fault. No. Oh, you had the earbuds in too. I'm sorry. If I woke you? My fault. But I've noticed the same thing. I have just a Bluetooth speaker I switch to when I take my headphones off. And yeah, I noticed the same thing. I'm going to do that. And I'm going to dedicate it to V because she reminded me. Thank you. Let's do this. So I'm going to focus. I'm going to focus. Sorry, this is the question. Latrell, sorry. But I'm going to focus as I talk to you on the state's exhibits sticker for clarification, for the record and for the jury. But I may ask you to note other numbers that are also on there. They must be ready to explain that whole DNA getting mixed in because it seems to be like this is all a bunch of nonsense, convoluted steps that they're ready to start explaining how stuff got mixed up or something. They're like ready to start to tell us about a mistake or something. So I understand. What is a case number? A case number is an identifying number which gives an individual incident or series of events an identifying number, which all reports can be referenced under that number. They may have an initial case report assigned a number, and then supplemental reports by another officer, the same officer, or by a lab personnel who may be referenced by that case number. Are you familiar with the number 17K000066? I'm not going to be reading the numbers again because I'll just say a case number. That number would be because it's a K. I'm sorry, that's a lab. Yeah, like he's got to fix it for him. He didn't even say. Yes, thanks for answering for me. Yeah, I meant that number would be a lab case number, right? The lab will individually assign a case number to an incident so that the lab management system can track and do a very similar thing. But as a regular case number would for a trooper, but the lab assigns a specific number for each event as well. And case number, lots of numbers. Are you familiar with that number? A different number, a different case number. Oh boy. Well, on what he just explained. Sorry. So every one of them starts with 17K or I don't know. And case number a little bit different. Are you familiar with that number? Yes, I am. And what number? What is that number? That is the original case number drawn for the incident involving this matter by the Indiana State Police. The 17 indicates the year it was drawn, and the ISP indicates that's a state police case number. Within their system, the C indicates, so it's like a VIN number on a car. Each one of them pretty much neat. So the C indicates it's a criminal matter. And then the individual or identifying digits remaining are the actual case number assigned to it, sequentially given. Was any other investigation, any other case, any other state police matter given the number 171748? No. That would be an individual case number assigned to an individual incident. Case numbers are never reused, and they are actually assigned sequentially in the order which they are drawn by an officer through the entire statewide CAD system. One number is drawn. It could be drawn in the southern part of the state. It could be drawn in the northern part of the state. But that number is drawn individually to a specific event. We have a number of items here. I don't believe it's necessary for me to go through every single one in detailed fashion, but I'm going to hand you the first one here, States Exhibit 137, and ask you if you could identify that for the jury. This is a sealed paper bag containing a white bag which contains a black and white Nike brand shoe, which was size 10 and was recovered from the Deer Creek. And who was it collected? Who was it packaged by? And this is an item collected at the scene, and I provided it to Sergeant Cody to take to the Putnamville Post for drying, and it was packaged after drying by Sergeant Cody. And he's not the Mullen guy, is he? Who is Mullen? So, was it Cody? Oh, that's Cody's last name, right? I guess if you're still around, do we still have do we ever find out the item that the officer's DNA was accidentally found on? So I guess we'll be talking about it probably soon anyway. So, does the other sticker on it indicate that it was then transported from Putnamville Post to the Indiana State Police Laboratory in Indianapolis? The sticker itself. So one of these places they're going to dry stuff. The sticker itself doesn't indicate the transfer, but it indicates that the item has been entered into the lab management system or the lab's reporting. If I follow along like that, system, it doesn't. The sticker itself doesn't do the tracking. There's a barcode on the sticker, which is a scanner used within the lab to track each individual item. The barcode is unique and individual to this item, and no two barcodes are alike. For efficiency, with the court's permission, I'm going to ask you to come down and I'm going to show you the other items. Is that okay, Your Honor? You may, as long as, just keep your voice up for us. The witness says, yes, ma'am. Now, if you would just, maybe stand right there so the jury can see you. I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 138. This is a sealed paper bag containing a white bag which contains a pair of Hollister brand blue jeans, size waist 26, length 33. 33. Does it? I thought all my pants were like 32 or length 34, 30. Did they have 30? That's odd. She's using what the hell? So this would be Abby's pants because I'm not even sure. 26. It's not Libby's, right? 33 length. We see that photo. Is Abby wearing 33 length jeans? Because 32 would be my length, and I'm 5'10" easily, right? Those are allegedly Abby's jeans found in the creek. Abby's wearing the 33 lengths. In that photo, does she have her pants rolled up? Wowza, 33 length? The fuck? Yeah. I'm a 32, maybe a 30. Like if I had a 34, I could get, length. 32 length. Since my whole life, pretty much. I'm easily little over 5'10", but I might be shrinking now because I'm getting old. Definitely 5'10", no exaggeration. If I were lying, I would tell you 5'11" or 5'12", or 5'13", 6'1", right? But I'm 5'10" and I wear a 32 length. Like 34 would be almost like too much. So 33 on Abby, man, I gotta remember to look at that photo. Want to have a look at it again? That exhibits. It's her. A photo of her on the very first one on the bridge. Her standing there, because her feet are very clear in that. 33 length. Holy fuck. So even the crappy photo of the Snapchat photos. Sorry. here we go. Let's go on our first goose chase of the night. Snapchat in the car. Is there? I've done this like 1,000 times. Such an idiot. Oh boy. You know what? It's also, it might be in Exhibits 211 too. Pretty sure it's in there too. Fuck. Oh yeah. Because around Bree, yeah, it's around 211 because Bree Wilbur's is, so it's probably 213, right? Yeah, that's what. Oh, no, so it's, these are, so after all this, they're even talking about it. So it's right around here. Digital picture of Snapchat settings. So auto. So Betsy, so watch. It could be because 211 is Bree Wilbur Snapchat, right? But it's that whole FBI thing. So if you're ever looking for something good, 211 has like the whole 15 pages of Bree Wilbur Snapchat. It only says Bree Wilbur Snapchat, right? But it's not. It's like everything. It's like they tried to bury this because this is where they ridiculously show her Fitbit at 207, which 207 is the time she sees him, but 207 hasn't happened this day. So she's coincidentally taken 207, the screenshot at 207 of the day she sees him at 207, but not on that day. She's taken it on a whole other day, coincidentally at the right time. Weird, because if it were this day, none of this would exist. But this day, 13th, is over. She's gone home. It's over. She's gone home and gone to sleep. So coincidentally, whatever day, the next, between whenever she goes to talk to the cops and give them the screenshot and the 14th, the day after, she coincidentally takes it at 2:07 p.m., which is the time, because they're saying she's leaving at 2:09 p.m. So I have a feeling if this were fake, they shouldn't have done this, or it's a coincidence. Either way, because on this day is the day she sees him at 2:07, right? For her to be leaving at 2:09, right? But she's coincidentally another day taking this at 2:07, because this day, if she was taking it on this day, which would be dumb. Like I keep saying this, like if she sees BG and I should screenshot my Fitbit to prove I've seen him. It's so weird. So it's obviously just a coincidence. So carrying on, moving on. I thought it was in here. I could be wrong. No, maybe it isn't. I'm sorry. No, it's these dumb photos. Sorry. My fault. So I was wrong. I did this the other day. 33 is long. Oh, sorry. I haven't been reading. So Abby was 95 pounds, right? 5'4". Yeah. Ooh, you're only 105 and 5'5". What year? How old are you, V? Come on. Talk to me. 32 is long, right? Like 33 is long. She must have him rolled up in that photo, right? 30. If she's that height, she'd be tripping over her pants. So she must have him rolled up. Cut back. I generally take 24. Right. We're talking length, right? Or waist. Sorry, I'm not. Because we're talking length, right? Yeah, longer than. Yeah. Yes, 32 would be like super. Like, I mean, for me, 32 would be like perfect. Or I could get away with, 34 or whatever. But if I were, I don't know. I'm not super tall, but yeah, definitely bothered me too. So I should be easily find it. Next time I should have it, the Snapchat photo of her standing on this digital photo of the Snapchat settings. Bridge guy, fifth screen, second screen, first screen, digital photo, audio clip, Jeremy Chapman's image, Bree Wilbur Snapchat photo. The bridge guy released. Betsy Blair, FBI. Screenshot. No. Screenshot. No. Picture of the bridge guy. No. Chris. Oh my God. I do this. Oh, here it is. Sorry. 226. That this is what the guy found. So even though this isn't the photo, this is what the guy Cecil found. Like 30. What? Oh, she does have him rolled up though. She does. You know what? It is true because she does. Is there a better photo? Like, is it? Like, does she have them rolled up like that style where you'd like roll them up, and it's like a not like rolled, but actually folded up a couple times, and it's like a thick roll, like an inch, almost looks like that, like they're rolled up like even twice, but they're thick style, not just rolled, like folded up an inch or two and then done again. We need that other photo because it's definitely much more clear. The original, there's one that's by itself. So if you guys ever see the one, well, right, she has 26 weight, but it seems like she needed a belt, right? Because these aren't loose-fitting jeans. But I mean, I don't know, 26. I can go with 26, but if these are rolled up, there's no way it's 32. Or I mean, it could say 30. Again, I don't want to try to make sense of things for them. I think of everything like a lot of people go and buy the older jeans from the thrift stores, right? What if that happens and then you take them to get them tailored? Like, I love these jeans, and say, so it would still say they're like 33, but what if you had them, or your mom? My mom used to do that for me all the time, tailor. My grandma would sew things up and tailor them and let them down. I don't know. I'm not saying, I'm not trying to make excuses. I'm just making conversation. If we can find the better photo of this, because there's one here and it's crystal clear. Ooh, it's probably in where? I've seen it so many times. God, I hate myself. I'm going to move on. But yeah, I guess it's always Abby's jeans should have come from the water, right? No. Yes. They came from the water because she's wearing Libby's, right? And I think they're saying that. I think they're saying that because they're taking them to the drying room. This one place has a drying room. It does everything. Everything's got a convoluted story to it. It's like they're always trying to explain something. And to me, it sounds like, I think, it would make sense because it's weird that this guy is one of the guys from Putnamville comes to help him touch a bunch of evidence, and he never heard of him before. He's got nothing to do with it. He's from another county. Like, what? Why isn't he getting those two helpers? He's had all his craze. So he's calling this other guy, and his name happens to be Mullen. His last name happens to be Mullen. Not the, is he a relation to, man? What's wrong with asking Mr. Page, or what's the other guy? Page, or who's the other guy? Datsman and Page are the other guys that help the CSI, and Olehy's like the main guy. So, but he's calling somebody else from another county with the last name Mullen to handle some evidence. So definitely came from the creek. Anyways, okay. So if you guys see anything on the gene info, let us know. What was it? Oh, so yesterday, guys, what I was really looking for was when I was reading that All Eyes, how she kind of rewrote the probable cause affidavit, corrected or whatever. In it, there was a think about McCain says he sees, he says their names too, two people, and one has a motorcycle and one has a blue muscle car. I found that odd because I never heard that before. But Derek German says he sees a moped and a razor, which doesn't look like a muscle car, but it's a razor. A razor I thought would be a scooter, but that would be ridiculous. When I looked up razor, Polaris makes a quad that's a razor, a 4x4. So McCain sees, watch, Polaris razor. So basically, Derek sees something like this, I believe, because he says it in his deposition, right? That would make much more sense. And so this guy or girl shows up in this, and the other person shows up on a moped to meet each other. And that could be the guy and girl that were at the bridge that Derek sees, because he sees these cars there at this time, these vehicles. He sees a moped and a razor. But then McCain is leaving at that same time, and he sees a motorcycle and a blue muscle car. What the fuck is going on? Is anybody calling a moped a motorcycle? or one of these, a blue muscle car. So does that mean there's two other people? Because Derek says he sees the two that might have been in the black car, the show. Oh my God, it's so convoluted. It's wild. It's wild. So, any info? So the moped scooter thing was Maya Abbott, right? But doesn't McCain says he sees Maya Abbott? So he says motorcycle, right? In Olehy's thing that she posted. When I was reading that, she says McCain says he sees a motorcycle and hey, what's up, vigilante? Vicarious vigilantes in the house. Hello, welcome. Are you new? Welcome. Mm-hmm. Yeah, just reported in the house. Nicole is. Did you finish your cooking, Nicole? Everything's good. You're back. We got a vicarious vigilante. Hello. Welcome. So the moped scooter thing was Maya Abbott, but so he says so McCain is mistaking Maya Abbott's moped for a motorcycle. Okay, I can accept that. Right? But she says he also says Derek says Razor, moped and Razor, but doesn't say a name. McCain says, I believe that. I believe I could be right or wrong. I don't know. Olehy says that McCain sees two people. She names them, and one has a motorcycle. Fine. Moped, motorcycle, no problem. But this Razor to a blue muscle car, boom, something's wrong there because you're not mistaking a Razor for a muscle car. She says blue muscle car. I've never heard. So that's if you see anything on that, or these jeans, or the proper Snapchat photo, I'm pretty sure there's a good clear one in all of this. And for whatever reason, I stumble on it constantly when I'm not looking for it. Yet when I'm looking for it, I can literally never find it. It's a good Snapchat photo of Abby on the bridge, all by herself, not that convoluted double one where it says Cecil found this on the internet and compared to some other. There's a really good one here somewhere. And I'm not taking a bait. Just if you guys see it, it's like I literally I stumble on it accidentally all the time. And when I'm looking for it, I can never find it. So let's move on. Maybe you stand right there so the jury can see you. I'm going to hand you State Exhibits 138. This is a sealed paper bag containing a white bag covered Hollister brand blue jeans. Okay, this is where we got distracted. Size 26, waist, length 33. So 33. Do lengths come in odd numbers? I thought it was 32, 34, 36. I don't know. And it just happens to be 33 again. Let's just take this 33. As if Abby would really be wearing a length 33. Boy. So I got to move on. Recovered from Deer Creek. So this was packaged also by Sergeant Cody after drying at Putnamville Post. Exhibit 139. This is also an item from Deer Creek. It's a sealed paper bag containing a white bag which contains a color tone brand tie-dye shirt. Size extra large, recovered from Deer Creek. Also recovered from Deer Creek by some rogue searcher who just showed up and within a minute sees this brightly colored shirt that for 22 hours previous, 30 to 60 searchers seem to not be able to see. And this guy, the propane guy, the rogues, he starts an hour late searching. He walks for 4 hours from Riley Park up to the creek. He can't be accounted for because he's not in the search party officially. They just go rogue, getting paid by their boss to help, which is great. He shows up, they walk up the creek bank, and he's there at the creek within 4 hours. So around 12:15, he's there for 2 seconds and he sees this shirt, stands staring at the shirt because he can't get across this impenetrable creek. He stands there pointing at it, screaming to Erskine, who's not sure if he's a Pittsburgh Steelers coach in a blue, black and yellow jacket, or a fireman. He's confused. He's you're on this right side. Come to this side. No, you're on. We can't get to it. It's on that side. You're on up there at the top of the bridge, but you're on that side. Instead of going down there, come to this side where you can't get to it neither, but you have long boots and we have short boots. So we're going to stand here for another 10, 15, 20 minutes until we get a hold of a friend who I haven't talked to in years, who then tells a friend that I don't even know about to come to the cemetery. And then we can't get a hold of each other. And he eventually calls me back, and I call him back. And then he's standing there with Aunt Melissa, and I don't know if they can see him. Can you guys, if you come straight from the cemetery, come straight down, you'll see me looking at this shirt for like 20, 30 minutes now that nobody else has found. It's so weird. And that's when they bump into the bodies. And then Yoder and fucking G and Cole do the exact same thing. They come down the exact same way. And Melissa comes out of the fog and whips past them so fast. They don't talk to her or stop her or ask her who she is. But they have the benefit of knowing they're looking for two bodies now, Giancoda and Yoder. And yet this woman runs past them, and they don't know if she's a suspect, a victim, a perp, somebody exercising in the woods. She runs right by them and doesn't say nothing. They just happen so fast, yet then they keep walking the exact same way Pat Brown and Melissa did, who stumbled on the bodies. But with Giancola and Yoder, the curvature of space-time takes them around the bodies a little bit. But they get to the right spot. Everyone's standing there looking at this shirt, and somehow Erskine's there by now or whatever. I don't know. I don't know. Sounds like there's more than one guy standing there. And then they say, hey, we're here looking for two bodies. What's up? This is just a shirt. Like, dude, you fucking idiots. You just walked past them. The right thing. Oh my God. Like as if Aunt Melissa would have said, here, they're here. Come to us, Giancola Yoder. But so convoluted. The tie-dyed shirt also taken by and given to Sergeant Cody by me and transported to Putnamville Post for drying. Exhibit 140. 1 second. I need to take a drink. Please hold. And we're back. Who's Dragon? What? Hi, Dragon. Who's Dragon? No, you talking about me? Oh, is this what? Peggy? Because Peggy's the one that loves me slurping. This is Peggy. Are you under? Oh, Peggy, you're under your. Oh my goodness, is this your alt account you don't want us to know about? Ooh, thanks, Peggy. Well, first of all, do you know that you're talking to us under a whole other account? What's with the cursor, Shibbers? Definitely Peggy. Oh my God, have we outed you? Are you that? Oh my goodness. Uh-oh. Oh, I did the slurp. Actually, you guys missed it. I slurped. And I did it while we were listening to jazz music for TJ. Oh my God, you guys. I did the slurp. I cleaned my cup. I did, actually, this show. Well, at the very beginning, if you look in the jazz special section, TJ said she wasn't feeling well. So I asked her what type of music she wanted to hear, and that's who I did the entry, the opening for while we were waiting for people to come. And she wanted to play some jazz music, so I found some smooth jazz, and I paused. I slurped. I cleaned my straw. I think I even dedicated it to either V or Peggy at the time. I dedicated it, and then I dedicated the straw to TJ when I slurped the straw. Oh my God, you guys. Fishy's here. Oh my goodness. Why is that giving me the ick? What? When I slurp? Well, I do it intentionally because Peggy loves it. But when I always mute to take a drink of my coffee. Listen, this is what it would sound like if I didn't. And then I would clear my throat too, but I got to mute there. And then we're back. So, but the slurping I do intentionally because Peggy seems to love it. Oh, who's the dragon here? Hello, dragon. What's up? So, vicarious vigilante. Hello. Fishy. Hello. No. I'm just, my loins are spinning. I'm stirred seeing all these new people show up. Peggy here in this vicarious vigilante outfit. I'm moving on. Yes, the whole gang is here. Lovely. You guys are awesome. Let's do this. You know, you're probably all talking to each other, and I jump in and think you're talking to me, and then, like, V reminds me, I screw things up. So, ignore me. I'm an old, confused man. I'm going to keep reading for you lovely, lovely people. Talk amongst yourselves. All right? And away V goes. Let's do this, girl. Ooh, the slurps. Oh, my goodness. You like the slurps, too? Just Dragon's Den. Oh, my God. A new person who loves slurping, too. Cool. Okay. Do you guys really want me? I'll slurp. I got my coffee right here. I'll do it. But when I clear my throat, I'm going to mute it for sure. And actually, I almost choked on that. Oh boy, let's move. Paula's here. Perfect timing, Paula. Oh my gosh. Yes, it does. It happens. Oh boy. Pop culture Paula's here. Let's do this for you. Okay, girl? Let's do this. All right. Yes, it's busy. Definitely. I love how you spelled that too. Perfect. You know, that's the exact type of distraction this old, foolish, confused man needs to read. When you write dizzy, like busy. When you write I just love that. Awesome. Thank you. Emojis, slurping worthwhile when it's me drinking. Ooh, okay. Love the emojis. That's telling me to get back on track. No more distractions ever again. Okay? Ever. I promise. Let's do this. At least the next 3 minutes for sure. All right? Again from Deer Creek, given to Sergeant Cody, a sealed paper bag containing a white bag, which contains another a gray, no boundaries branded hooded sweatshirt, size medium, which was recovered from Deer Creek and taken to Putnamville Post for drying. It's almost like they're setting up a mistake. It's like they're doing this. I guess they have to do it this way as formality. Exhibit 141. It's an item recovered from Deer Creek. All the sealed paper bags, the pair of Sonoma brand pink underwear recovered from Deer Creek, also taken to Putnamville Post for drying. Everything needs to be dried. Yet they're not sure if it's wet at the crime scene. One of them, the guy beforehand, what was his name? Why do I forget? Page or Datsun? Datsman. One of the other CSI guys, he's not sure if anything's wet. But these ones come right from the creek too, so obvious. And even they probably try to keep it wet as to contain anything DNA on it. So when they put it out to dry, I'm not saying this is the stuff definitely from the creek. So, which contains a black and purple sock recovered from Deer Creek, taken to Putnamville Post, packaged by Sergeant Cody. 143. Also recovered from Deer Creek, an item taken to Putnamville Post due to Post for drying by Sergeant Cody. A sealed paper bag containing a white bag, which contains a pink sock recovered from Deer Creek. So here, to save you guys, if there's nothing else to describe these, I'm going to just, I guess I'll read the number and I'll read what it is, because it seems like they're saying the same thing over and over again, right up to here. Just so green headscarf. So pretty much all this is the same here. So exhibit 144, a green headscarf recovered from Deer Creek, a headscarf, which was the bandana. 145, a black faded Glory brand spaghetti strap shirt, size large, recovered from the creek. So, Your Honor, the state would move the admission of State's Exhibit 137 through 145. Mr. Rosie, no objections. Judge Gull, all right. Without objection, 137 to 145, inclusive, are admitted. May I take a moment to... Yes, you yourself testified that you collected items and took them that night, sometime after 10:30 p.m. to the Lafayette Post from Ground Zero. Late at night you're doing this. To the crime... Lafayette Post from Ground Zero, the crime scene. So is that correct? 10:30 p.m.? That's correct. I took items from the area directly to the Lafayette Post for storage. You didn't go anywhere else in between Ground Zero? No. I went from the area of where my vehicle was parked in the cemetery, took the items from the investigated area to the crime scene, to my vehicle, and drove my vehicle direct. Well, of course. What are you going to do? Take them through the drive-through and go to the dancing with them at the bar? What? I hope you're taking the stuff straight to where you're supposed to. 146. It's a Converse tennis shoe recovered. It's the right shoe recovered at the scene. 147. Another Converse shoe recovered from the body of Abby. The left Converse shoe was on Abby. Or covered from the... Was she was wearing it, or is this the one that was under her? Didn't she have some... I don't even know. Probably. It bears my markings and my initials, showing that I'm the one that packaged and placed it into evidence. By the way, you mentioned the barcode to the jury on one of the items that Sergeant Cody transported. Do each of these items I'm handing you have a barcode on them? Yes, they do. And that is a tracking system within the Indiana State Police system, laboratory system. It seems so convoluted, the system they got going on here. It's all these guys touching them and moving stuff and taking them. And like, is there that much stuff that they need 10 guys making multiple trips to drive them here and take? Oh my God. No wonder you got shit mixed up in it. And if it turns out to happen, an accident, just be that coincidentally be that Mullen, the not Mullen as in investigator Moon Mullins or Chief Moon Mullins. This was a investigator that was, his last name was Mullen. That came from a whole other county for whatever reason. Had to come and touch some of the stuff. So I'm still going to be a little sus on that too. So, alrighty. Yeah, wrapping is going. I'll get all mine done. I usually do it like the night, Christmas Eve. Moon over Mullen. Moon's over Mullen. Yeah, Halloween is definitely simpler, shorter. Christmas is fun. It's all the presents. And what my family does is we always put the recycling bin in the middle of the room, and we have a big living room. And everybody, when they unwrap their presents, the guys, most everybody, whoever wants to, we kind of play basketball with the wrapping paper. So it's usually the highlight for me, because I take two of them and I throw one up high, and like I make two like it's like having a snowball fight. I always did it as a kid. So you make two snowballs, or you have two balls of wrapping paper, right? You look at somebody, right, and you make it obvious you're going to try to throw one up high to land on their head, and you do it, and they always look up to try and catch it, and then you take that second one and throw it right straight at them. Oh, it works every time. All right, let's do this. Yes, and yes, we do. Yes, picture the United States with less concealed carry guns, handguns, and more manners or niceties. I'm just kidding. It's the exact same here. You wouldn't even know if you didn't have to cross the border. You probably wouldn't even know you're not in. If you walk through Toronto, you'd probably think, if you didn't see all the half French signs, you'd probably think you're somewhere in city in the States. And I know you guys know. I love it. Tease away. It's all about fun here. I'm all about it. About me anytime you want. Hey, you hosers, take off. I love it. So there's a whole lot of shit being sent here. Like, is there all this much? Like, is there that much at this crime scene? Like, there's the clothing. I mean, they didn't collect 15 branches. So there's not that to worry about. So this is the 40 caliber bullet, Smith & Wesson. So exhibit 148 includes a 40 caliber Smith & Wesson cartridge and removed from the scene, and it was found because it was shimmering and sparkling through an exclusive blue light that we didn't need to see this bullet. It should have been seen almost instantly when we took these sticks off because it was, light or daytime. It's a shiny bullet, but it was only seen because of the blue light that I was supposed to have orange goggles on. Since I didn't have orange goggles on, I could see it sparkling and shimmering, and nobody else could. In between the two bodies at the crime scene, you mentioned that you obtained several swabs from either the physical area in ground zero or on the bodies themselves. Is that correct? Correct. I'm gonna hand you exhibit 149. So this is a collection of a strand of material taken, between the fingers of the right hand of Abby. I thought it was like a one hair collected at the crime scene, and it bears my signature. A collection of a strand. Okay, so they collected a strand of material. It was a hair. So there was material also between, but I should keep reading. Is there other stuff? Because wasn't it wrapped around her finger? This is between the fingers of Abby. Exhibit 150. This is also a collection strand of material from the left arm of Abby. It is in a sealed envelope. It bears his signature. And this one has seals on it. Oh my goodness. Exhibit 151. This is a swab on the inside of Libby's left wrist. This was collected at the scene by me. His initials are all on it. It was taken to an Indiana Story post in Lafayette. 152 is a cotton swab of the inside of Libby's right wrist, taken at the scene and taken to the district for storage. Why are they doing her wrists? They've done her left wrist and right wrist. Swabs. They lease guns. Because no, we don't lease guns. What are you talking about? Yes, it's huge, Fishy. You love it? I made it big for you guys. And look at, I made it so I can, like over here, the arrow will kind of come out. And when I point at stuff, if I point at a link, watch, Fishy. I did this for you. Look at, a finger comes up. Yes. Plus, when I'm reading, like if I say, look at this here. Look at that. Right? You love it. I know you love it. Yes, it's huge. I hear that so often. Thank you, girl. You noodle heads. What? So no, we don't lease guns. If we're walking in bear country, we can strap, especially if you're walking up north in bear country. There's fucking polar bears where I live. Damn it. You got to walk around with a fucking heavy duty shotgun. Come on, guys. Stop it. Who do you think we are? We hunt for food. We do everything except put stuff in our sock and go to the bar and start fighting with other guys and pulling guns out. So settle down, you Yankees. Polar, fuck, what? I'm like 100 kilometers from, they're just north of the Hudson Bay. I'm living in Canada. I'm in Ontario, Canada. Polar bears? Think I'm kidding? I mean, not in town. I'm in the city. Yeah, I mean, I have fucking coyotes and foxes running around, and these coyotes are part wolf. They call them coy wolves. Kilometers? Yeah. It's like 1.6, 1 mile is 1.6 kilometers. It's called the metric system. And I'm not sure if you know, but the rest of the world uses the metric system, right? And you imperialist guys use you and two other countries like Zimbabwe and Uruguay or something still use the imperial numbers. And the rest of the world uses the metric system. Yes, Celsius, it's really easy to help. And the metric system is divisible by 10. If we look at one of our measuring tapes, you're not fucking confused every time you measure something. Yes. simple. We have centimeters and then millimeters. There's 10 millimeters per centimeter, and you can just 1, 2, you can't, instead of this measuring tapes you guys have, which I have some of, and it's fucking confusing still. I've used them my whole life. Squirrel, boom. Look at that. Thank you, V. Let's go. Oh, look at you guys. Squirrel, move on. So just look it up, the metric system. The rest of the world has found it. You Americans should look at it. It's fucking awesome. Kilometers. King Henry doesn't mind drinking chocolate milk. Kilometers, hectometers, decameters. King Henry doesn't mind. Oh, meters, decimeters, centimeters, and millimeters. King Henry doesn't mind drinking chocolate milk. Boom. This is a swab of the inside of Libby's. So the wrists. They're really working on her Libby's wrists. They're taking swabs of her wrists. Why are we doing that, guys? Does anyone know? What? You're joking. Do you guys watch? I don't know what you're watching. Yes. We just don't have the small little handguns. What? In Canada? You don't think we don't have guns? Are you guys kidding? You guys watch? I don't know what you guys are watching. You don't know Canada have guns? And I got to run around here with fucking wolves, moose, fucking brown bear, like Kodiak, fucking massive grizzly bears and brown bears, fucking polar bears, lynx, fucking go for a walk and bump into a moose. He might just walk by you. He might fucking stomp on you too. Come on. Right. This is your problem. Because you guys everything stops at your borders. And you don't care about anything outside. But I still love you guys. Even when you... Right. Yes, exactly. This is your problem. There's a whole world out there, guys. There's a whole other world out there. And they're not all happy with you now. But I'm not going to tell you that. Because you probably don't even know. Ooh. What am I doing? Have I had this up like this the whole time? I didn't switch back to this. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, eh? Here we go. So what? To be honest, here, let's move on. To be honest, I don't think about Canada, eh? Right. Yes, that's why everyone learns English. Yes. Yes, you don't care. This is your problem. Oh my goodness, you're missing out. There's cool stuff happening. Oh, that's fine. Yes, that's better for me. It's packed up here. It's horrible. Please don't come. Yes. Canada is horrible, guys. Do never come here, especially with that attitude, especially. So, Libby's wrists are getting a lot of attention to the swabs. Why? Swab of her left wrist, the swab of her right wrist. So 153. This is an item which I packaged and it bears. I'm just gonna swab taken from above the belly button of Libby at the scene and taken to the storage and safekeeping in temporary storage at Lafayette Post. 154. It's a swab of the thigh above the knee of Libby taken, transported. 155. It's a strand of fibrous material taken from the pinky finger. Fibrous material? Is this not the hair? What? He said this at trial? So Olehay, the CSI leader, the main guy, says, States Exhibit 155. It is a strand of fibrous material taken from the pinky finger of the left hand of Libby. Oh, Libby, sorry. My fault. I'm an idiot. I'm an old, confused man. Let's carry on. 156. This is a swab standard of a blood stain on a tree which was located near the bodies. The swab was taken approximately 4 foot above ground level from the tree. And this was a swab taken by me and packaged by me. Bears a signature. Collected, seen on the 14th. and took it also, as with the other items, directly to the Lafayette Post for storage and security and withholdings. 157, taken from the scene on the 14th, collected and packaged, blah, blah, blah. Contains a black Nike tennis shoe collected at the scene under the body of Abby. That item was also collected on the 14th and transported. All these items that we've covered, you personally handled them. That I'm going to allow showing you today. That's correct. 158. This item, 158, the number assigned to this item must be something convoluted here, because look at this answer. Like, let's make sure. Okay, oh, now here's your answer. Remember the one we studied? We're at 158. Oh, here, this item, 158. Has he ever... the number assigned to this item. This is a swab from an area of blood found in between two markers placed on the ground, between markers 3 and 4, which we placed... Oh, is this the big pool of blood? The sticks on them? Which we placed on the ground to indicate different areas of blood or proposals or potential blood. This is a swab taken from the ground and collected by me. 159. This is a swab from the ground near the feet of Libby, collected by him. It's a swab of the ground of a red-colored material, presumed to be blood. 160. This is a swab from the ground below the head of Libby, collected by him on the 14th, taken to there, stored, nothing. 161. This is a swab from the ground near the tree, which had the blood on it, the previously collected. So this is a swab from the ground near the tree, which had the blood on it. The previously collected. This swab was from the ground near the tree, near that tree, and it was collected by him on the 14th, about taken out. 162. A swab presumed to be blood from, so they're not sure if this is blood, eh? I guess it's like in the mud or dirt, right? So between the tree and the body of Abby, collected on the 14th. It was from the ground between the tree and the body. 163. A swab of a red stain below the head of Abby from the ground, directly below her head. 164. This is also a swab from a tree with red stains on it from the top of the north side of the tree. From the top of the north side of the tree. The top. What? From a tree with a red stains on it from the top of the north side. On the top of the north side of the tree? Is that like has to be the F? Why would you describe it like that? Top of a tree? Red stains on it from the top of the north side of the tree. Top. Collected by him and entered into the evidence system. 165. This is a swab sample from a red stain on a tree, on the lower stain of the north side of the tree. So the north facing side of the tree, right? Yeah. Yeah. It's like facing towards the bridge, I guess. Or this facing probably towards the cemetery. I don't know. Swab was these guys. Why are they repeating everything so much? 166. It's a swab collected by me from the finger of the left index finger of Libby. This is a swab that I collected and sealed. Oh my goodness. $167. A swab collected on the 14th by myself. It's a swab from the left pinky finger of Libby. The item is packaged and transported to 168. This is a cellular telephone, an iPhone, collected from the scene. From the scene was taken by him from the the item was collected at the scene and taken by me from the Lafayette. From the scene to direct. Okay, so he's meant to say just from the scene directly to Lafayette. Places storage. Really? They didn't check on this phone? They went straight to storage. That seems weird. So they're not learning about BG for a while? The video, right? Because he takes it from the scene. Did they not look at it at the scene and check it out? Or he takes the phone from under her and he takes it straight to the center, to Lafayette. Exhibit 169. This is an item collected by Sergeant Gilbert, First Sergeant Gilbert, my supervisor. Contains swab standards collected from the cellular telephone, which I just handled prior to any processing or determination or data or of evidence by any technician. So he did it beforehand. Yeah, so which I just handled prior to any processing or recovering of evidence by any technician to determine information or data on the phone. Right. So he took it to Lafayette and nobody touched it yet. But they swabbed it. They quickly swabbed it and then sent it, but nobody's touched it. So on the morning of February 15th, where were you? I was en route and then also in Terre Haute to attend the autopsies of Abby and Libby. So 1 second, I'm going to have a drink. That kind of threw me off how they were going on. Oh, hey, Luna, what's up? Welcome. Hi, Luna. Welcome. Luna Noxembra. Hello. Anyone else new? Nope. Glad you guys are all here. Look at you. There's 230 people listening right now. That's awesome. 230 listeners. Boom. And I do have 230 subs. Look at that. Every one of my subs is here. Oh, there's 240 now. It's jumping by tens. Okay. Please hold while I take a drink of my still warm coffee, but I should chug it because it's getting cool. All right. 1 sec. And we're back. Hello to you, Luna. Alrighty, let's do this. I was going to get a Ricola lemon mint lozenge for fun. Let's do this. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Do it. Do it. And was this phone in temporary storage with the other items? That phone was secured in a temporary storage during my travels to Terre Haute. Oh my gosh. Especially in his travel there, because like nobody was hiding in his backseat trying to access his phone. He wants everyone to know that. He traveled there and it was stored securely. And was this then on the 15th swabbed by? Well, no, it was already swabbed, but they're doing it again, I guess. Because they said they swabbed the shit out of this phone, right? Before, but now they're swabbing it all again. Because they swabbed that. They're swabbing this phone again. They need more swabs. Oh, my First Sergeant Gilbert, right? Like, so we this is weird when I do this stuff. It's like they want us to know they swabbed the shit out of this phone before he took it. And then they want to make you know again that after he gets it there securely, this guy starts swabbing it again. That's correct. There was interest in getting the phone examined on the 15th while you were at the autopsy. That's correct. Like, aren't they going through the phone immediately? Like, what's going on here? Like, they find it under her. This guy's then, oh, nobody can touch it till I get swabs of it, and I personally escort it to another place where it can then be swabbed a bunch more times and stored in Lafayette, when we know these guys probably grabbed that phone and got it there. They're going through it almost immediately. No? Because, I mean, fine. But if they got it in a plastic bag, do whatever. I don't know. Seems like this is a big story when they should have obviously been going through, because they're trying to catch someone. You don't, let's send it off for a day or two, let it sit there, and then So the other items were put in completely packaged in another date. All of the items that went into temporary storage on the 14th. The items were placed in temporary secure storage at the Lafayette Post. As I mentioned yesterday, there is a limited number of people who have access to the temporary storage location. Right. I mean, it's not out in the lobby, right? Okay, good, thanks. Only a limited number of people have access or keys to those storage areas. First Sergeant Gilbert, my supervisor, had that access, as well as the evidence clerk at the Lafayette Post would have access to it. First Sergeant Gilbert, to my knowledge, recovered the phone. To his knowledge. Wow. It's sounding so sus. When they start using to my knowledge, to my belief, and all this bullshit. Like, First Sergeant Gilbert recovered the phone. What? To my knowledge. Fucking. Recovered the phone from the temporary storage, and is he swabbing it again? This guy's swabbing the shit out of this phone. It's like the third time they swabbed it to determine what data was on it. So they did it there by handling by any technician to determine what data was or was not on the phone. What did you do on the 16th, the day after the autopsy, back at the Lafayette Post? My primary duty on that day was completing any sealing, packaging, or labeling of the items, and then completing what's called a property record and receipt, which clearly identifies each individual item, assigns it an individual item number that I assign, and then providing them to the evidence clerk or for entry into the lab evidence management system, whereby she would then assign them an individual and unique number in the lab evidence management system, print out an individual barcode for each item, and place it on each item individually specific to that item. From ground zero, each time when collected were placed in individual packaging. They were. No items were packaged together or stored together or placed into any receptacle or container together. Each item was individually packaged and taken in that form to temporary storage that night. That's correct. Except the branches. We left the branches till March 3rd. So you went to the autopsy on the 15th? That's correct. And then on the 16th, you began packaging these items, further sealing them and denoting the stickers and so forth you've described on the 16th? That's correct. But they're already individually packaged. But they're already in individual packages? That's correct. And did you do that packaging or that systemized putting of the stickers on one at a time? Yes. Or did you get them all out on a table like I have them today or at once? No. The stickers are applied one at a time individually to each item. I would move the admission, Your Honor, of States Exhibits 146 to 169, or 169. And Rosie jumps in. 169, you say, Jim? Yes. No objection. Called. All right. Without objection. 146 to 169 inclusive are admitted. So here we go. Brandon Mullen. So his colleague was Brandon Mullen. That's the guy. But he was okay. At the autopsy, you stated that you collected certain items as well as your colleague Brandon Mullen collected certain items at the autopsy. Is that correct? That's correct. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 170. So there's going to be the whole, this is a swab thing. Okay, so it's from Libby. It's a swab. It's a swab from the left thigh collected at an autopsy by him. It's Exhibit 171. So with all these, if they're going to go through this again, I'm just going to repeat to you the stuff that's important. 3/4 of this is just repeating the same thing. So 171, Exhibit 171. It's a swab from the right thigh collected from Libby's right thigh. 172. It's a swab from the right breast area of Libby collected at the autopsy. Collected on the 15th at the autopsy. 173. A swab of the left breast of Libby collected at the autopsy. So we have two boxes here, 174 and 175. Would you tell the jury what 174 is? Oh boy. This is a state of Indiana sexual assault evidence collection kit. These are pre-prepared collection kits, sealed prior to use and only opened upon their use, generally either at an examination of an individual or at an autopsy of an individual. They contain various items and swabs to include a comb and some envelopes. So this is a standard case. This is a standard box of that sexual assault kit used throughout the state of Indiana in hospitals and morgues for the collection of evidence from victims. It's a victim of sexual assault kit. This one individually was collected it was provided to the forensic pathologist Dr. Roland Core. It was provided to Dr. Core, and he completed the collection of the actual items sealed within this. Each item is individually plaqued. Oh boy. It's a very standard kit collected. And it was collected and stored at the Terre Haute on the 15th. So now this is the sexual assault kit from Abby. It was provided to me from Dr. Core and his staff. I sealed it again. So he gives it to them and they use it and it comes back to him and he's done, so chain of command thingy. And he initials it and then, nobody else has touched it. So it bears Brandon's initials and it was taken by Brandon for dryer. What was that? Actually, it bears, and it was taken by Brandon for drying. Wait, did they jump over something here? Because they're doing the SA kits, right? This is a sexual assault kit collected from Abby. It was provided back to me. So he's done for both of them. He's handed him a kit. He did the SA kit, whatever they needed to do from Libby, and he hands it back to him. Then he's doing it for Abby. It was provided back to him but now, then he sealed it again. But then there's this, which is, then he says, actually, it bears Brandon's initials. This was taken by Brandon for drying. What was taken? Why are they jumping into this? Where did that come from? This is like a whole other question. Provided the actual item, each item Oh, so it must have been a piece of evidence. He must have brought a piece of evidence. So this was collected at the Terre Haute Regional Hospital on the 15th. The hospital? Well, that's what they're doing. Okay. Wow. So he gets a kit from the hospital, generic kit, and he gives it to them for Abby's testing. He provided it back to him, to Dr. Core and his staff. So, and he seals it again. So I guess they're just trying to say Brandon helped on this one, and Brandon Mullins for Abby. So when was it that he jumped into Brandon Mullen? First time he mentions him coming there to help him do something. So there's Brandon is his helper, not Dr. Core's, right? Right. He's his colleague, this Brandon Mullen. It was taken by Brandon for drying. So Brandon then gets to deliver this all by himself. Well, he's taken there for drying. What? What's he taking for drying at this time? Because the kit was given back to him from Dr. Core and his staff. He sealed it again, and it bears his initials. And he's, oh, actually, wait, sorry. It bears Brandon's initials, not 2 instead of his, he meant to say. So this one was signed by Brandon. And then Brandon was taken by Brandon. The kit was taken for drying prior to entry into the lab managers. I don't know. I must be confused, so it just sounds weird. So well, it just seems like there's a whole convoluted story for some pretty stuff that doesn't need to be so, like, but then they slip this stuff in. Like maybe it's a typo, or maybe they misheard, or something. I don't know. It just seems like he gives him a kit. He had, obviously they got a fresh kit, like, you know, it comes from this guy's hands, right? He gives it to the doctor, right? So nobody's messed with it. The doctor uses the SA kit, so it's legit. And he only, you know, they don't go pass it around to 20 people. Like, the doctor hands it back to him, he seals it and signs it. Wonderful. That's great. That's a very good procedure. He's, you know, then he does it again with another kit, but it seems like he gets this one from the hospital. Does he say that, the other one? So this is a very standard kit. The SA one, he's about to hand him. He gets it from the hospital. This is for Abby. But does he do that same thing for Libby? Because he says the same shit. Before he does the same process, but yeah. From the Terre Haute and transported for storage to Lafayette Security. So, oh boy, it could be just me. Just seems like there's a whole lot of weird descriptions. Wow. Maybe I'm thinking too much. I should just read it. Sorry, guys. Now, where the fuck was I? Oh my goodness. Where the fuck was I? Seems like it's saying the same thing over and over again, pretty much. And you seal it again. So there's that weird part of when Brandon comes in. So here. So, I was just curious so it's on volume 11, page 232 here. So they seem to just jump into something that needs to be taken for drying. But maybe it's just me. After they do the kit thing, he thinks it's got his initials on it. Then, oh, sorry, wait. This is when now it bears Brandon's initials. So there's a switch here. And then whatever this is, it's not the kit, because this needs to be taken by Brandon for drying. And are they taking a kit back for drying? No. They're taking a clothing item or something, which was. I'm going to move on. 175. Oh, well, wait. Oh, maybe. See, if I just keep reading, I sit there for 5 minutes trying to figure shit out. And it's most likely going to be cleared up right here. And if I just kept reading, I hear Fishy right now is throwing stuff at her screen, telling me, just keep reading, you dope. And I'm like, yes, I agree, Fishy. I'll keep reading. I agree. 174. So can we go back to that item? 174? Yeah, so that it was sealed by me. It has both seals. Sealed by Brandon Mullen. These red evidence seals are actually inside and contained within the initial kit. He actually closed the box and provided it to me, and provided me with his seals on it when he handed it to me. Oh boy, so he gets to intercept that. Mullen, what? Why would that be? So the doctor handed it to him to hand to you? Oh boy, what's with all this convoluted shit? Because he's doing so good. And Brandon needs to hand that to you? Like, are you training him? Help? Is he? I mean, if you're training him and he needs to help, fine. This Brandon guy's jumped in. And it's this weird Mullen name. If this guy's related to Steve Mullen, it's going to be wild. That's so convoluted. So here's me getting confused, right? Wondering what the fuck's going on. And then his next, he's confused too. He's like, oh, can we go back? So something happens here. It seems like I got a kit from it's a legit kit. Nobody's touched this kit. It's a standard essay kit. I hand it to the doctor for Libby. He does the essay, whatever it says, they probably have to take a few swabs from a certain place, whatever. He seals it, the doctor seals it up, hands it back to Olehay. Olehay's, marks it and puts it and gets it, nobody else. He gets it back. But then the kit he gets for same thing. He gets a kit from the hospital. It's a standard kit. He does it for Abby. Olehay provides it for the doctor. But when it comes back, it was provided to the doctor and his staff. And is Mullins his staff? Then he says, I sealed it again and it bears my initials, right? But then he's like, oh, actually it bears Brandon's initials. It was taken by Brandon for drying. So they're talking about a piece of clothing or something that needs to go get dried. And then he's like confused. He's like, oh my gosh, can we go back and talk about the 174? Because it's this, because they're moving on to one. He wants to still talk about the one he was just confused about. Because then it was sealed again and it bears his initials. Actually, it bears Brandon's initials. And something was taken back by Brandon to get dried, which they're talking about SA kits, not clothing. So they've left out what clothing must have. I mean, I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying it seems weird. Maybe they included the, like the undergarments they had to get them to be included in this kit in his presence for him to do it. And then they have to take them back to continue drying or something. So that it was sealed by me. So they're unsealing probably some evidence to them, which would probably be like the underwears or whatever, to us to include. So they're probably unsealing something and resealing it, which I'm fine with. I'm not saying, I'm just trying to understand. So sorry, guys. Sorry if I'm sounding convoluted here, but that's my process. I'm a dope. I'm a confused old man trying to make sense of life. I'm a growing boy, venturing into his early 50s, still learning about life. These evidence seals are actually inside and contained within the initial kit. So he actually closed the box and provided me with his seals on it when he handed it to me. Are you seeing your initials? In the autopsy, there are Brandon's initials. And then I resealed it again additionally after I took it from him and sealed it with my initials. And this is for Abby, is that right? Just for Abby. It seemed to get convoluted. He doesn't even answer. Oh, yeah, so he does. I took it to the lab. Yes, That's for Abby, yes. And it bears the sticker, bears the reference Lafayette Post, yes. So Sergeant Mullen did take several items to Putnamville for drying, but not State's Exhibit 174. Not the sexual, no, not 174. No, he took it there. But Mullen, the Sergeant Mullen guy, intercepted 174 for some reason, and he had to take something back to get dried because they're talking about 174. So Mullins, he intercepted it and handed it to him. That's weird. Something's weird with this 174 kit, Abby's kit. So Sergeant Mullen did take several items to Putnamville for drying, but not State's Exhibit 174. No, of course not. That's the kit. Why would that have to go for drying? No, he took it for where? Oh boy, I'll check on that again later. Let's move on. So 174. If you guys in Olehay's Exhibit 174, Abby's SA kit. Something's not right with that. And then this fucking Mullins name pops up, even though it's not Moon Man's Steve Mullins. It showed up at a weird time too, because when he goes to the hospital, instead of getting the other CSI guys to help, he calls in this Mullen guy from a whole other county. It has nothing to do with anything. He called him in. So instead of, like, why isn't Olehay using his guys? He's like, these guys, Paige, Dwayne Datsman, could be good guys to help him do this stuff. For whatever reason, he's just a Mullen guy who's from a whole other county and has nothing to do with anything. But so let's move on. So 174, Abby's SA kit, handling of it. Something needs to get dried. We don't know what it is. Then these gets handed to this guy who's his initials go on it, but then his initials go over top of it or something weird. Exhibit 175, again, a standard evidence kit, SA evidence collection kit. Another one? Wait. Same as this? No, wait a sec. We've done both kits. We've done Abby's and Libby's kit. What's 175? What was Libby's kit? It should be 173 there. So Libby's collected by me and packaged me and bears me. So wait. So we have two boxes here. 170. Okay, so they're talking about 174. So what's Libby's kit? What's 173? Oh my god. So 172. It's a swab. It's collected by me and packaged. So it's a swab. So 173 is another swab. Okay, so the SA kits are 174 and 175. So we have two boxes. So yeah, 174 and 175. So these are the SA kits. He's going to hand them specifically to the guy, right? So 174 is Abby's, and 175, they were going to do Libby's now? Sorry, I thought they already did Libby's. Maybe I'm wrong. I could have sworn they did Libby's already. I thought they did Libby's first. This is all salt kit. These are prepared collection kits from the autopsies and Canadian embarrassments. I could be wrong. I thought they did Libby's first. I might have mistook it for these swabs. My fault. So we're doing Libby's swabs, not the SA kit. I guess I must have confused. Sorry, guys. So it's a bunch of swabs that. All right, I'm not gonna get stuck on it. So we're going to be doing Libby's now. Her kit. They've done all the swabs. Are you seeing your initials? Sorry, are you seeing your initials in the autopsy? There are Brandon's initials, and then I resealed it again. Additionally, after I took it from him and sealed it with my initials. And this is for Abby, is that right? I took it to the Lafayette. Yes, it's for Abby. And it bears the sticker. Bears the reference Lafayette Post. Yes. So Sergeant Mullen did take several items to Putnamville for drying, but not State's Exhibit 174. Not the essay kit. No, I took it. And Exhibit 175. Again, a standard evidence kit, essay evidence collecting kit. Same as this. It's identical in every manner. And for which person? So, sorry, my fault, I guess. This was collected from the deceased Libby, collected by Dr. Core and his staff. It was closed and the attached seals were affixed by Sergeant Mullen. And so Mullen gets his hands on both the essay kits. This Mullen, for some reason, they need him to get to be there. And then I continued my sealing process. So Mullen grabbed him, but he sealed it for Mullen. What? If Mullen has it, he should seal it with his signatures. And the last one, Abby's, Mullen got his hands on it. He closed and attached seals were affixed by Mullen's, but Mullen put his signature, his initials or signatures. But it doesn't sound like he does it here, because then I continued my sealing process with my initials. The last one he said his were over top of his or something, right? But he doesn't mention he puts his initials on it. So it was closed and then attached. The seals were affixed by Mullen, but he left out that he put his initials on it. And he was very clear with the initials on every time. So Mullins is handed the kit. But I thought there was a time where he says he handed it to Core himself and got it back. Yet this time, this Mullins is in on Libby's. Yet, because in the first time I could have sworn it was Libby first who he handed a fresh kit to him and he handed it back to him. And this Mullins wasn't involved. But yet, now this Mullins is involved in both kits. But this Abby's, he puts his initials on, and he puts his initials on after his initials. But this one, it just says the seals were attached by this guy. Maybe he forgot to initial it, because then he continued my sealing process, but his initials definitely get on it. This is Olehay, so could be just they might have left it out. That seems weird. He's been mentioning initials. The first kit sounded like you said Libby's was handed to him and back to him only. Then I thought Mullins came in on Abby's kit. It turns out Libby's hasn't started yet or whatever. Then there's it's just these two. I think if anyone's bored, or not bored, but looking in on this whole 174, 175, Abby and Libby's SA kits, and this whole handing to the doctor and getting him back, and this Mullins guy is in initials. So I'm going to check on that later. I'll move on. Sorry, guys. Let me first take a quick drink, okay? Anyone's still here? 26 people. Oh, my goodness. That's 1 sec. I'm here. Sorry, I need to finish my coffee. It's getting too cold. I'm going to chug it. 1 sec. And we're back. Let's do this. Crime labs, yes. Seems like a whole, like the storage. Yeah, it seems like it's just weird. This Mullins guy, it's especially with all this. The worst part is the last name is Mullen. Just just seems weird how he steps in at this time. And boy. Exhibit 176. This is a trace fiber collected by me at the autopsy of Abby from the upper left arm. The autopsy. The item inside actually contains a paper spindle or a piece of paper folded up around the actual fiber materials to keep it in, so you can easily find it when you open the package and keep it protected within the package so it doesn't get lost inside the package. It was collected by me, sealed and initialed with my identifying number and my initials. It was collected at the autopsy and transported. Okay. The items that you indicated, Sergeant Mullen collected. Why is this? It's almost like they're trying to cover up for something this guy's done. Sergeant Mullen. It's not Moon Mullins. It's not Investigator Mullins or Chief Mullen or anybody. This is a Sergeant Mullen from another county. So the items that you indicated Sergeant Mullen collected at the autopsy, I do believe you testified yesterday that was for the drying purposes. Well, yeah, but he's got his hands on the SA kits too. So no, there was that weird incident where something, most likely like underwears, that they must have had to bring back, and I'm only guessing, trying to make sense of this, but it wasn't. No, he didn't. We collected something that I do believe you testified yesterday that was for the drying purposes, right? That's correct. And the Putnamville district was a better drying room. Their facility was much improved for drying of the items. Sounds like you're just laying them on a thing with the air being circulated in a room. It's still not dry by this time, eh? The fuck? Oh, this stuff is wet. What day is this? Must be days later. Fucking shit is soaking wet. Because it was drying for a while already. They must have collected it to bring to this autopsy to then dry again more. Whew. Wow. I'm gonna hand you State's Exhibit 177. It's a black hooded sweatshirt. It's a Gildan brand, size 2XL, with Delphi swimming printed on the front and the word German printed on the back. It bears red stains, and the item also contains a paper bag. So it was sealed by Sergeant Mullen, and it's been entered into the lab. Wait, he wasn't at the scene. How is he sealing stuff? Oh, from the autopsy. Sorry. Wait, so this is the one that Abby had on. Was she wearing a black? Was it? Yeah. Was it black? Wait. I should be looking at it. So this is from the autopsy. Man. It's using the same lab number and its own individual barcode, 178. From the autopsy, collected by Sergeant Mullen, a sealed paper bag containing a pair of blue jeans, Maurice's brand, size X large, with red stains and dirt on them. This item also contains a paper bag the jeans were transported in from autopsy. So it must be Libby's that Abby was still wearing, because if it came from autopsy, right? It was sealed and it's going to be needed to be dried, right? Yeah, the other guy wasn't sure if they were wet, the CSI guy. But then if it's in a paper bag, I don't even know anymore. The item also contains a paper bag the jeans were transported in from the autopsy. It was sealed and initialed by Sergeant Mullen and bears the lab evidence number. This is almost barcode stuff. And it was collected at the autopsy. So 177 was the sweatshirt, and 178 the jeans the jury saw in the photograph that were worn by Abby. That's true. Yeah, this was black. Yeah, that's correct. Okay, 180. Right. So 180 seems really convoluted. And this Mullins guy showed up at all these weird times, touching stuff. Like the SA kit, like It just sounded weird when the first kit, I could have sworn they said Olehay had it. It was an official kit. He hands it to the doctor. The doctor does Libby's first and then hands it back to him. And, then the second one seems to be handed to, but then it was handed back to him and signed, but yet, wait, oh no, it was handed to Mullen, this guy. And then it turns out both of them were handed to Mullen now. And then, but the one might not have been initialed. The first one was initialed by him and he put his seal and initials over it. But then the second one, he just says he put his seals on it, but he doesn't say anything about that Mullen initialing the Libby's, right? But then he makes sure his initials are on it. So maybe they're mistaken, and I'm not trying to pick. They're being very specific, right? So when they leave something out, it makes me wonder. It's possible they forgot or they're confused too. Because fuck. It's a long time ago. It's a sealed paper bag, okay, containing a gray cotton bra, Fruit of the Loom brand, size 34 with red stains on it. It also contains a bag the bra was transported from in the autopsy. So I guess it sounds I'm probably being picky. It probably sounds like when they're doing an SA kit, maybe they bring the clothes that were being already sealed once back and having to unseal them to have this doctor, when he's doing his SA kit, maybe has something in that kit to also check some, at least like the underwears and stuff like that, right? Especially if they're wearing them again. So that would probably be what's going on. And then they have to reseal those again and take them back for more drying, or I don't know. And they're using the paper bags because they don't want to be in plastic, because that would compromise anything that's from DNA. Oh boy. I'm sure it all makes sense, right? If there is an issue, maybe it'll come up in cross. You know what, V? You're awesome. Thank you. Yes. Keep reading, because you're right. This is the prosecution, so he's going to handle them with baby gloves, and hopefully the defense will kind of give us, you're so right. I'm an idiot. Thank you for being here, V. You're awesome. So keep reading, you confused old man. This is the prosecution who's tickling these guys by the taint and holding their balls to walk them through this. And when the defense starts asking them, it's going to make a lot more sense, because they're going to try to actually trip them up and get the truth. Right. Oh my goodness. Thank you, V. Thank you. I'm being very serious. Thank you. So let's move on. Old man. Confused old man. Let's move on. 179. This is States 179, collected at the autopsy by this Sergeant Mullen, taken to the Putnamville Post for drying, containing a pink sleeveless shirt, unknown brand and size with red stains. So there's all this from the autopsy. It bears a signature and seals initialed by Sergeant Mullen. Excuse me. So 181 from the autopsy on the 15th, collected in my presence. So now this is in his presence. Oh boy. It was collected at autopsy, collected in my presence. It's the first time you've kind of said that. What the fuck? Wasn't everything in you just got to do it. So this was in his presence. So it's got to be. It bears the item in a sealed paper bag containing a black bra, unknown brand, size 34A, with red stains. It also contains the paper bag the bra was transported in from the autopsy on that date. It is initialed and sealed by Sergeant Mullen, but it was in his presence, everyone. Just so you know, it was in his presence. These were the other garments, the pink top, the gray bra, and the black bra. That's correct. From the body of Abby. That's correct. Was 169 admitted, Your Honor? Was that part of the group? Yes. So I would move the admission of 170, Your Honor, to 181. All right. Okay. Oh, Wait, maybe not yet. So Rosie, no objection. Judge go, all right, without objection, 170 to 181, inclusive, are admitted. So Mr. Luttrell, Your Honor, at this time I would ask leave, given the fact that there's been a lot of description by the witness of various markings and stickers. I'd ask leave to pass to the jury in their sealed conditions, 146, 147, 148. Why does the jury need to hold them or something? So that they can see them for themselves? What? So they can see the whole. So this is, wasn't 147 and 148 the essay kits? Oh boy. So the court needs to see this. So everything they said is actually how it happened then. Look at it, it matches. These fucking jurors their heads must be spinning now with all these descriptions. Oh my goodness. And I've had a year and whatever to ponder this and read it a couple times. And I'm still confused as fuck. Got Google. I can stop and pause. I can take a nap and start tomorrow. And oh my goodness, these jurors must be so fucking confused. And they're handing them this stuff with all these everything I just said. Does it check? Look, yeah. Oh, yeah, sure. I guess because I have no idea what you really said. Looks good to me. Oh my God. Okay, you may confuse the fuck out of the jurors. Oh, officer, you can go ahead and have a seat. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry you were standing there. The jury's done. They're all confused as fuck. They want to sit down. They want to go for lunch themselves. Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to show you a photograph you identified yesterday that was conditionally admitted into evidence subject to Dr. Corr's testimony. By the way, when we say Dr. Corr, that's K-O-H-R. Is that correct? That's correct. Just to keep it clear, yes, just so everyone's clear, right. Exhibit 123, without showing it to the jury, would you examine that? What is that a photograph of? That is a photograph taken of autopsy of Abby. Some of the clothing items found on her have already been removed. This is a layered photo showing an item of evidence we just handled. It's she's wearing what I would call a pink sleeveless shirt underneath. It was underneath a black sweatshirt. And did you notice at the time and in the photograph, did you notice any lines of discoloration on that top? Yeah, there are red staining areas of presumed blood, as well as some area of lines. I'm talking about the lower part of the shirt. Some lines on it indicating moisture and wetness to the item. And did you notice that the sweatshirt itself was damp? I believe you testified. It was. At ground zero, it was found damp in the condition they were found at the scene, and it was still damp the following day at autopsy. How's it? It's fucking really damp. The one she's wearing is still wet the next day. Didn't they take? Oh, because it's still. They seal. She's still on her, right? Yes, and they seal it in the bag too. So that's. And then the pink top that was underneath it, you were able to see it better at the autopsy, correct? That's correct. Does the photograph show the moisture still on the white on the top? I believe the photograph clearly depicts the moisture area on the lower portion of the top. 1 sec, need a drink. Right. Yeah. Definitely. Because even if there is a mistake there, it's kind of like these jurors, their heads are spinning, right? So what are you going to say? No, this isn't what you kind of just said it was. Like, right. Their fucking heads are spinning. Yeah. Okay. He said, even if they can, like there's initials. I see his. And I mean, what are they going to do? They're not going to pick it apart like us for a year or two, right? Yeah. Like they're there at this day and they're going to be literally confused as fuck with all those descriptions. And I don't want to mean like bored, but I mean, that's a whole they did repeat a lot of the same stuff over and over again, and so that makes total sense. But it's almost like there was, to me, it's almost there was a whole thing with this Mullen guy coming in. He's coming in to help him while he has two other helpers that he doesn't call because he's a CSI guy, right? He has these two guys here, Paige and Datsman, who are all up in this. All of a sudden, he needs to call some guy named Mullen from a whole other county who has nothing to do with anything. He says it, and then there's this whole, I hand the doctor these essay kits that have never been touched by man before. So it's me, which is good. Like, I mean, it's a chain of custody. Like, I had the kit. I look at the kit is certified. It's a brand new kit. I hand it to the doctor. He performs the tests and swabs. It does whatever the essay kit. You know, they have a standard essay kit. Then he hands it back to me. And then, so when I put it in this, you know, it's good. It's good. Then there's that second one where it's like, oh, but this one, I hand it back. I do it. But, oh, wait, I forgot. Can we go back to that one? No. Mullins had his hand on it. It was handed to Mullen, who then put his initials on it to hand to me. And meanwhile, that Mullen came to help him. But is that part of, like, is he need to stand between him and Dr. Core to hand him this? Like, is that the help he's doing? Like, couldn't Dr. Core, like, just the essay kit stuff is, and the whole putting their seals on it and then their initials on it. But one of them didn't, or one of them he did seal and hand to me. So Core handed it to Mullen. He sealed it, but didn't say nothing but his initials. And there's something up here. You know what? So because of, in fact, why did you have Sergeant Mullen take those items from the autopsy to Putnamville instead of you taking them to Lafayette? Because of the drying room capabilities of the Putnamville Post and the drying room capabilities of, or lack thereof, of the Lafayette district. Okay. So they have a better drying room, like better racks, better air circulators. Come on. Those items were still wet. Man, they're also, and they were on her body, right? Although they were sealed in the bag, but they were still wet. Ones she was wearing, they're not even saying damp. They're saying wet. Well, maybe I'm picking away. Sorry, guys. Sorry. They still have been wet from what was presumed to be moisture from water. Oh, goodness. And or moisture from biologics to include presumably blood. Didn't somebody say something about peeing on somebody? I don't want to be a jerk, but I thought somebody said something about, so Elvis said spit, right? I thought somebody said something about peeing one time too. I don't want to sound weird. Hey, what's up, Sammy? Hi, Miranda. What's up? Miranda's here. Sammy's here. Sammy is going to, a few other people have promised they're going to watch every one of my live streams when they need to catch up, right? So they should be done by mid January of 2026. Miranda, you've been here a while. Sorry I missed you come in. If you're still here, hopefully. Hi. Oh, you were just stopping in. What was it, 2:12? Well, it was only 3 minutes. Okay, good. Sorry. Felt like it was longer. So, thanks for being here, guys. If you're still here, or if you're falling asleep, or if you're watching a replay, hello to you all. And Merry Christmas. So maybe I should just read, right? I feel V is yelling and Fishy is throwing shit at her screen right now. I feel it. Keep reading, you dope. Yes. The defense is going to rip them apart. Okay, good. I agree, guys. I hear you now echoing in my head. In order to dry them, properly preserve the potential evidence, soaking wet clothes now. Oh my goodness. Decaying, degrading in paper bags. Oh my God. Are you familiar with a cartridge? What do I think you may have answered? Another witness may have answered. What do we call the end of the cartridge. That's not the bullet end. The case, the primer end of the cartridge would be called the head stamp area. Man, fucking bullets. If someone there's the primer area that's got a head stamp on it. There's the casing, which is but together it's a cartridge, and the bullet is the lead part in the end of it, and it can be different colors. And, oh my goodness. But it's true. It's good to be very specific. And it also contains the primer in a semi-automatic cartridge. Oh my goodness. And did the cartridge that is it automatic bullets different? I don't even know. So it's a semi-automatic cartridge. Would it like a full-on automatic machine gun have different type of cartridges? Oh my goodness. And did the cartridge that you collected was a Winchester Smith and Wesson 40 caliber? Yes, it was. That's the brand and the caliber, then the caliber. Thank you. I have no further questions. Okay, goodness. Rosie's up. Let's do this, guys. Here, let's make sense of this, Rosie. Come on. Dear God, please make sense of this guy. Mr. Rosie, thank you. I'm chopping at the bits to rip this guy a new asshole. Let's do it. Let's fucking do it. Oh. Cross-examination of Detective Brian Olehy. Questions by Mr. TikTok dancing sensation with the sexy socks, Bradley A. Rosie. Let's do this. One of the most common rounds of ammunition you'll find anywhere, isn't it? Smith & Wesson? I would say so. Okay. All right. You went through a lot of exhibits today. I think I counted about 48 of them. And let me hand you what's been marked. May I approach, Judge? You may. I'll hand you what's been marked 151. States 151, just so we can kind of make sure we are coordinated there in terms of exhibits. Is that the exhibit that is reflected as a swab of the inside of Libby's left wrist? Is that right? That's correct. It's a swab. And one of the reasons why you would take oh my goodness, I was asking this earlier. Why you would take a swab like that is because there may be an opportunity to take that sample from that swab, and use it for DNA purposes, right? It could be used for that, yes. That's one of the primary reasons, really, why you retain these kind of things, right? Collect and retain them? Collect and retain, yes. Okay. And was there any information that was generated from the swab that connects Mr. Allen with this crime scene? Not aware of any. Okay. Do you think you probably would be considering the scope of this investigation if that were the case? I'm sorry, considering the scope? Yeah, considering the attention that this investigation has gotten. Do you think that you'd probably be aware of that as you sit here today, if that were true? I would assume I would, yeah. Somebody would have told me. Probably would have saw it in the news, for sure. Pretty obvious. They have no DNA connecting Mr. Richard Allen. Okay. Sorry, 152. A swab of the inside right wrist of Libby. Any information generated from that connecting Mr. Allen to this crime scene? Why are they doing the wrists? Am I missing something? Or is it just not that I'm aware of? So 153, a swab above the belly of Libby. So it's just, he's going to say all of them. And yes, none of them connecting Richard Allen. Every swab taken above her knee, above her wrist, above her belly button. So none of it connects Richard Allen. So he's kind of just, okay, so I'll go here. 155, strike that. That was a strand of fibrous material. 156, a swab of blood stained from one of the trees out there. Any information that the swabs Mr. Richard Allen? Not that I'm aware of. So 158, so all the stuff on the ground. It's basically going to be nothing. All those swabs they've described are from near Libby's foot or anywhere. None of them are connecting Richard Allen. And this Luttrell's got to jump in because this is looking bad, right? Oh my goodness. We just tried to swindle these we tried to confuse the shit out of the jury. And now this guy's making it clear that we have no DNA from Richard Allen. Not that they tried to pretend there was, but Latrell jumps in. He's, to which I would object, Your Honor. I've not objected till now, but this is not the witness, as he's already stated previously, that did any analysis or was directly involved in that. That witness will testify, and so it's inappropriate for this officer or this witness to testify and answer that question. I object. So it's inappropriate for this guy who collected the DNA to talk about the DNA, yet the other fucking guy can answer about, might even know it was another guy, I forget his name, can answer about the audio because he listened to some phone calls. So he can say, the other cop is qualified to say that because he listens to audio, he can then, his professional ears tell us that it's Richard Allen's voice that says down the hill. As an audio expert that he is not, well, he was able to, but this guy collects all this DNA and he can't comment about the DNA. Any response? Well, Rosie says, Judge, he said, I'm asking him if he's aware of any information that came from any of this. That's all. Yeah. He's not asking him to talk about it. He's saying, have you heard, that any of this stuff has come back to Richard Allen? Because he testified that this is a case that's gotten a lot of attention. Right. I think he's not asking him to answer about the DNA, just as he heard. So Latrell's like, so now my objection is relevant. It isn't relevant whether he's aware of it or not. It's that question can be posed to the analyst that actually did know. Well, I would overrule the objection. Good. What? Wait. Well, I would overrule the objection, the first objection, but I will sustain it on relevance as to this witness. So, Judge, Rosie says, Judge, may I believe that his knowledge that Mr. Allen may be connected to this crime scene has a tendency to prove or disprove that he's involved in this crime. So it's relevant for that reason. So it's like you're allowed to use state witnesses to confirm your biases, right? Like things that, like the other guy, he listened. He's a cop who's told to listen to the phone calls and totally unrelated. They get to ask, the prosecution gets to use his as a reference as to if he believed the voice he heard was Richard Allen, which has nothing, but then when they want to use these guys to defend the witness, because they're there to just collect the evidence. So both sides, it's only like, no, it's like we're stacked on this side. It can only help us. It can never help you. So she sustained the objection, Mr. Rosie. So no, you didn't. Wait a second, because it was the first. You did not. Because you're overruling. So you sustained the objection. Sustained. Oh no, she confirmed it, but she kind of didn't. She objected and confirmed. So she would have objected first, but she'll sustain it because it's to the wrong person. So she does sustain it. I thought. Thank you. All right. Oh my goodness, I have two. My little yellow thing won't go away. Oh boy, sorry guys. You see it? That's going to drive me nuts. I have two. Won't go away. What did I do? Oh, I must have did something there. How did I do that? So I could do this to Mark. It's like I left it there, and that was cool. How did I do that? Sorry. All right. In the course of your investigation, with regard to collecting all of these items, whatever they are, swabs, clothes, whatever it was, did you ever speak with anyone that was involved in the analysis of those items in terms of what those results were? It's the same thing, kind of, letting that go. Because, again, I can see it now. He's objecting, so I'll keep reading. Sorry. I don't have any specific recollection of a direct conversation with any of the analysis about the result of the items. Directly having any conversation about it, no. Okay. And that includes the analysis of that bullet that's sitting there. Item 148. What? The bullet wasn't 148. I thought those were the sex assault kits. Wasn't 148 and 147 the SA kits? 148. Maybe I have it wrong. Laboratory item, the cartridge. So what were the SA kits? Sorry, I must have a different number. So I'm here on page 72, line 17. Those SA kits, what were those numbers there? Oh, maybe it was 147 and 140. So what was I looking at here? Oh my God. Page 72. Such a fool. Such a fool. Swear to God, too, I marked it. I should know. Oh, I did. I should mark it bigger. 148. What were those SA kits? I'm dying to go back. I'm dying. Damn gull. Been smoking. Oh my goodness. Cool. Page 72, line 17. I'm not going to touch it. I'm going back. I got to know what those SA kits were. I could have sworn they were the same as that. Oh, maybe it was one. Okay, sorry. That's probably what. Oh, yeah, 174. Sorry, I'm an idiot. Page 72. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. I hear fishies yelling now. Sorry. V and fish here. Yes. 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 Sorry. It's V's pulling her hair out. Fishy's fucking just like, oh my God, where's my vape? This fucking idiot. He's like a squirrel chasing a peanut. You're right. I hear you. I agree. I will never, ever do that again for you. Okay? I promise. Okay. And that includes the analysis of the bullets that's sitting there, item 148, which isn't 178 or 170. It's not the SA kits. Move on. I've never had any conversation with any analyst about the cartridge. Okay. Do you have any information that you've gathered in the course of the investigation about the results of the analysis of any of this, whether you've gotten it from another investigating officer or objection, some other law enforcement authority? I fail to see the relevance in that question. I'm asking him what the results are of the information he gathered at the scene. I think it's highly relevant. Perhaps this is Gull. Perhaps for another witness. So good question. Wrong guy. What? Sustained the objection. You heard of the concept of crime scene integrity, Mr. Olehay? Yes, sir. Okay. And we talked, give me the sticks. Come on. Rip these guys a hole about the sticks. How ridiculous this leaving those sticks was. Okay. And we talked earlier about this. But would you agree with me that generally involves the idea that you would maintain some confidentiality? Oh, this is a leak stuff. Okay. At least in part with this crime scene. Now, so basically, I thought they said at the beginning, a searcher, right? Yes, TJ too. I hear you. I hear you. Are you feeling a bit better? That's good. You're yelling. That's a good sign. You must be feeling okay enough to yell. Yeah. I hope you're feeling better. But this whole crime scene stuff, like, they only said that Melissa, or the Aunt Melissa one that ran past Giancola and Yoder so fast that they couldn't even talk to her and ask her if she was a witness, a victim, or someone was chasing her. They're going looking for two bodies, and this woman, she runs so fast they can't, and they've gone down the hill. So I mean, it's just that little area, right? So she's whipped right past them, and they can't even help her or see if she's a perp or a victim or just another type of Betsy Blair doing laps in the wood, and she needs to be a witness. I don't know. So she whips past them so fast. These two, Pat Brown and her, are technically what they've said so far, maybe are the only people that have been close enough. And although the other guy that was standing there for a long time, he's got to be the guy who leaked those crime scene photos of that shirt. Yet it can't be him because he never seemed to get across this water yet. So when they took photos of it, somebody was really close to the searchers. But yet they're saying at the crime scene, the only two searchers that were right near the crime scene were Pat Brown and the Melissa one. But the ones on around the clothing, the one Haygood guy or whatever, the propane guy who walked for 4 hours up from Riley Park at 8 a.m. to 12:15 or so to find this shirt. But he stands on the other side pointing at this shirt. He can't, his boots are too short to get across. So it must have been the other guys that took photos because they're right on top of these clothing. And actually they're in the water, doesn't it? I feel like they're standing in the water taking, oh boy. So what I'm trying to say is if things leaked from the crime scene, they're saying only Aunt Melissa and Pat Brown. So it had to be one of them. Or Yoder and June Cole themselves. Oh boy. Because right after that, they're immediately sealed. No, completely sealed crime scene. The integrity was kept. So I think the integrity of the crime scene and the integrity of the investigation are separate and distinct, but also both of the same importance. Okay, so let's talk about those two prongs. One of them is that you want to maintain the integrity of that scene. You don't want that information flowing out into the public. Is that right? Trying to maintain some privacy with that, I would say, yeah. And that could be pretty crucial to your investigation, because once that information gets out to the public, then it can be manipulated in many ways, right? That's possible. Okay. And then the other aspect of this is just kind of the hard science of making sure that there's nothing that's tampered with at crime scenes, or there's nothing that is disturbed before you get a chance to analyze it. Is that correct? I'd say yeah. Those are kind of the two primary parts of maintaining integrity, right? I would say they are part of the integrity. Integrity Weed Farm. No. What's that one on South Park? Integrity. That's Randy's weed farm. Integrity. Something weed. Oh, sorry guys. Are you aware of any information? Objection, Your Honor. He, the witness, was answering his question and was rudely interrupted by this TikTok dancing attorney with the sexy socks. He said yes. He was still talking when... And Gull cuts him off. He was still talking. Did you see that? Boo, boo. Beautiful Gull. He was still talking when... He was still talking. So he gets cut off by Gull, complaining about being cut off by him. Complaining about the guy being cut off by him. Beautiful. Finished talking. Oh, I was done. I was done. Ignore those two idiots. Oh, you were done talking, right? Oh, I was not, but that's fine. Oh, okay. Well, then finish what you were going to say. This is them. I'm not fucking around. This is really them saying this. I don't remember what I was going to say now. Where's my ball? I'm going to leave. I wish I had something to say because I want to say something. I wasn't done talking. I just forget what I was going to say. All right. Are you aware of any information in this case that suggested that there was a breach of the integrity of that crime scene? Objection. It's irrelevant. Overruled. Oh my goodness. Of course. This guy's a fucking main CSI guy. He tried to object to this. So here's that question again. Rosie's asking the main CSI guy, the main guy. He's like king CSI over everyone. He was their head CSI guy. All right. Are you aware of any information in this case that suggested that there was a breach of the integrity of that crime scene? Objection. It's irrelevant about this crime scene breaches to the main own crime scene guy. Go fucking finally. Must be the first time all trial. She's overruled. I'm not aware of any. You're not aware of any. Why didn't you say no? So did anybody suggest to you at any point, hey, there were some photos that were taken of the scene by individuals from the public? Oh, you're not aware of that? Yeah, bullshit. There's a whole fucking YouTube video about it. Come on. And this time, this is what? Page 2. It's like what? 7 years later. It's 2024. It's like literally 7 years and a few months, 6 months later. But even though those photos were definitely leaked before the gag order, when that guy put that video, the Gavin Fish guy on YouTube put a video of all those photo clothing, the clothing stuff in the water and the shoe and all that. And you're not aware of it within the last 2 years, eh? It's everywhere talking about it. The main CSI guy, even though you're retired, actually you're retired, you should be more aware of it because you're probably watching YouTube like us all day. Right? Right. Yeah, right. You see? So, he's no clue. Okay, sure, whatever. And what about any of the search party members that may have taken photos of the crime scene? I have no knowledge. He has no knowledge. No knowledge of what? Just in general. I don't know anything. I'm a dope. I show up to a crime scene, sticks that the guy's touched all over the bodies, and I fucking toss them off to the side. And I leave them there for 18 days in the woods. Is that something you think you would have knowledge of in a normal investigation? No. All right. Now, in terms of that, the crime scene in general, would you agree with me that when you got to that scene and first observed the scene, that there were some unique characteristics associated with that scene? To which I would object to the form of the question, Your Honor. Would you agree with me? Suggest he's offering his own opinion to the jury. So I'd object to the form. I'll rephrase that question. Sustained. Well, he was going to. Yeah, you see, she's got to jump in at any time because he's like, okay, well, I guess she has to say that. See, he would object. So, oh my God, these people. Where were there some unique circumstances associated with the scene when you got there? I would say every scene presents its own unique circumstances. No, not every. Well, this one. Let's talk about this one. Oh, he does the same thing. Okay, what about that one? As well as all scenes, this one presented unique circumstances. Oh, one girl was naked, right? This scene, yes. And another one was dressed, right? That's correct. And those girls were laying on the ground, and there were sticks laying on their bodies, were there not? There were. And so it's probably the first time he's ever encountered this, obviously. And did it seem apparent to you that those sticks were not there coincidentally? That they were something that was intentionally placed there? They appear to be placed there by an individual. And did you place any significance in that aspect of the scene? That it appeared to be an attempt at concealment. That's what I assumed. Oh my God, are you really saying this at trial? What a fucking idiot. Oh my God. I need to take a drink. 1 sec. And we're back. Man, this guy's the head CSI guy saying this. Holy shit. He believed that these were attempt to hide the bodies. Oh my God. 22 years of CSI experience this guy has. He throws the sticks off to the side, doesn't collect them. And he believes they were there to fucking cover the body. Shouldn't Gull be jumping in and saying, dude, quit fucking around? Oh my God. So he believes that that it appeared to be an attempt at concealment. That's what I assumed. Oh my goodness. Okay, that was your assumption. That was a presumption. At any point in time, did you ever make the assumption that maybe there was some attempt to communicate some meaning by those sticks? Nope. Even as you sit here today, that thoughts never crossed your mind. I didn't see any significance in the position of the stick. Well, Mr. Ryan Winters, a cop, did. He fucking jumped out of his chair because he'd seen the photos of the crime scene of Abby's stick configuration, and then Abby's boyfriend's dad's Facebook posts or whatever of his hand tattoo or drawing or whatever was on his hand. Mr. Ryan Winters nearly bumped his head on the roof when he jumped out of his chair because it looks so similar. But you don't, eh? They appear to me to be positioned to conceal in some way the fruits of the crime. So is this the undoing guy, or is that Holman? Oh my goodness. Well, there's very little parts of those bodies were concealed, right? We can see that in the photos, right? Yeah, I mean, they were not completely covered. So it was. And did you find one of those sticks to have an artificial, I guess, a man-made cut on it? There may have been items. No, I didn't find anything that had a man-made cut to it as I would define a cut. Oh my God. Did you end up collecting those sticks on that day, March 14th? I did not. Okay. You waited to collect those sticks until a few days later, is that right? They were collected much later. They were collected later. Well, they said on the 15th is when they kind of piled them off on the side or whatever. And they went back on the March 3rd. So that was like 18 days later. But, by the way, the one guy said it, this Jason Page guy said it, he was sent back on March 3rd to get those sticks. And that's fucking 18 days after the 15th when they piled them off to the side. And was that outside of the normal course of investigation that you would collect sticks days later? It was. So who sent Jason Page back? Must have been this guy. Because he said it was that other guy goes back to get the sticks. And I think he even has someone help him, and he still thinks it was not a mistake to leave them in the first place. And it was dumb that he had to go back and get them or whatever. So it must have been this guy, because he's like the head CSI. So I'm trying to answer this question. Somebody suggested to you to go back and collect those sticks, right? They did. And in fact, there was a couple of occasions when you went back and collected some sticks. Is that right? I did not. No. Do you remember a conservation officer suggesting that happen? No. Ooh, conservation officer. Wow. You acknowledge that. Well, strike that. Are you aware of the original source of any of the clothing that was found on Abby at the scene? In other words, whose clothing that was determined to be at any point? I don't know what a determination officially was. The items appeared to be, one of the items had the name German on it, identifying it. I make the assumption that it belonged to Libby or a member of Libby's family due to the name being on the back of it. And then the sizing of the clothing was more consistent with the size of Libby than it was Abby. Some of the clothing appeared too large for Abby. The jeans and the sweatshirt appeared. So a lot of these to be other items. I'm sorry, go ahead. You may finish. I didn't mean to interrupt you. They just appeared to be other items not normally worn by Abby. What? How does he know what she's normally wearing? What the fuck? He must have just said that in a weird way. Oh boy. Yeah, it was Doolin. Most likely, yeah. 1 sec, taking a drink. And we're back. Away V goes. Boom. That's a weird statement, no? Or is it just me? I should read on, but so they just appeared to be other items not normally worn by Abby. What does Abby normally wear, young man? Okay. Wow. I guess it's because it's a swim shirt. Not normally. They probably just misspoke here because it's not normally worn. Like what? Like he knows what type of clothes he normally would wear. Okay, so the logical assumptions to be drawn there is that Libby was disrobed at some point and then those clothes ended up on Abby. Is that right? That would be a logical assumption. Oh, oh, okay. That makes sense. Yes, that would make sense. And makes perfect sense, V. And away V goes. Oh, I'm just kidding. Makes perfect sense, but not normally worn. Yeah. What if she's like bagging clothes? I'm not going to pick. Moving on. Were you able to make any assumption about the chronology of that happening? That would lead to a large amount of speculation of items that I don't have at hand. And were you able to make any assumption about the locations where that occurred? I was not. Whether it was on the south side of the creek, on the north side of the creek, or somewhere else. I'm not able to determine where and when those events occurred based on the evidence at the crime scene. Were you able to determine where any of those sticks came from at that scene? There were one of the largest pieces there was an indentation that it appeared that the stick had been moved from nearby the body. But that's just an assumption, and I'm in no position as an expert to determine the movement of items. Did you ever do any testing with regard to those sticks to determine what type of tree they came from or what their source was? No. That's a good point, right? Yeah, like how do they know they weren't brought in from out of state? Like these guys. There were shoe impressions found in various areas around ground zero. And even on the other side of the creek, is that right? I believe there were some found, yes. Okay, and some of those were along the banks of Deer Creek. I believe so, yes. And is it fair to say that there were signs that there had been foot traffic in that area prior to your arrival on that day? Sorry, I had to clear my throat. Oh, my goodness. I need to sit up, slouching. And my belly wasn't sticking out from under my t-shirt. Now it's definitely not. Alrighty. Where did I end up? Oh my God. So I'll just go here. So there's foot traffic on. So yes, I was aware of a very large search today. Yes, a very large search on the other side, and this easily penetrable creek that you needed to guard because it's so easy to get to. And this guard gnome walked these two girls across so easily, kept the searchers out of this area for 22 hours. Yes, I'm aware of a very large search the day of prior to everywhere except this football-sized field area because it was impenetrable. You couldn't get down from there. You couldn't come from Ron's. You couldn't go down in a cemetery and find. Couldn't even cross this little creek for whatever reason. Yes. By multiple searchers and a whole search by the family and friends the previous night in the general area. Yes. And even the Tuesday morning, this area had either been searched so prolifically, so well, or it was still that Tuesday morning, the 5-6 hours before they were found, there was so many searchers, or it had already been searched so well that the family and everyone had other people had moved on to start searching in fields near their home. They didn't come back to this area that morning, they said. So obviously, there was either still so many searchers that were not able to get across this creek or get down from any of the other 3 points of ingress, whatever the right word is. They could have come down from Ron's. They could have come down from the cemetery. They could have come down from where you get on the bridge. And apparently, it's very simple for a garden gnome to walk across this creek. And Giancola and Yoder need to guard it after the bodies are found because it's so easy to get across. Yet for 22 hours, nobody can get across. Nobody. There's no flashlights over there. There's a electromagnetic pulse. There's a space-time continuum that makes people walk around these bodies. The space-time, gravity pulls Yoder and Giancola around them to the, oh my goodness. Thank you. One of the things that can compromise the integrity of a crime scene, right? People have been walking around it. That's correct. And was there ever any determination by you to discern where any of those impressions came from? Not by me. We heard some testimony earlier that, hey, it was maybe, I think it was Mr. Datsman testified that, there was one shoe impression that was found that maybe had some similarities to one of the shoes that was recovered. Are you familiar with that at all? Well, yeah, you don't know about Datsman talking about this? You're his boss, basically. He talks about it. There was a partial shoe print found that looked exactly like Nike shoe prints. And he might even said it was up on top of where they came down or something. And you're not aware. This is your guy. You work over him. Datsman was one of your CSI, Jason Page and Dwayne Datsman. They're like a team. They're fucking 22 years of experience. They bumped heads and spent hours, you have no idea that Datsman found a partial print. Okay. And so in terms of any of those impressions, did you ever find any impressions from somebody who's wearing a smaller size shoe? Maybe, something the size of the girls? Not that I'm aware of. Okay. Was there any effort really to do anything with those shoe impressions to try and learn more from those impressions? I'm not aware of a specific effort to try to identify specifically to the shoes. The shoes had distinct and different characteristics to their soles. I was not privy to the specifics of any of the impressions taken. I know photographs were taken of the shoe impressions, but that's to the extent of my knowledge. This is kind of weird too, because one of the CS guy talks about, okay, so imagine we all have the same shoes on, the exact same size. Imagine we're all, 4 of us are walking with the exact same shoes, the exact same size. So we leave on the exact same trail, right? But there's a distinct mark, like a distinct in every right foot impression of one person. And then when you look at their shoes, you look at, and you find the person that has that oddity in their track. He said, the other guy explained it's almost helps it like a fingerprint where it, makes it more like you can actually find out whose shoe it came from. He was all, now this guy seems to be clueless about anything. And the other guy was like, yeah, even if 10 people had that Nike shoe print, and they're all the same size, even if the right impression of the one person had like a notch ripped out of it, and it was only one possible, leaving that little weird, the one that makes them all look different. The exact, we'd know who it was. So he seemed clueless. Yet the other guy was talking all about that, because I didn't even really think about that until the other guy brought it up. That's a whole other reason I never thought of. So it could be 10 people with Nikes, the exact same size, same tread pattern, exact same model shoe. And yet one person, if they had stepped on something and it took a chunk out in a weird spot, so theirs would have a distinction, And this guy's not aware of that. Wow. So you can't really draw any conclusions about those shoe impressions other than the fact that they exist, right? I know that there were impressions found near the area. Okay, fingerprints. Any attempt to lift any prints out there on the scene? Or was he trying to bait him into it because of the branches were not smooth? One guy says that's why we threw the branches off to the side, because they weren't smooth, as if he's implying that the only use you can get from those branches is if the person put a nice fingerprint on a smooth piece of bark, you know, there's types of trees like maple, and they have a smooth branch or something, you know. So no, there were no good, what I could call good substrates or locations to lift prints. Yeah, to include the bodies or doing any extra disturbance to the bodies at the scene, and the porous nature and the dirty nature of the sticks themselves. Clothing items were also not good for collecting fingerprints. Oh, what? Has anybody ever suggested you get fingerprints from clothing? Oh my God. Maybe a pleather pants, some tight, like Havy's Dwight Yoakam wearing those tight pleather leather pants. Maybe. Those are not good substrates to produce prints. Thanks. We need that. Okay. Anything up on the hybrid, a tree, a limb, anything like that was in the area on the south side of the hybrid that would have been valuable? Not that I'm aware of. I know there's a barrier up there we've seen in one of the photos on the south side of the high bridge that cuts across the bridge. Have you seen that barrier on the south side? I recall a barrier type, like a guardrail type of barrier. Wasn't that on the north side before you get on? Or blocking you from keep walking straight forward, I guess. Barrier. A guardrail type of barrier. Any attempt to collect anything up there? Not in that area that I'm aware of. Okay. Not by me. Sure. The F tree. You know what I'm talking about? I have some recollection of a tree with blood on it. Oh, God. Okay. Actually, I'm getting through this pretty quick. Okay. And you're familiar with that? There's a fairly sizable marking of blood on that tree, right? There is an area of red staining in the tree, which I presumed to be blood. You? Just so you guys can see. Because, man, I don't think I've ever seen this tree look so vivid. The picture that got out must have been the prosecution leaked the other picture, because for years we all looked at it and we weren't even sure what we were seeing. But if we saw this photo, like just this lighting or whatever, man, where is it? It's got to be here. So I know it's here. It's going to be soon. Oh, yeah, coming up right here. Ooh. Come on. Like, I guarantee you the prosecution put something like this out. The extra light almost makes it harder to see. If we saw this, like, I mean, it's like an E. Like, look at it. It's almost better farther away. I just don't recall seeing it so vividly. People were always like, I'm not sure, but I mean, it's very obvious. So they want you to think that if Libby's hand would be like, you know, it's got to be over 1.5 feet. They want you to believe that Libby grabs this and falls down or something. I don't know. Like she'd have to grab both hands and kind of, as if somebody's drawing this. Finally, a distraction that I found immediately and can move on from. That's awesome. Oops. So he's like, you? So they were talking about the F tree and presumed it was blood. So I presumed to be blood. Sure. Okay. Well, I mean, now you still presume, because I mean, you must have learned at some point, you and your guys collected samples of the blood swabs, and it was turned out to be Libby's blood. And he's still saying this? I presumed it to be blood. Well, yes, it was blood, and it was Libby's blood. You know this by now. Sure. Okay. And the trees garnered some attention, right? I mean, I think the entire matter has garnered much attention. Okay. All right. Well, we can agree on that. So, do you agree with me that one of the unique aspects of the marking on that tree was that there was a line, a vertical line, and it appears to be pretty straight? I never took any sort of a compass or, oh my goodness, you're an asshole, this guy. You need to have a fucking compass to tell that this is a straight line. It's almost perfectly straight, except it might kind of be curved a bit here. But I mean, you need a compass to measure this, eh? Or to compass. A compass helps you draw a circle, like a compass. You don't use a compass to measure. Well, I guess, no, not a straight line. You use a compass to get like the radius of a circle or the distance between, or to draw a circle, a compass. The square. So it's funny that he says compass, because a compass is the protractor thing. No, like the protractor holds the pencil, but a compass is 2 points where you can measure between 2 points the distance properly, and then put it on here to say compass. But it's not to help you get a straight line. Square would be, oh my goodness, this guy's awesome. So he doesn't, or direction, the radius of it, or the direction, like from a compass angle, or the straightness. It appears to be to go up and down the tree. Okay. Did you ever just look at it with your own 2 eyes and say, that's a pretty straight line? When I looked at it, it appears to be a large contact transfer of blood. Oh my goodness. Well, yeah, of course it's a transfer of blood. Something transferred it. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, early in this investigation, when you were out there on the 14th and 15th, and the days and weeks after that, did you ever take the time to have somebody look at that, examine that marking more closely? On the tree itself later on? No, not that. I did not personally, no. Did you make any attempt to try and preserve that part of the tree? Maybe take a chainsaw and cut that part out and preserve it? Anything like that? It was documented and preserved with photographs, photography. So it was documented and preserved with photographic photography. Like literally, yeah. I mean, it's a bit much to think that they could have wrapped that clear food wrap, saran wrap stuff around, or even, and chopped it. But I mean, that's a lot. I don't know. So I need a drink. 1 sec. 1 second. 1 second. Compass tells you no. That's, well, yes, a compass does tell you the direction. Yeah, the one, a magnetic compass for the, but a compass also, like when you see that, when you work in a math, or when you see the Freemasons logo, the 2-point watch. Freemason logo. This is the compass. So you would use it to get the length between 2 points, and then you'd put it on the ruler to see how far they were. So it's a compass. And if it's a protractor, can hold a pencil at one end where you can then draw circles with. But this would be the square. So it's a compass and square. And you would use it like you'd use it. It's really good at getting 2 points. You can open it and close it to get 2 points between, and then you look at the ruler, the square, and see how long those points are across. It's a compass. But yes, a compass is also direction, like something you lose, like a northeast, southwest compass. So, different one. Oh, my old man was a tool and die maker for 40 years, so I have all these tools. My whole life I've had these tools. I've got tons of them, gigantic ones, so you can draw circles, put pencils in them and everything. I got like all those right angle squares, tons of them. He had them all on the. He used to put all his tools on this white wall, right? And you know how you'd have to. Like, you see a guy in his shop. You put tools up on a wall and they hang them on one of those checkered walls, whatever that's called again. I forget the name of it. It's got little holes in it, so you can arrange things and hang them in. He used to also take a black marker and trace around every tool. So when something was missing, he was like, "Get this fucking tool back there." He wasn't mean about it. He just wanted everything. Fucking walls and walls of it. I could show you. Pretty cool. I mean, it's good when something's missing. You look and you see this big white. It's like a trace of a body on the wall. And you're like, oh fuck, where's my fucking rubber hammer? You sons of Steve. He'd call our names. I won't say. I was just about to say our names. Not that it matters, but one of us had it. So let's move on. Why did I scan ahead there? Ooh, I was going to take a drink, didn't I? One sec. You don't have any tools? Oh my goodness. And we're back. Not even like a multi-screwdriver or like a cordless drill or electric. Oh my goodness, how do you fix stuff? You must have a good man around. Just kidding. You should have at least like one of those. You know what's cool is like one of those multi-tools. It's like a pair of pliers. It's like a butterfly knife. And when you fold open, it's got all the tools. It's a pliers. It's got all the screwdrivers in it. Probably got like scissors and nut, and then you can fold it back and it's all in one, like a multi-tool. And you can get good screwdrivers now that have every one. You can even slide each bit out of the end of it and put it back, retract it in or something. So you need to have like the Phillips screw, the star and flathead, and Robertson we use up here is a square. And there's a green one that's smaller. There's red, it's perfect size, and there's black for the size of the square and the screw head. And gotta have at least that. And so, what was I doing again? I have to take the time to somebody examine the marking more closely on the tree itself later on. No, not that. I did not personally have anyone look at it. So, did you make any? So to preserve that, like chopping it down. Well, I read this. So you didn't preserve the item itself, like you did the sticks laying on the. Oh, he's trying to set them up. Wait a second. So the F tree was documented with photography. So then Rosie says, so you didn't preserve the item itself, like you did the sticks laying on the ground? No. Okay. Are you aware that there was a blood spatter expert hired in this case just this year to take a look at that tree? I'm aware that an expert was contacted, but that's the extent of my information. Were blood spatter experts available to you in the course of your line of employment back in 2017? I believe so, yes. What? I thought the one guy said there was a guy on your staff. You just believe so? This is the head CSI guy. Okay. Did you employ one or recommend to anyone that one be employed in this case? To meet the definition of the Indiana State Police Labs manual for an expert on the matter? No. To have someone trained at the scene to examine it? I would say yes. Sergeant Page has been trained, but he's not qualified expert as to the lab manual's definition of an expert. Well, spatter are they considering, isn't spatter like spatter, like splashing? What? This would be a transfer, right? Is that like, and these are all CSI guys. So it's one thing if there's like splatter, you can see when the drips hit the angle, like if somebody was swinging an item and if it hit this way and this way, and then this, you can tell the teardrop shape of it, which way it was going, how fast it might have been traveling and the angle it was coming on. And yeah, then you need a spatter expert. But to see, just, this isn't spatter, these guys. This is somebody either touching and sliding down, which they imply, or using their finger and transferring it into an F and drawing it on. Neither spatter. Why the fuck would you need a spatter expert? Because spatter is like on the wall when somebody's swinging a hammer. You can see when the spatter comes back which way they were swinging, and by the direction of the droplets hitting, and they kind of go off. And, oh my gosh, that's spatter. Splatter is a better word too. This is just transfer. These guys are all trained CSI guys. Come on. Okay, so after you cleared the scene, did you employ a blood spatter expert to assist you in this case? Asked and answered, sustained. Is it possible that a blood spatter expert could have assisted in helping determine the chronology of events that occurred out there in terms of when the girls were disrobed and clothed? Well, that, yeah, I guess that would be different. I think I was thinking just the F3, but again, blood spatter, just, these guys are all well qualified to answer on everything they want to. So, like, using the blood to tell you certain things, you don't need an expert to do that. This is ridiculous. I'm not aware of a technique in blood splatter that would have given that information. Oh, God. But I mean, blood must have hit leaves too. Oh my God. Like, you can see if someone's running and if the blood drips down and how it hits, it spreads out, and the teardrop, it'll tell you which direction the opposite is the way it was moving. Or would it be helpful to know if somebody has blood on them, and then the direction of blood running, clothed, how that blood might move on their body because they're clothed? Yes. But again, why these guys are fucking 22 years of experience as CSI. The other guy's 16 years. They don't need to use it as evidence to help paint a picture. The spatter is only when it's like inside an apartment building and it's like a huge spatter on the wall, and to read a story in the direction and angles and stuff. They're not trying to do that. They're just trying to put stuff together. So these guys are more than enough qualified enough to do this. Okay, in my opinion. Okay, would that be something a blood spatter expert might be able to help with? They may. But they talk about having, the other guy talks about having one. Or he could have called one at least, right? So that's probably what they're getting at here. We talked a little bit earlier yesterday, a little bit about scavengers. You acknowledge there was not much disturbance, if any, with regard to the two girls' bodies. There, in terms of outside factors having influenced them before you guys got there. I'm not aware of any outside factors influencing the bodies. Are those things that you are concerned about from time to time when you have outdoor crime scenes, that other animals and insects and things can impact those scenes? I don't know that I'm worried about it. I mean, it's part of the crime scene, and I would deal with it as it came. Well, this is a dumb thing. I don't like this, because I mean, if they're sitting out there for 22 hours, especially overnight, this is a little blasé for this head CSI guy to be. He's a little bit too nonchalant, because he should be, I mean, like Dewey was suggesting. Dewey's here, yes. Look, we were talking about, everybody's seen that YouTube video of that cat who liked to steal people's underwears and stuff and bring them back home. Or like, just if they've, found something that they could take back to their den, because February is cold. If they're out and about, they would see if something like a shirt, and they would take it just to help keep them warm in the hole in the ground. There's, It's so disingenuous because that's the first thing I would say is, yeah. Or what if there was a stick that had so much DNA on it that a possum or a raccoon grabbed it and walked away with it, and that could have been like. But I'm not sure. I'm not asking him to speculate, but he's kind of saying that, I don't care. When I get there, I get there. If a fucking possum took a pair of underwear is covered, or they have both of them. So if something else personal was taken that they don't know about that was there, it was covered in DNA, right? I mean, fair enough, I guess. It's a poorly. Yeah, it was a shitty question, Rosie. It's a poorly worded question. Are those things you take into consideration? I would take them into consideration, right? But they want to pretend like only if I knew about them. But the whole consideration you're taking is that you wouldn't know about them because it would be. So I guess it would be more of an issue if they couldn't find both pairs of like underwears or all 4 socks, which I didn't think they did, right? There was some stuff missing. Yes. F means, what did you put? F means fields. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Imagine it was EF. Imagine that's how he does his like logo. An EF, superhero, Ellis Fields. But again, if you don't know about it, I'm pretty sure it was in California. Cat. Cat stealing people's underwears. A cat named Leonardo da Pinocchi doesn't want your affection. A cat named Leonardo, this Leonardo guy is the one stealing. The cat burger steals underwear, socks, and linens. I wonder if I can watch it. Ken's 5 years, San Antonio. Oh, this is YouTube too. I should maybe open this. I'm going to copy this first and see what happens on another screen in case something weird happens. Paste and go. Okay, go straight to this motherfucker's YouTube. Wow, let's watch this. It's the news, so I can watch this. Check this guy out. Like, I mean, this is a perfect one. Cat burglar. Wait. So I think he was going into people's homes too. So I'm going to unmute it and play this. And it's a news story. So I'm guessing I can watch this without. I guess we'll
call it a substrate affinity. It means that they have an affinity for certain types.
So I probably don't have to pause to say this because it's the news. I'm hoping I don't get a strike, but I'll remove it. So I don't even know. I'm just going to play cat burglar. And he goes in through windows and he's going to steal people's clothing.
Types of material.
Just material in general. So there's that. Close that. Alrighty. And I should mute that just in case, the screen. All right. That was interesting. And they could be very helpful in determining timing in a way that chronology, the way things happen at the scene, right? This is for the blood spatter, so I don't even know why I jumped in with that. They can be useful in giving a varied range of time. Well, that's true too, because these guys don't need to have a blood like if say there's a line of blood that gets splashed, but when the stick is there, like if it's underneath a stick, you can tell it, hey, this happened before this was put there, because how would it get under there? Like these guys are they're pretending they're playing dumb for whatever. I don't know why they're doing this. You don't need an expert to. Most of the information they would have wanted from this type of scene, they don't need experts, but whatever. They had one available. They didn't call them, so they obviously felt the need, right, to not. So in terms of time, do you acknowledge that you are not able to determine the time that these girls were deceased? Latrell's got to be jumping in here. Yeah, I knew it. Because He's trying to get him to say something about the time of death. So in terms of time, do you acknowledge that you were not able to determine the time that these girls were deceased based on the work that you did in this case? I can't give you a precise time of death. And I think that because we didn't even check the internal temperature. This is where Baldwin was saying, couldn't you have gone to the CVS to get and check the underarm temperature? My mom used to check my underarm temperature. You guys couldn't do that. The other guy, to the other CSI guy, he's like, no, you need to do that properly and, and get the internal temperature. Like, so I think time of death is a very imprecise science. Whoa. Well, Nick is pretty precise on his timing. Where's he getting that from? And so what you were telling me, or would you agree with me? I'm good. Yeah, he probably thinking I should have said that. Because he's jumping in now to fucking stop this. And so what you're telling me, or would you agree with me, I should say, that it happened sometime between they were last seen on the 13th and when they were found on the 14th, right? Objection to the form of the question. Would you agree with me? To the form of the question? I'll rephrase it. Do you agree with me that it happened sometime between those two times? He still wants to object like a fucking idiot. Objection to the word agree being used in the question. The attorney's opinion is not relevant to this jury. It's improper to share that with them. Okay, sustained on that, rephrase it. Did it happen sometime between those time periods? Oh, which time periods? Fuck off. He told you. They're being dicks. The time they were last seen on February 13th, and were they killed between when we last seen them walking and when we found them laying dead? Were they killed? It's like a softball. Come on, guys. This to me would, if I were a juror, this would bug the shit out of me. What? How could you answer this question? Not answer this question any which way, but yeah, they were killed between when we last seen them standing on the bridge and we found them laying dead. I mean, does he think that they were killed before we saw them on the bridge? Then they walked up. It's so fucking disingenuous. I mean, these jurors, I would be pissed if a guy was answering like this. A veteran, a head CSI guy, 22 goddamn years experience. Answers like this. The time they were last seen. Did the girls die between the time we last seen them standing on the bridge at February 13th in the photo and the time they were found laying dead in the forest, in the woods on February 14th? Did they die between those two times? I would say, yeah, like I guess if I have to. If they were seen on the 13th, alive and found dead on the 14th, then their death occurred sometime in between the last time they were seen alive and the time they were found deceased. Oh, thank you. Oh my God, thank you. Well, I'd have to pull your fucking hair out to get that answer. Okay, thank you for that. You talked about water levels a little bit. Did you go out into the creek or ask anybody else to go out into the creek to determine what the water levels were on that day? Yes, we have a whole thing on that. I should go look for it, on a goose chase, because I know there's a whole water, but basically it says a 3 foot something. Or yes, I spoke with members of the dive team, asked them to determine. To my knowledge, I don't know that they took an actual ruler out there. But there at the bottom of the creek is not a flat plain. It is undulating. Oh my God. It's undulating with dips and valleys. And it was varied as I asked the officers to move about from areas of 1 inch or 2 of water up to about 2.5, maybe 3 feet in some areas, from where some undulations that went much deeper, and there was valleys and caves, and traveling to the center of the earth, there was a hole that would lead right to China, the other side of the earth. Oh my goodness, up to about 3-foot point. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Are you fucking finished? Yeah. They're not saying that. I've said lots of that stupid shit. So he is going on about undulations and much deeper, and so up to about that 3-foot point. Thank you. Are you finished? Yeah. The area closer to the north shoreline appeared to be deeper. Is that fair? There were areas which were deeper, but I will say again that the undulations of the entire area move, and the tidal waves and the fucking incoming cruise ships and yachts, just kidding, and change on a daily basis with the movement of rock, silt, and sediment in the water. So if we went back out there today, it may be completely different. Yeah. We went back there fucking today, just may be completely different. Even days later, it may be completely different in that creek. It's a living, breathing creek. It's alive. Oh my goodness. Was it a suspect, this creek? Oh my God. Creek's alive. We're talking about on February 14th, 13th you're talking about, because that's, well, either way. Yeah, 14th is because they went back and did all these measurements, obviously. Or they had that, there was a station, I think they got those measurements from. There were, did the area closer to the north shore appear to be deeper than it did on the other side? In some areas, yes. Were you able to discover any location on the north shore where you could conclude that one or more individuals traveled up that shore? Conclusively, no. You're a hunter, he said. Yes, sir. And so you spend time out in the woods from time to time. If Luttrell jumps in with this guy here, because these guys are always adding that, yeah, like when they want to, like, yeah, I'm a hunter in my experience, So they should have to answer this way because they're there as a witness, CSI, but they're also there as that guy, the guy who punches out and goes home and hunts. So they can. He better not jump in and so good. He doesn't. Okay, that's good. So that. Sorry, I got off on a tangent. So you were a hunter, you said. Yes, sir. And so you spend some time out in the woods, right? And from time to time, more open field. Okay. A bird hunter? Yes, sir. All right. Is there anything unusual about finding a spent or unspent round in a woodlot in Indiana? From a hunting cartridge capability in that area, I would find it more odd to find a 40 caliber round. I would find it much more likely to find a shotgun round of a 12 gauge, a 20 gauge, a 410 gauge, or something round of ammunition approved for hunting of wild game and a handgun round as a handgun. That's another thing that they're talking about in this area to be hunting, yet fucking teenage kids are hanging out right there and walking around on the bridge and canoeing up this waterway, and they're fucking, this is a great place to start shooting, hunting. This whole family's up to the top. They're not walking across the bridge, but how many people walked up to that edge and looked around and kind of went back, and oh my goodness, there's people up on top of this hill praying their dead grandma, dropping flowers off. They're going to start fucking shooting rounds. Chasing deer, fucking blowing them away. Every which way you can hit somebody. But it is pretty low, so it's not like you're shooting upwards, but I don't know. With those paths and trails there, are we hunting that close to people? Betsy Blair's doing laps right up the top, are we hunting right there? Can't you find somewhere better? Whew. Is there anything unusual about finding a spent or a spent round in Indiana? Indiana, a woodlot in Indiana. I wouldn't find it odd to find a route anywhere in the state of Indiana. Okay, thank you. Now, in this particular, let me ask you this. Is it unusual for people to take handguns out into the woods and fire them? course not. What other people do? What other people do? It would be unusual for me to do that on someone else's property. Actually, it would be more common to do that there, to go down and there's no, firing at a tree or beer cans. So you're just, you shoot, so put some beer cans on them and fire at them. That would make more sense than hunting in that area, to me. Get drunk and just fucking shooting guns off would be much more fun. Let's fucking go to McDonald's and get a Big Mac. I don't need to hunt. Let's fucking shoot at our empty beer cans. You ever lived out in the country? Yes, sir. Okay, people out in the country have guns? Some do. Yeah, some of them do. Everyone does. Okay. And do those people shoot those guns from time to time? They do occasionally. And are wooded areas a place where people might shoot those guns? They may. Is there any? Would you be surprised if somebody was out in this wooded area along this creek at some point in time prior to those girls' death, firing a gun? I would not be surprised. Perfect. Finally, they're allowed to speak the obvious. So you have a 6 hour? I do not. Okay. Was that what was issued to you back in 2017? That's correct. There's been many references here to different models, P227. Hey, what's up, Nature Love? How you been? Oh, Lola came in too. Hi, Lola. Sorry, guys. I'm not even paying. Look at. Oh, I'm so sorry. Lola came here at 3:22 in here. What time is it? Oh, goodness. What time is it? Lola, it's 3:33. Oh, so you came in over 10 minutes ago, and I'm just saying hi to you. Well, V, perfect. Thank you for saying hi. Lola, hello. I was away for a few days in Vancouver to visit my late husband's family, but you're back now. Well, did I not have internet? Come on. You've been around. You've been popping in to say hi, but I understand. You're a busy lady. And Nature Love, hello, Shibby in chat. Hello, Nature Love. Let's do this, girl. Well, I'm glad you're all here. V, you're awesome. Let's do this. Oh boy. You think I would look at this? It's probably so easy. And it's like I look at this where was I? How many places could I have been reading at? It must have been here, right? Such a dope. Yeah. I gotta do better with this. And then I can get distracted, hopefully not touch my mouse, come back and look for the big blue line. As soon if I'm over and I touch my key and it disappears. So I'm gonna get this down pat, guys. Trust me. I'm gonna be perfect, and I'm never gonna make mistakes or get distracted ever again, starting now. There's been many references here to different models. P227. Do you remember that? I was issued a P227. Yes, sir. And then a 239, I guess, or a 226. They probably say it that way. Did you say? No, I've never had a 227, right? 227, which is a 45 caliber, like Dirty Harry. No. Okay. And then you said a P365, which is a 9mm. Whoa, that's correct. And there are other 6-hour P, and then insert the numbers for other types of 6-hour handguns, right? I'm not sure about the P designation, and I'm not familiar with the other designations for other models of. There are P365s, 365s with different words after them that are also 9mm, but I'm not aware of any other. I don't know 6 hours nomenclature well enough to give an opinion. Okay, well, let's stick to the 227 and the 365. I think I've heard like 365. Must mean nothing. So those were the two numbers of models that you mentioned, right? That's correct. And are those guns very similar in terms of their platform, if you will, as how they're designed? No, not at all. Okay, they're totally different. Yes, very different. Okay. Do you know anything about what the inside of those guns looks like? Like what the tools are inside of those guns? Surprised Latrell's not jumping in here. Beyond basic operation and basic systems of the firearm, to include my ability to clean my firearms and utilize my firearms? No. Well, that's true because, yeah, all these guys have to take apart their guns and they should know this. Even just as a man, I think we should know stuff like this. Especially these guys with guns everywhere, all day. Having to have one for your job, you definitely have to be maintaining it. So, but how those tools are manufactured that are placed in those guns. You don't know anything about that. I'm not, no. So you would defer to someone who was an expert in that. I would defer to an expert on firearms. I was looking at this top photo. May I approach, Your Honor? You may. The photo, which states 78. Have you seen this? Yes, sir. The photo before, I'm going to try to. We're not publishing here because I just put it right here so the jurors can look at it. Is that okay? Yes, sir. This is a photo of the north side of the creek. Is that correct? Ooh, it's taken from the north side. So I should maybe see if we can look at it. Sounds like it's, what was it again? States Exhibit 78. Let's do this. Let's do this. 78. Come on, 78. Show me the money. No. So he's probably going to read this off. It depicts the north side, fuckers. No, not that one. This one. So this is a photo of the north side. Okay. And if there's in the left side here, just close to the creek line or the shoreline, I should say there are a couple of places where there's some debris. You see that? One up on the kind of the top center, and then the other one down here at the bottom center, if you will. Yes, I see it. Maybe they don't read it. Because we should get a description. They said it depicts. Oh, I should probably read that description because they're not, usually they say it exactly as it's written here, but it doesn't seem like they are. So 78, the description in the exhibits, we can't look at it because the picture's not allowed to, but it says it depicts the north side of the Deer Creek and the water as it appeared on that day. And then in the kind of lower middle sections, an article of clothing. The blue jeans were sticking partially out of the water, appeared to be stuck on debris within the creek. This is what I would call the north side of the creek bank, and then opposite being the south side. Okay. They probably do say it like that. Okay. And are those two the locations where some of these items that we've talked about were located? They are. Oh, you know what? I have to go to the bathroom so bad. I'm going to take 2 seconds, guys. Oh my God. I hope you guys, I'm going to make a coffee and go to the bathroom. I'm not going to boil my coffee in I finished it. I'm making a fresh one and I got to go to the bathroom so bad. Okay. I'll be right back. Literally. I could have been halfway here. 2 minutes, maybe 3. So I'm going to mute. I'm going to put the music on lightly. I'll turn the volume down. And I swear to you, I'll be right back. And I hope it's going to be so exciting when I get back. You must stay. It'll be an adventure because I'm going to probably spill or do something dumb. And I will tell you about what it is I do. I haven't done it yet. But I can just feel it. I'm going to spill something and I'll tell you all about it. Maybe I won't. You have to stay tuned to find out. 2 minutes, maybe 3. I'll be right back. Thank you. Please hold. One more minute. I forgot I had a piece of cheesecake in my fridge. It's one of those, I forget what it's called. It was like in a cupcake sized cheesecake. And I found it. So I'm almost ready. 1 second. Cheesecake before audience. Please hold. And we're back. Oh my goodness. Let's do this. Ooh. Things are perfect. Perfect. I just had to throw my last load of laundry in the dryer. My manly Nivea lip balm on. And let's do this. Whoever's still here, I'll try not to wake up the others. Oh, look at Nicole. You get here. When'd you get here, girl? What's that? What time is that? Oh, it says 3:50. What time is it now? My goodness. Nicole, good morning. Welcome back. Let's do this. For V, for Nicole, for Nature, for Lola, Sunflower, for Dewey. I know Dewey's still here. I feel Dwayne The Rock Johnson in between filming movies and training cats to fetch undergarments, right, Dewey? You training cats? Was that your cat? Oh, I'm kidding. Oh, did you guys watch that? Do you want to see it? I won't play it, but I should have played. Oh, it was a news story. Oh, fuck it. I'll play it later again. Just got back. The hubby called and I was cleaning. Oh, well, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, he called me to say, listen, I'm on the road. I need you to entertain her again, and I was like, okay, I'll do it, bro. Well, I'll give her, tell her to clean her chores. I said, make sure she does her chores and then she can come talk. And he's like, yes, I agree. So thanks, hubby. You're awesome. Yes. When you come in the door tomorrow, oh boy, she's going to be so happy after talking with all of us. Boy, you're in for at least a great big hug. And for sure, I hear she's cooking food too. Oh my goodness. It's going to smell wonderful when you come home. The food will be just whatever. Get your chores done, and now you can come play. I'm only kidding. All right, let's do this. I'm done messing around. Coffee's too warm to drink. I found a piece of cheesecake. I didn't find it. I forgot. I was eating green grapes and a piece of cantaloupe, which is great. I love eating fruit. But I had one of those cheesecakes left that are made like in one of those muffin things. So it was the size of like a muffin cheesecake. And I put it on top of wait, what? Oh, I put it on top of it was on top of an old margarine thing on top of something else. So if I didn't duck down, I couldn't see it. So it was up there. So I found it. Do I freeze? No, I could. Yeah, no, I don't, but I've done it before. The green grapes frozen are great. Yes, because they're still perfect. I do like that. I didn't with these ones, but I do. Did you ever find out what's up with Dave? No, I don't know. No, I didn't get an update. So want to go look at his page before we I'll go check. He must have posted something by now, right? But Paula or Miranda were here, and I don't think they updated unless I missed it. I'll go check right now. You'd think he would put a post. I hope to gosh he put a post up of something. I hope. I kind of felt like he just fell asleep because he was 2 days earlier he was coming. But again, I'm going right now. I'm almost at his page. LMNO. I found the O's. I found the OW owls here. His posts. I'll go to his community and hit newest too. So newest. No updates. He didn't reply to me neither. So let's check, guys. I'll show you. Paula was the last. We were talking about this last show. Can you see that? Yeah. Paula. This is his community page. And I put it to newest. Paula was the last one yesterday. This was during the show. I typed this. I was like, "Bruh, you going live?" Or during my first show before I got this canceled and shut it down. So, I don't know. That would imply maybe there's more to this because I think he would have updated us, or he's still sleeping. He was really tired. I hope that. I don't know. Let's see. I'll check that out later. I'm sure. So if anybody gets an update, I'm a little surprised you didn't post anything here for us to say. All right. You're welcome. Thank you for thinking. I forgot. Thanks for reminding me. Yeah. So whenever you guys do get an update, let us know. I figured for sure because Paula didn't say anything at the start of the show, and she talks to him a lot, like through email. They're great. They're good, friendly, close friends. So I think if we don't hear something from Paula, there's probably not an update. So let's keep our fingers crossed. Let us know, Dave, if you're ever listening. Let us know. He usually pops in at weird times too, so I'm sure he just got busy. And he was really tired, hopefully. All right, let's do this. Oh, close. I can actually finish this show. And we can move on to something. Oh my goodness. This is weird. I've kind of stayed on track tonight. This is great. Like I haven't had too many squirrel distractions, except for the fact I should know exactly where I was reading it from. And I don't seem to have it checked in blue. I'm a horrible person. Horrible person. Didn't I mark blue? Didn't I say I was going to do that? I swear to God, it'll never happen again. Oh my God, I wasn't this far. The car runs along the edge of the cemetery. You know where the crime scene? North of the cemetery. Oh God. Creek is full. Oh, man. A couple places where there's debris. You can see it up into the cup. Sorry, guys. And are those the two locations where some of these items? Oh my goodness. Must have been here. Photo, and is there in the left side here, just close to the creek line, the shoreline. On the other one down here on the bottom. I don't feel like I've read this. This creek is, no, I definitely didn't read that. So I must have came around here somewhere. May I approach state 7? Yeah, I was probably here because I probably went looking for this, right? State 7, yeah, and I was reading the state 78. And then and I read it and they were doing this. Yeah, I was right here. I was right here because the description of 78. See, I won't get distracted again. This is what I was reading, 78. And so, the jeans, the picture of the jeans in the creek. That was sticking up. Okay. I'm just going to start from here. Exactly where I remember perfectly leaving off. Let's do this. Microphone's on. My little guy's moving. I'm going to listen. Wait 1 sec. Here, I'll unmute this so you can probably hear me listening to myself. Watch this. I am muted. I am muted my screen share. I don't know if this will come through. Must have been here. Photo, and is there in the left side here, just close to the creek line, the shoreline. Photo, and is there. So I'm going to mute again. I'm going to mute the screen share and listen again. Did that come through? I'm confusing myself now. I'm listening on my other, because I unmute my YouTube. Oh. Doesn't even matter. Everything's perfect. Let's do this. Okay. And if there's in the left side here, just close to the creek line or the shoreline, I should say there are a couple of places where there's some debris. You see that? One up on the kind of the top center, and then the other one down here on the bottom center, if you will. Yes, I see it. Okay. And are those two of the locations, excuse me, where some of these items that we've talked about today were collected? Yeah, they are. Okay, this creek is flowing downstream. So from the top left to the bottom right of the photo, right? From the top up, yeah. No, it's going, well, they're looking at it a different way then, because you'd think it would go from right to left if they're looking at it. Okay, this creek flows downstream, so that's correct. I would call it an east to west direction. Yes. Okay. Generally speaking. So it flows from where the bodies were found down towards the bridge. So, so one could conclude that those items that were stuck in on those parts of debris could have come from upstream. It's possible. And you don't know where those items were discarded originally before. That's true. They met their final resting location on those pieces of debris, right? I don't know where or how they were discarded. That's a good, I never thought of it that way. So imagine like something did happen upstream, like it's obviously unlikely, like further up toward, and that's where the clothes are thrown in. And then where they were found deceased, like say those clothes traveled there and actually coincidentally got, it's highly unlikely, but I guess it's possible that they just got stuck at the same place. Whereas most likely obviously the person went there and just tossed them, I guess, right there. I don't know. Hoping they would go, I don't know. I never really thought of it that way, but I guess. Not that, well, it would mean there would be another crime scene that they weren't thinking of upstream. But now in terms of the scope of your search, I'm not going to pull the TV over. Just in the interest of time, do you acknowledge where 300 North is? County Road 300 North. Yes. You know where that is relative to the crime scene? It's to the north. Yeah, the road north of the cemetery that runs along the north edge of the cemetery. Yes. Okay. That's kind of an east-west road. Is that fair? I would say yes. That's generally speaking. At any point in time, in this case, were you ever asked to inspect any areas of north of 300, County Road 300 North? So yeah, they were asking all the other guys this too, because Not to my knowledge, no. One sec. I needed a quick drink. Sorry. And we're back. Coffee's definitely too warm to be drinking, but I had my cold drink. So, oops, I just dropped my phone. Get back. Stop it. There you go. All right, let's do this. Perfect. Everything's perfect. Dewey's here. Oh, yeah, the jeans. Yeah. True. Good point. Well, the jeans, yeah. I guess jeans would sink, wouldn't they? So they would have had to have been thrown right in there and just caught. You're right. That's a good point. Yeah, it's because they're talking about jeans, right? Although, if jeans could float for a bit. More than likely, the jeans wouldn't go as far as the other items, but the shoe definitely might go, there's a pocket of air. Because I think that stuff was found farther down, like under the, which is another weird thing. So I thought a lot of stuff was found like right at the, like to the right, to the west side of the bridge, like looking straight down. No? And you figure, I'm just surprised that so many people missed so much stuff in the water. That shirt especially, for so long. It seemed like the one guy who we can't account for, who wasn't on any search lists, one of the propane guys who walked for 4 hours from at least 8:15 a.m. to 12:15 p.m. up from Riley Park up the creek edge, him and his co-worker. He's the one that sees that shirt and stands there and looks at it because his boots are too short to get across. Where a garden gnome walked right across with two girls. So, okay. Do you know where the mirror's connector is? I'm sorry, the mirror. Do you know where the mirror's connector is? Well, I'm not familiar with that term. Neither am I. Mirror's connector. Okay. I'm going to help us out, Mr. Rosie. I'm going to help you all out. Do you understand that there was a trailhead at the time, back in 2017, up on 300 North that essentially cut into the Monon High Bridge Trail somewhere in the middle? Excuse me, what's that? That's another thing. I was weirded out when I noticed how far that trailhead was. Like when they came into the mirrors, I don't know what made me think that you just look to the left and the bridge was right there, pretty much. But when you see how far it is, man, you guys ever want to watch that? We're near the end. You guys ever want to watch that drone video? I could put it in 4 times speed just to see seeing how far it is. When they come in at the mirrors and turn left there, just to show how far it is. I'm going to do it because I just feel like it. We're way ahead. No, what? I'm not going to do it. If you guys ever want to see that, let me know. Let's do this. But it was so far to come in at that mirrors and turn left. I figured you were just walking 100 feet and the bridge was right there. It's like it's fucking half a mile away. At least 3/4 of a mile. Even. I don't know. Feels far. So he's going to explain it to us. Okay. Were you ever asked, or did strike that? Did you ever conduct any kind of search for clothing, discarded items of clothing, or anything like that anywhere near the Hoosier Heartland north of 300? Hoosier Heartland. That's the highway, right? Yeah. Or is it the one that runs the big highway, isn't it? The Hoosier Heartland that runs under the, well, that's the sea. No, it was located on the 300 North up towards, is the Hoosier Heartland the road that accesses to that 300 North? Or is the Hoosier Heartland that big road, big highway system that runs underneath the Freedom Bridge, like the highway there to the left. Pretty sure it's the big highway. But it's right there beside, but it wasn't where the, well, CPS located was close to it, but it was on 300 North still. So I'll move on. Let's read this. What's I'm thinking they never catch the people that did this crime. It's probably connected to probably, yeah, Florida, yes. It's very likely. I don't know. It's very likely. I mean, at the very least, we're covering up some heavy duty incompetence or but again, it doesn't have to be a big, huge conspiracy. All it would take is one or two high ups to kind of just, even if they want to cover up some incompetency. But I've also thought like, since the it's a small town, the influential family, what if something like, the girls were murdered. It's horrible. One was naked. It's horrible. The other was naked at one point. It's horrible, horrible, horrible. And there's obviously sexual in nature just with that alone. But is it possible that they left a whole lot of stuff out, thinking like why the public doesn't really hiding it, like telling Emmy like if there was like evidence of some lots more SA happening. Like at the very beginning, they're not thinking anything. They're just thinking, let's just say that this this doesn't have this happen, because I mean, I don't know, just can't. How many murders are there where there's you say a man murders two teen girls, they're both naked, and there's not a whole bunch of SA stuff? I think. I hate to think it. I don't want to, but even if they were just like, forget about the whole Odin Angle and all these guys, just that they would like to kind of say that just don't mention this or that, because I mean it's already bad enough, like just for their legacy's sake. And then they were kind of did that, and then it kind of spiraled out like, oh my God, maybe we shouldn't have done that, and now it's too late to go back. And at the very least, but I mean it feels like there's a bunch more. But I'm just rambling. Gag reflexes would not allow you to eat your own. Oh my goodness, yes, for sure. Yes, of course, Lola, of course. Yeah, you couldn't fake that. I mean, if somebody can fake that, oh my God, they should get an Academy Award. You're very good point. Yeah, because those guys were even saying, some of the other side were saying ridiculous stuff like, yeah, like imagine being in there, right, and faking eating that crap so somebody doesn't want you. They're so grossed out by it that they don't try to sexually assault you in jail. Like that's what some of them were saying on the other side. He does that to get out of giving blowjobs, like weird things like that they were saying. Yeah, you definitely, to think someone could fake that. Come on. That's something seriously wrong if somebody's doing that. Great point. Alrighty, let's move on. Let's do this. Where about? So he's going to describe something. I forget what. Oh, the clothing and the Who's Your Heart. Let's check that. Did you ever conduct a kind of search for the clothing? Right. Anywhere. So there, yeah. North of 300. So the Who's Your Heart land. Okay. You know where the CPS building was located at the time? No. This guy doesn't? What is he saying? Come on. This is the head CSI guy, and he doesn't know where that CPS building was located, and it's gone. Oh my God. That's wild. He's like, okay, whatever. Oh, not specifically. Well, you should know. It's fucking, everyone knows where that. It's like a big square there, even though it's gone. There's like a square where it was. Come on. All right. What about the area? 1 second, Your Honor. Let me hand you what's been marked as, may I approach? You may. You may. States Exhibit 5. Let's see what they're looking at. States Exhibit 5. We must have a look. We must increase our bust. 5. Closer view of a map near the Monon High Bridge. Come on. Oh, look at that. That's pretty nice. Yeah. So obviously here's where the Hoosier Hardware Store building is or was. For this guy to not know that, that's very disingenuous. Come on. I could even zoom in a bit for you guys. It's right there. It's actually still there in this picture. I don't know why my arrow disappears. It's above my little eye. It's like right on top of my little eye. It's about to eat it. That's the CPS building. Here's where that guy was checking the traps at. This is the Hoosier Hardware Store, where the camera was pointing here. This is like the Mears farm and the Mears entrance right here. So the trail, so the Freedom Bridge goes along the trail, goes across. Here's the bridge. It crosses right here, goes straight. There's this private drive. You can see all that. Yeah. Weber's and all that. Around Logan's is right. This must be Logan's. No, that's the cemetery. This is Logan's here. Yeah. Because, like, picture this. It's so wild. It's so wild. I'll zoom in even more. Just for, since we're here. So, the bodies are found right here below the cemetery. Just off the, right here. Everyone has searched this side for 22 hours. Teams have gone to the edge, stopped here. Nobody's ventured in to this football field area, which we know the people walk, eventually when they do, they walk right into the bodies from here. If you came down from Logan's, he's there doing interviews. You can walk right there. From the head of the trail, we've seen 30 YouTube videos where people, I still have them up now, where they, instead of getting on the bridge, they go to the left of the bridge. And this is where Derek's team was searching later on that night. Not the first time when he came in and went down. The second, like later in that night, 9 or 10 or whatever. The first night, the search team he's in ventures like halfway down, but for some bullshit reason with flashlights and whatever, they go back. I mean, it's not treacherous. You're looking for kids, especially. There's a couple ditches, and it might not be simple, but I've seen countless people walk down this way. And I've seen near crippled and out of shape guys get down here pretty easy. Yet nobody ventures here in this football, But, and the whole philosophy is that bridge guy, they're saying it was Richard Allen, is so easily walked across this water. Directing 2 girls so easily, just boom, so easy. The day after, Giancola and Yoder are finished. After finding the bodies, Liggett sends them over to this side to park here under the bridge. And both of them are on duty from like 8 or 9 p.m. Whenever they're cleared from the site, they sign out from the crime scene. They're sent over here by Liggett. The same 2 that find the bodies, Yoder and Giancola, are guarding this side afterwards, after the bodies are still there, till whenever they're moved. And even I guess after they're moved, because Liggett sends them to guard this side, get everyone to leave or whatever, because it's so easy to access this crime scene. So they're here guarding this side because of how easy it is to cross to access the crime scene. Yet 22 hours, they search everywhere here, and teams walk, they sweep in teams, 3 feet apart to get, the searcher comes up here and spends 4 hours to get up to here, and he stands here for 2 seconds and sees the shirt in the water. Yet for 22 hours, nobody's seen that shirt. Nobody's just walked across. Come on. They're guarding this because it's so easy to get across. A 5'4" guarder gnome walked across with ease, directing 2 girls. These saying all these searchers just stayed on this side and didn't think of coming. It just makes no sense that they didn't search this for 22 hours. They're in this area looking for these girls. Tons of them. And Ron Logan says that night it looked like a fucking lit up, like, so picture a big fire truck here with his floodlights and a couple of law enforcement cars the night before, and search teams almost holding hands, sweeping from Weber's Drive to the creek edge and then stopping at this creek edge when they could. Sure, if you stand here, you can't see the bodies because it's up a bit. This side's up, so you're looking up. But again, To think that nobody ventured across here and searched this area is just literally impossible. And the dogs were called off, and the next morning the dogs weren't all running around here. So they come back. So 7 a.m. they're all at the firehouse before dawn. They all decide in search teams or whatever again to start searching on a Tuesday morning, and then they walk around from say 7 a.m. till noon. Another 5 hours they're all walking around this area, and they don't find these girls until noon, 12:15 or so. Yet the family says they don't come back here that morning because they don't say exactly why, but what are the reasons? Like, it's either been searched so well where they were last seen, which is right, it's so close. This has either been searched so well that their team did decide to go off and search fields near their home, wherever the hell that is. They're searching fields because this has either been searched so well, or the Tuesday morning before they're found, it's so saturated with searchers. Yet they all kind of, everything, this leads down there, this leads to it, this leads to it, this is easy to walk to it, yet nobody gets to them for 22 hours. They lay there a fucking 22 hours, and then they go home, call dogs off. The next morning there's no dog, the bodies are moved. The 15th is around. Yoder and Giancola are still guarding this area because it's so easy. And the dogs, nobody still calls dogs in to walk around to look for stuff that they might have, to look for other evidence and to search. Oh my God, drives me bonkers. There's no way it happened that way. Just no way. Zero chance that they lay there 22 hours. Right. Yeah. Oh my God, everyone. There's so much suspicion and stuff. Yeah. Like Ron Logan, they hem him up in jail. Yes, for 22 hours. That's what they said. I thought it was 19 before, but they're laying there dead for, from what? From they're saying from 2:30. When he comes home at 2:30, he scares them across to kill them. Then he spends an hour doing a bunch of unnecessary stuff. So they're with their timeline, they're dead by like 2:35 or whatever, because that's when they're, so 2:30 to 2:30 a.m. is 12 hours. And then to 10, that's another, it's 22 hours because it's 12 noon. So picture 2:30 p.m. to 2:30 a.m. is 12 hours, right? Then from 2:30 a.m. to noon, let's say 12:30 noon, is 10 hours. So it's 22 hours they're laying there not found. Hey, Paula, good night. Still here? Paula, if you have any update on Dave, let us know, okay? Have you sent him an email? If you have, if you hear anything, tell him to put a community post out and let us know or something, okay? Or at least if he tells you he's okay on email, and we can, all right? If you hear anything, Paula will be the one to know. So, nighty-night, Pop Culture. Paula, please, if you get an update on Dave, let us know, okay? Night-night. So let's do this. So States Exhibit 5 is what they're looking at. So if it gets intense, I can put this back up, and maybe I should I could read from another screen. Let's see what they do here. I could come back to that, but for now I'll just read and see how long they stay on this and what. Simple. Put the half moon. Boom. Right. States Exhibit 5. I'd like to just throw this up, but I don't want to manipulate the TV. You know what? Come on. I could look so professional if I just do this. I'm going to read this on another page. I could look like such a pro. You guys looking at exactly what they're looking at. Oh my goodness. I should look on my YouTube to see how it looks first. Up the speed on my YouTube. So let's see how much I can zoom this in for you to make it. I have to wait because you're like 5 seconds behind. I just zoomed in. Oh, here I go. That'll be good enough. And if I scroll down a bit, that'll be perfect because, we can see Weber's Drive. We can see the cemetery, mirrors, entrance, hardware stores here. Ooh, if I can go a little bit more to get that. There's the CPS building. Oh, no. CPS building's up here. It's way up here. And here's the place where the guy saw the rat traps. But this is the Hoosier Hardware Store. This is the Freedom Bridge. So I could zoom it out a bit. I might as well. I want to have them all in the picture. So this should be good. I'm waiting for YouTube. I'm still waiting because you guys are 5 seconds behind. Yeah, that'll be good. So I'll just keep it here so we can, oh wait, I'll go up a bit. Still waiting. Ooh, that'll be perfect if you guys can see. Give it a second. I'm waiting. I scroll up. I scroll it up. Watch. There we go. Cool. Yeah, perfect because you can see the Hoosier Hardware store is right there. The place where the rat trap guy is. The Freedom Bridge. This is 300 North. If you cross here, you're going to the south side. This is the north side of the bridge. If you're on this side, you're on the south side of the creek. You're east of the bridge on the south side of the creek. You're east of the bridge. The girls were found east of the bridge on the north side of the creek. You know, the stream flows this way from, you know, say Ron's house. The stream flows down towards the bridge. And keep, you know, this is the direction of flow. This is that other Hart road they were talking about. This is the 300 North Cemetery, Ron's house, Mears entrance, half. The bridge starts right before the creek. The bridge starts and it ends. You can see at the bottom there, this private drive is where it ends. Ooh, my banner's in the way. I'm going to remove that for you because it's perfect where I see it. So watch this. I just removed it. Let's give it a second. I got to remember to look over to YouTube to see what you guys see. There we go. So you guys see, if I go on this screen, because when I'm doing this, I have to look for 6 seconds behind on YouTube to see what's going on for you guys. You must see Weber's Drive because it goes right to his house. Ooh, I have that stuff on. I just noticed. So I'll remove the Christmas thing just for now because it's in the way a little bit. Boom, it's gone. It's perfect how it is. Come on. Let's do this. Ooh, now I'm looking, but the same screen I'm watching this on, that's where I'm going to try to read it from. So let's do this. You guys are looking at it on this screen. I'm looking way over here now. Sorry, guys. And let's do this. Perfect. Everything's perfect. Oh, 1 second. Okay, coffee's still too hot. So far, so from 2:30 until when it gets dark, no one, yes, that's the problem. Yes, the clothes are there and nobody sees them. The only guy who sees them, the first guy who sees them starts at 8 a.m. on the next day. The propane guy, he sends his 2 employees. He says, hey guys, you're getting paid. Go help these searchers at 8 a.m. when they get in from work. So they decide to go to Riley Park. So you figure it's got to take them at least 15 minutes to get there. So they walk, and they say they park at Riley Park and they walk up this side of the creek. They're searching for 4 hours. For 4 hours. This guy's there for like, they're still walking. He sees that shirt instantly in the water. And this whole side has been saturated with searchers. Like literally, this is Weber's private drive. Like this whole area has been saturated with searchers. They've gone in conga lines like 5 feet apart. You know, when they walk towards the creek, just they're doing this, but nobody's crossing this creek, which is so easy to get to. For 22 hours, this place is, they're searching it all night long. And there's fire trucks. Ron Logan says that it's lit up like a football field here, but they're all adamant saying there's nobody crossing here. His team gets halfway down and turns around. If Pat Brown the day before parked here, he scooches along the tree line and goes up to Mears for some reason. And whatever, they don't come from this way because they can come from Ron Logan's down. They can just walk straight down like they find them the next day, but they don't the night before. Nobody seems to go in this area, and this creek is so easy to walk across, but they don't. They all stay on this side. It's amazing. It is amazing. So let's do this. It's wild to think, right? Get off my screen. Lola. Yes. The blind, the blind searching the blind, leading the blind. Yeah. But I mean, this is a fluorescent rainbow colored. This guy says how bright it is. But there's other stuff. And I think they find the shoes in that earlier. I don't even know. So convoluted to think that nobody searches this little area here for 22 hours. But for the whole time, for at least 20 hours, because it takes them a couple hours to realize they're missing. So let's say by 6 p.m. So let's say from 7 p.m. even. From 7 p.m., people are here freaking out. Derek has been here for an hour or two freaking out, and Kelsey and Cody have gone across, and the cop shows up on this side, banging on Weber's door at 5:45 or 6. Everyone's hanging out at this Mears entrance, freaking out. Later on, the day before, that Pat Brown parks in the same spot and walks kind of this way and scooches along the rim line. Nobody can get here. And at dark, they're all saying they saw no flashlights there. Why? Because nobody went there. Right. Nobody went there. Why, though? Why? It makes no sense. Because they're like, I definitely saw no flashlights on this side. I definitely saw no flashlights. Well, you should have saw flashlights, because there's been so many people here. You can easily walk straight down to it. You can easily walk straight from the cemetery. Are we trying to think that they searched this whole side and only Pat Brown is the one who put two and two together to go to ask Ron and then come here? Like, Pat Brown is the only one the day before to think of coming to the cemetery? Come on. It's just ridiculous. Don't you dare get me started. One sec. All right. So I'm just kidding. Say anything you want. I love chasing squirrels. Peanuts. I love a good peanut. My squirrel distraction. It's a good thing, but I'm going to get serious now. So I'm reading on another screen, and I'll let you know what you're looking at. I'm reading what they're looking at. Sorry. Like, I'm reading what they're describing, they're looking at in the court. Okay. So this is State's Exhibit 5. Check it out. Boom. State's Exhibit 5. It says closer view showing the map of the area near the Monon High Bridge. Oops. Oh, gosh. Get lost. Stop putting my email. Google, stop that. State's Exhibit 5. Bradley Rosie continuing asking Mr. Head of CSI. He's the main CSI guy. 22 years experience, retired now. He's Mr. Brian Olehy, the main guy. Rosie's asking questions. So he says, State's Exhibit 5. I'd like to just throw this up, but but I don't want to. Sorry, one sec. Got a weird feeling. Oh, okay. So I had a weird feeling there that you couldn't hear, but I listened to myself. So take 7. No more distractions. The question, Mr. Rosie. State's Exhibit 5. I'd like to just throw this up, but I don't want to manipulate this expensive TV because nothing seems to be working. Moon Mullins is the IT guy screwing everything up. The pointer's on the fritz. The mic is on the fritz. The TV's sparking. Smoke is... No, I'm just kidding. Smoke alarm's going off, and I'm just kidding. And Mullins is there with a shit-eating grin on his face because he had the pointer working the day before. But it's not working again, I think. They're using their finger to point at stuff. So, and the jury has it. So you generally recognize this as being the Deer Creek that runs through the center of States 5. Correct. Then the high bridge is visible in the photograph. Okay. Can I turn this? Yes. Just so the jury can see. Thank you. And with regard to States Exhibit 5, I was asking you about 300 North, which is right here. Indicates. So they're pointing at 300 North. That's correct. Okay. I ask you if you had a search anywhere north of 300 North. So maybe I will go about a bit. He's talking north of 300 North. Boy, he's talking way up here or north. Like, okay. So he's talking about like on the other side of like, so everything's focused on the cemetery. They're all searching afterwards. The bodies are here. This is 300 North. He's talking about like going to the other side of 300 North, the farmhouse in the field, I guess. The other houses here. There's Ron Logan's on this side, but there's like a couple houses here, and this is their property. And so he's talking about going north of this 300 North, not way up here only. Like anywhere in here would be north of 300 North, fields and all Especially since I guess at some point they learned the BG supposedly walked here and walked on the right-hand side or whatever, walking this way. So you'd think that maybe he tossed, but no dogs, no CSI, nobody was asked to search even the path. Like, and we know I've watched so many YouTube cops, true crime things that once if they found out the suspect walked this way, they would be searching it, even if it was weeks or months later. Dogs would be out searching, could have thrown a knife or a gun out, especially if they find out he parks here and he's walking by these forests, maybe throwing stuff in here and his bushes, he could have thrown stuff here because this is where he's supposed to get in his car at this CPS building and drive away. So, I mean, that whole area, the pathway should have been searched. This whole area is possible. There's talk of him avoiding the camera and walking around the CPS, which is ridiculous because they clearly says they have 4 cameras on this building. So he'd be caught multiple cameras. So, but sorry, guys. Okay. So, and I asked you if you had searched anywhere north last time, north of 300, 300 north. This is the north side of 300 north. And your answer is simply no, right? No. Okay. At any point in time during this investigation, it's not a trick question. Did you ever go and search a cornfield around this part? I have. I did search area north of Carroll County Road 300 North. Yes. As a part of this investigation? Yes. Oh, so they did. I didn't even realize. So it's a cornfield north. So must be this. Is that like a cornfield? Probably, yeah, because corn is huge, right? So this family probably, or these two have this field probably, and maybe this one. But that's a road here, but possible that these people own this or this house. These are roads. Sorry. You must be, this is the road here too. So yeah, this could be their field. This could be halfway theirs, or then the Mears probably own this, and this, looks like it. So it looks like this family has this whole lot, probably north of the 300. And then you can, these are roads here, and it probably goes in through here, the roads. And Ron Logan's is in here somewhere. Here's Logan's right here. This is Logan's property. And there's a house or two in between. And then this house probably owns this big square here, I'm guessing, or here. I don't even know. This could be theirs. This could be theirs because it looks like they can get out. I don't even know. I don't know what I'm doing. Getting distracted for no reason. So, so they've searched on the cornfield on the north side. So when did that occur? Within the weeks afterwards, places, locations. Oh my God, Monticello in White County. What? Monticello. So they're searching other fields. Wonder if they're considering the Wabash Creek. They would have said the Wabash River search. I don't even know. Okay. All right. I'm talking about immediately north of 300. He's like, immediately north within this picture. There's nothing in this picture that I recall ever being asked to search. Okay, so it's not the north of the county road. Oh my goodness. So they were searching elsewhere. Wow. So he's saying, I didn't even zoom back out further. No, 100% shows it all. So nothing in this area was searched. Nothing in this photo, he says, on the north side was searched. Wow. Why not? Like, after the crime, when did they put 2 and 2 together? They think this guy walks down this road. Shouldn't, oh my goodness. Right, definitely. Of course, Lola. We all know if anyone, even if a 8-year-old kid sees a short man, to a 75-year-old woman sees a short man, if they're of 5'4" and shorter, and you're asked to describe him, more than everyone would say he was a shorter guy. Like, I mean, it's not a big deal. Yeah, 5'3", like, especially for a guy. I think guys tend to be sometimes taller. For a man, I mean, it's okay. That's cool. 5'3", you can get a lot done. I mean, these guys are probably walking around with, I won't even say it. packing heat, I'm just kidding. But, 5'3", yeah. My grandpa was probably like 5'5" or 5, sort 5'6", like definitely 5'5", maybe even 5'4". And I mean, if I had described him, he was a short guy. He was stocky and he could handle his own. And he wasn't a wimp, or he couldn't, he'd probably take on many guys way taller than him. But he was probably 5'5", maybe 5'6". So 5'3", 5'4", and 5'3". If you see a man at 5'4", or 5'3", somebody asks you to describe him, like, he was short. If you drove past him in a car, the Sarah Carbaugh, I mean, he's short. You see him. If you see him from within anywhere from 100 feet or 50 feet, he was a short guy. Because my property was like 60 feet across. I can imagine if somebody were standing on my neighbor's and I was on the other side of my property and I looked across and I had to describe someone, you could just tell. Because if there's cars there, you can see them walk past a car. You're like, this person's short. So, and Sarah Carbaugh's in her car. So think of how many people she's driven past that are like probably tall or normal, not normal, but, and then when they see this guy, it's like, he's short. Fuck, you guys all know. No more distractions for Lola starting now. I get distracted easy, but I'll make up for it sometime. Eventually, if you stick around long enough, I'll do something good. So, yeah, grain elevator. Oh, my goodness. How did I skip that? Okay, so nothing. I don't recall ever being asked to search north of the county road. It says country road, but county road, I'm sure. Okay, and the Andersons is located over here in the corner. It's the top left corner. Is that right? The grain elevator? Yeah, grain elevator. I don't remember the name. So the Andersons would be the grain elevator. It's got to be up here, right? It says top left. This is Mears. Top left. Or are they talking over here on this side even? No. Must be up here. He says top left. And it's up here. Must be up here. Grain elevator. That might be it here at the top of my... It's got to be up here. So that's CPS. It's got to be up here. Right? You guys, where would a grain elevator be? He's talking about... I'll read... He's exactly what Rosie says. And the Andersons is located over here in the corner. It's the top left corner. Is that right? The grain elevator. Top left corner. That's way over here now. Must be here. Because I think Richard Allen at one point maybe said he's parked over on this side, because this bridge, there's another little bridge here, and I think there was parking over here, right? So he says he's parking over here at one point too. So, oh boy. No more restrictions. 5'1", 108 against my 5'11" husband. I was always a target. Short person. Yes. I'm only 5'10". So if you ever get to stand beside me, you won't look as short. So I'm only 5'10". So I have no hair. Just kidding. And I don't wear boots. Well, this time of year I could wear my boots. Want my work boots? Oh my God, I wore my work boots to shovel. I forgot how heavy those steel toe boots are. They're steel toe, but they're steel plated at the bottom, and it's almost like they're 3-inch, like Kiss boots almost. They're black leather, and it's like, especially if you start getting packing snow or the mud stuck in the heel of them. Oh my God, it gets so heavy, and it's like you're just dragging your feet. But I have other boots too. Last distraction of the night, starting now. So he does see an area just north. So, okay. Look at me. So, yeah, the grain elevator. Yeah, the grain elevator. I don't remember the name. Okay. And you were never asked to search anywhere over there. I was not. Okay. let me direct your attention to this farm. I'm actually glad I pulled this up because I'm not even sure what he's saying here. So this is Rosie. Okay, let me direct your attention to this farm here. This farmhouse that's just north of 300 North. Do you see that? I do see an area. I do. It's north, so it's one of these. Okay. They both see it, but they're not really specific. They should have this labeled like here. This is what he's talking about. They should put a 1 here. This first one is, or even the line, because it's on like line 10 of his, they should just mark 1, 2, or. Do you see where the High Bridge Trail runs to the northwest and kind of almost meets that particular area across the street from the farmhouse? Oh boy, let's do that. That's a mouthful. So let's try that. So he says, this is Rosie. So they see an area. There's a house, a farmhouse on the north side, just north of 3. And he sees it. So Rosie says, and do you see where the High Bridge Trail runs to the northwest and kind of almost meets that particular area across the street from the farmhouse? So where it runs, so here, yeah. So they're going to be talking about mirrors, right? They have to, because the trail comes close to it right here. The bridge, I see it right here. This pointer is not good for this because it was supposed to be let me see. Drive me bonkers. I'm going to see if I can change this in my settings. My spacebar is not coming up. Why? This is weird. My spacebar won't come up. What the hell? This is wild. Oh my God. Because I have, my computer's frozen. Oh, that's what's going on here. If you can still hear me, I'm probably going to be rebooting. I'm going to type it in chat now. My computer is frozen. Everything's frozen. Yep. Coming to on my iPhone. Where the hell? I don't even know if you can still hear me. If you can, I'm going to reboot. So it'll be probably a few seconds. I'm coming to type this now. Nothing's working. What the fuck? Oh my goodness. Live. Go in there. I can't go into my own live. What? Maybe my router's rebooting. Holy fuck. How can I not get in? If you guys can hear me, I must sound like an idiot. Oh, here I am. Okay. I'm just gonna write reboot. If you can hear that, rebooting. I'm typing that into my iPhone, and I'm gonna reboot my computer. 2 seconds if you can still hear me. If not, well, myself, but I figured until I put myself back on screen like this, I can't even check. I'm going to have to open my YouTube up. Everything. Usually when I do that and I click, when I open Google Chrome up, it says to restore all of, like, everything I had open. And it's like, it asked me that. And I said, yes. And then I was like, but then it wouldn't, just like teased me. So I'm going there to listen to my channel. Oh my goodness. What a hack. Let me see. I'm going to listen. Yes. So, okay. So StreamYard is all I need. So I can slowly get that all back. I have StreamYard working perfectly. Let's remove this dopey looking guy. Let's just get some pages going again. Sorry, guys. Wow. I have them all. I'm going to open up right now. That was weird. Okay, so, and then I'll open up one more. It's the exhibit stuff. So there, now I have everything that I need to get started. Let me just move this to this screen before I share it. I'm so sorry. That was weird. Now coming back, I got 3 screens, so StreamYard's good. So then I could share this screen so you guys at least know, share screen, how professional I am. Watch this, share it. Entire screen. I'll even put the audio on just in case. So share, put it on stage. Boom. Okay, perfect. Remove you for a sec. Put myself, oh my God. So I noticed my little arrow was acting weird. I should have clued in that something was wrong then. Although it's weird how it does this. I like how it does arrow. Can you, oh, you can't even see it. Oh, so sorry. I'll show you what I'm talking about. So here, you see my pointer moving around? I'll show you what I thought you saw. I'm lucky I looked over to my YouTube. If I don't share the entire screen, so I got to remove this completely and stop. Trust me, it'll make sense. So I'm going to reshare. I have to share the entire screen like this. Like you'll see. It'll make so much sense. If anyone's even listening, put it on stage. All right. And now, put myself in the corner. Boom. Okay, perfect. Perfect. So you will see. Here we go. There we go. Now you see. So when I'm like my arrow, I made it huge so you guys could see it better. And when I do this, it trails. I have that intentionally set up so I could, trail stuff. But for whatever reason, like when I point on something, I like how the hand comes up. But for whatever reason, when I stay on this stuff, it does an eye, which I'm not fond of because I want this arrow. And that's what I was going to go change. So watch this. Here's what I tried doing because I first noticed I hide my, on computers like my Windows, I have my status bar on every screen. It only pops up when you kind of hover over it and it disappears. So I'm going to my settings to see if I can change that to just stay because I want it to just stay mouse and pointer. So I want it to just stay on this, not custom. I want it. No. Yeah. Wait, there's so many switches. Mouse indicator, mouse trails, yes. Enable the mouse. So the trails I like. I don't want it to change. There was a setting where I could, so that's custom, inverted, black, white. So if I choose this, is it only black? No, I like this one for color, but I don't want it to do that changing where it changes to different. Okay, so here it is. Okay. So normal select. I want this. I want this on everything. Link select. Oh my God. This is way too much. This is ridiculous. So to have the color, I have to have it do all those extra things like it changes, it points fingers, it changes. I want just this all the time, but I can't get it in the bright yellow. So let's see. I'll go with the black for now because it's huge. No, it's changing still. Why? What? How is that happening? How do I turn custom off? Oh my God. Seems like when you try to do everything, just want this. But it's changing. So if I'm going to have to, I'm so sorry, guys. I'm not getting distracted ever again. So I just wanted to stay with the arrow. But for whatever reason, it wants to change to different things. So I don't even know if you guys are listening. Let's do this. Oh boy. Select. Reset. Oh my God. This is wild. Fuck it. I definitely like the trails. Fuck it. Okay, I'm back. Not going. Okay, let's go. Because I definitely have to have it big, and I like the trails. But I want it to just stay yellow. I'll figure it out next show. Oh, you guys wait. You're in for something treat. The next show, I'm going to have it only the arrow every time. So let's find where I was. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. So what, 123 gets me back to the trial. 123, I think it was. Gets me, yeah. So we were on day 3. Yeah, I was reading these guys. So I'll go to the testimony. I was reading Olehy. Yeah. Oh, I don't remember exactly what page I was on, but I was definitely near the end. So like 93 area. And no, I haven't read Argumentative yet. Must have been around here. Yeah, because they're looking at the farm. So let me direct you so exactly here. So I can do the same thing I was doing. I'm going to move you to another screen to read and keep that photo up because that was working. And if I go to the exhibits, and what was that again? Ooh, what exhibit was that again? Like 9, States Exhibit 9 or something. I'm pretty sure I should go read because it says, 1 second. So I was here. States Exhibit, what was that again? Jeez. So States Exhibit 5. Boom. So if I just find 5 of the States Exhibits, should be down here. Oh, no. States Exhibits, where are you? Sorry, guys. Oh, it must be at the other area. Ooh. States Exhibit 5. No, it's not. Oh, boy. Come on. Defense. Affidavit. No. What? It's not this one. Sorry, guys. I'm determined to find it. States Exhibits. States Exhibits. It's not that. It's not. Oh, my God. So sorry. Everyone's probably closing and leaving. Oh, boy. Or if this is funny, I hope it's funny. I don't mind. I don't mind if you're laughing at me. I don't mind. As long as you're entertained. I'll dance like a fool for your smile. States Exhibit. I've done this. States Exhibit 5. So pretrial. What? How am I not finding States Exhibit 5? Pretrial Exhibit. Have I rolled through this twice and missed it? States Exhibit 5. Why am I not seeing it? States Exhibit. What the hell? I had it up. It's a photo. States Exhibit 5. This is wild. It's so wild that when you want these things, I stumble on them so goddamn easily. Okay, something's not right here. Is it in here? There's 2 groups I'm bumpering through. This is amazing. You're such a boob. So trial audio exhibits, links to download the exhibits, all pre-trial and trial exhibits. So States Exhibit 5 has to be here. I'm so sorry. DNA documents. Oh my God. I don't even need to have this up, but now that I can't get it, it's like I have to get it. So I'm so sorry. This is going to take, if this takes an hour, I mean, I'm just looking. States Exhibit 5. Okay. This is ridiculous. Oh, this is it. Oh my God, I'm such an idiot. So, 5. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Let's do this. Take two. No more screwing around. Let's go. So I'm going to leave it zoomed out. All right. So I do have the arrow. Okay. So it was just my computer was fucking up. That's what was wrong. I knew something felt weird. And then when I would hover on my other screen, my status bar never came up. And it usually does when I kind of hover over it like that. I don't know if you guys could see that. Let's see. Do you see that on? My status bar pops up. Yeah, you guys see it. Boy, oh boy. So I just need to restore a few more tabs on my other monitor, okay? I had other YouTube things open. Whew. I've had a crash before like that, but usually when I click restore tabs, like everything kind of pops back how it was. And this time it didn't, so I'm bumping around like a fool to keep open a bunch of things because, oh goodness, 6 hours already. Okay, that's working. One more. Sorry, guys. Almost back. Almost back. Switch. I got to switch accounts. Oh my God. Okay, now, yes. Perfect. Shibby is live. Cool. Let's watch. I'm watching myself on a whole other account. Still 18 people here. Sure. Oh, I got a pop-up. I hate that. I paid for that. I'm still getting a pop-up every now and then. I guess the 1990s. Remember those old pop-ups to buy something? Oh my God. So look at this full screen. Oh, I'm so close. Top chat to live chat. Fuck, come on. Boom. Perfect. Perfect. Hopefully I don't wake you guys. Ooh, actually I can't. I can't do that because I was reading on that screen because I wanted to keep this screen so you guys can see what I'm reading. So I mean, did that for nothing. Well, not for nothing. So let's do this. So these guys are looking at this picture. He's like, well, basically, did you search here? No. Did you search here? No. So, and where do you see the High Bridge Trail runs to the, one sec. So, and do you see where the High Bridge Trail runs to? This is what I was looking for. So yeah, it runs to the street runs across the street from the farmhouse, it appears to. Have you ever, or are you familiar with the fact that there was what I refer to as the Mears connector? Okay, we did this, yes. So he's never heard of it, neither have I. So he's going to explain to us. So that probably answers my question. You never searched any of the area along that part of the trail between 300 North and the trail either. No, sir. So between 300 North and the trail, so even the Mears entrance, they never searched to get to the trail. The Mears entrance is a, and then you can turn left to get to the trail, to the Olehy, or you could turn right to go to Freedom Bridge. Or what Derek does, he goes straight and down this Mary Bird Sanctuary or something. And he's down here. But this is also where he bumps into McCain. They don't search that area. Wow. What are these guys doing? Yeah, they don't search it for discarded items in clothing or anything like that. He's like, nope. Okay. Item 148. This is what we, the defense, have referred to as the magic bullet. Luttrell jumps in. Objection, Your Honor. It's an inappropriate reference and question. Rosie says, I'm asking if he acknowledges that we refer to it as that. And the court says it's a little argumentative. Sorry. It's irrelevant if he has any way but improper question. So the judge says, it's improper. Rephrase your question. You can't call it a magic bullet. Oh, gosh. Have you heard the phrase in the course of this investigation? So he still sticks asking with it. So, but he doesn't say it. He's like, Rosie's kind of being a smartass. So instead of saying that, he's like, have you heard that phrase in the course of this investigation? And Luttrell still jumps in. Objection, Your Honor. It's irrelevant. And the court says, how is this irrelevant, Mr. Rosie? And Rosie, I'm using it to identify the exhibit instead of talking about the, you know what I could do? I could bring this back down to make it easier for everybody in there. So I'm trying to read looking way over to my right. Not way over, but just now I'm looking straight ahead. So they're kind of moved on from that diagram. So it's easier when you guys are looking at it here. So the objection, I'm using it to identify. So Rosie, I'm using it to identify the exhibit instead of talking about the, then use the identity. Exhibit as item 148. Then use the identity that has been accepted and relayed to this jury as 148. Your characterization is improper. Wow. Like so much for you. You can't refer to something as a magic bullet, right? He's like, yes, ma'am. Thank you. It's like, thank you. 148, right? You can't see it from there? Yeah, that is State's Exhibit 148, the magic bullet. Smith & Wesson 40 caliber round, right? That is the caliber, yes. I saw maybe 6 or 7 photos of that round that were taken at the crime scene. Have you seen more than that? I have not. Okay. Have you looked for more? I have not. Okay. Did anybody ask you, like, hey, are there any more than 5 or 6 rounds? 6, 7 rounds of this? Photographs of this round? Sorry. So not to my, I don't recall being asked that, no. Okay. Do you acknowledge that there were no photographs of that unspent round that were taken of the ground where it sat after it was removed? Objection. Asked and answered. Sustained. May we approach? Sure. They have a little sidebar. Rosie. Afterwards, or during the conference, sidebar conference conducted. So they're in a sidebar now. And Rosie's like, I think the question was whether or not there were any photographs of the ground where it was removed. That's the first time I've asked that question. And Luttrell misunderstood. So he goes, then I misunderstood the question. Oh, okay, all right. I apologize. Withdraw the objection. Blah, blah, blah. Inaudible, obviously saying, yeah. I withdraw my objection. Okay, so the sidebar is over. Rosie finally wins one. Oh my God. Just thank you. So do you acknowledge that there were no photographs of the ground where that unspent round was removed after it was removed? I believe other photographs were taken at the scene, which would have depicted the ground after it was removed. Okay, fair enough. But highlighting that particular area so you could see how that ground was laying. Or how that round was laying on the ground after it was removed. I'm not aware of any. Oh, you know what? What's bugging me? I forgot I removed my banner. It was so Christmassy. I know you're going to love it. Boom. There we go. There we go. Because I might as well, because we don't need to see all the stuff up here anyways. So, perfect. Perfect. I knew something was bugging me. When I looked at my StreamYard, it kind of looked boring. So, back. Bugging me. When I looked at home, back. Christmas is back on. I can go to this page and go full screen and spy on chat from my other account to make sure. Oh, IRC, what did you get here? Oh my goodness. What did I miss you? I'm not even, look at you. When did you get here? Just now? What time is that? 5:07. 2 minutes ago. Awesome. That's a cue for what? What does it say? There. That's a cue for the AI. Oh, how long to search that size area with a team of 10 to 20? Oh, yeah. Without a dog. Yeah. Cool. Welcome. Yeah. Or I think obviously these bozos, like, where is it? Did I close it down? I hope to God. Did I close it down? I could. Oh, here it is. Like, imagine these guys. So they're looking for these girls. Dogs can come from another town, you know, so they could be there. So they could have been there by 8 or 9 p.m. And they ended up searching until 2 a.m., they say. And it's pitch, you know, but they call these dogs off. Who knows what they are? Bloodhounds, what I didn't even know. You know, fucking Chihuahua, like, you know, like a couple, they would have been a couple dogs, probably those good canine dogs or bloodhounds. Like, come on. And these others, you know, they probably got a couple of really nice bloodhounds that could have been here. And then he calls them off that night. But then the following morning, they're back at it by 7 a.m. They try to pretend like 6 a.m. Even though I bet you some of them are still running around all night long, even though they officially say they called it off, whatever. So then for 5 or 6 more hours, they don't have the dogs. They could have easily been there by then. She said, okay, I'm going to call it off tonight, but have them here at dawn. Be waiting at this mirror, you know, or be at the cemetery, you know, and I'll see you there. Some guy would say, okay, I got this yellow truck, and you'll see my 3 hound dogs will be at the bed of the truck. They'll be howling away. I'll get a McDonald's breakfast, and I'll sit there at 6 a.m. waiting for you, you know? And leashes or no leash, or this 60-foot, whatever. They would just let them off. Like, who cares, right? You're searching these dogs. They're well-trained, great hound dogs, especially. If they weren't the German Shepherds, the hound dogs would, 2 or 3 of them would run around finding everything. They would find if you dropped a Tic Tac somewhere, they would find it, you know? And so the next morning, and so they would have found the bodies within a half an hour. But forget about it. So picture the bodies. They find them. Say the bodies are removed, and the bodies are gone on the 15th, or whatever. You know, still no searching anywhere here for stuff. Like, the dogs could have been here by then. This whole area, just, you know, even that whole rest of that week. She just said, okay, I'm sure a bunch of people weren't running around here. Like, they probably had it cordoned off. Who knows for how long? They could have had dogs walking out of this, down the street, back in this entrance. You know, they would have had this all closed off. You know, these guys, guarantee you. That's a good question. I wonder how long. Hey, nature, do you know? Hello, nature. So Dewey's here. Boom. Sound, yeah, it was kind of in the ground. Yeah. But it was visible. It was sticking out. The end of it was in, more than likely stepped on or something, but who knows? Right. Nature showed up. I've been trying to show, but I'm in on. Oh, it's okay. But you've been listening. That's good. Oh, you should watch people like a hawk, and you can't get caught on your ass. So you've been listening, though? You've been listening. I've been trying to chat, but I'm in overtime in this shift. Yes. As long as you're listening, that's cool. I felt you. I knew you were here, nature. We knew it. Look at this. You were showering. Tell me about it, Nicole. I'm only kidding. Can you describe it, Nicole? Dewey and I, Nicole, please describe the shower. What, step by step, take us through the shower. I'm only kidding. Hey, welcome back. Ignore me. I'm a creepy old guy. Right? Yes. Thanks. LOL. So that's code for Nicole. Describe the shower. I'm kidding. Nicole's awesome. She puts up with so much. Oh boy. Where's my fucking phone? I literally just had my phone. It's disappeared. My phone has walked away. Oh, in my left pocket. I never put my phone in my left pocket. What the fuck? Fishy too? Oh my God. Watery? Yeah. It's better. I don't like it too thick. You want it watery. That's fine. Oh, the shower. Yeah. Okay. Watery's better for sure, right, Fishy? Right. Yep. Tell us. Okay, so how watery, Nicole? How? Where does this water go to? I'm so kidding. I'm going to move on. I'm not a creepy old man. I'm not. I swear. Despite what you hear, see, and read, I'm not. All an act. I'm trying to trick you guys. So weird. I had my phone in my left pocket. I never do that. But what I did do is make a coffee a while ago. I need my coffee. Ooh, look at you. Come with me, girl. I'm going to drink my coffee. It's perfect right now. One sec. And we're back. Got the LOLs, emojis, eyes on me, eyes on you. Ooh, watch. Oh, let me decipher this. Oh my God, that means I got to go full screen for this. What is it? Oh, what is this emoji combo? Oh, did I remove you off the screen? Get back here. Get your ass back on the screen. There you go. Full screen. Don't move the mouse because I have a bar. LOL. I see the shower. What's that pink stuff? Is that a scrub-a-dub pink? What's that? I can't see it. It looks like something pink, and there's like a sponge or bar soap. Looks fun. Whatever it is, the answer is yes for me. Let's do this. Never ever again will I get distracted. Watch. Check out how much fun this is. I'll never get distracted. You see it? I'm so kidding. And do you acknowledge that there are no photographs of that round, the unspent round, in its true state, the entirety of it? Yeah, that's wild, eh? That we don't get to see that bullet should be from every which way, right? Like angles, and then we remove it from the ground to see the tip, to see the back, the side, the front. Ooh, is he okay? Up the curtains. What? Oh my God. Did he stay like on the curtain rail? Oh my God. Yeah, they go up. They always go up. Why was he afraid of? Or was he just having fun? Like climbed, yeah, he wasn't afraid. He was probably having fun. Cats do that sometime. They just kind of go wacky. Why did he go up there? Curious? I had a cat once that just had to get up. Everything. He climbed up on, where I had animals that never ventured. This cat would, if he can get to it, he was so curious. Like he would climb up on, like he would jump up on benches and go up into like the rafters of my basement and stuff. And wherever he could walk, he was so curious, and it was kind of cute. So, but none of them, just this one cat would do that. So some cats love to go up high. Huh? You guys are having fun. So at the very top, it's like the room divider using a tangent. Oh yeah. It's a good spot for him. You know what? Go on and get one of those things, tower thingies, or you know what? Just get him an access so he can get up to somewhere. Because cats like to sit like on top of a thing you have, like a dresser thing or a big stand or something. They like to sit up high and be able to look down. So just give them somewhere how to get up there. And my cats always love that. So let's move on. At least hopefully he got outside to kill some stuff, right? That's good. Ooh, should I show you? Oh, I won't. Let's finish this first. And I've found a video of my cat Max running around my backyard. Like when I first got him, when he was like 4 or 5 years old, and he was just running like, because when I rescued my cat, I think he was like 2 or 3 or so, and he was like, somebody had him in a room, and the dog and him didn't get along, so they kept him in this little room. And when I rescued him, he kind of hid under a bed for a week. Then he came out for a week, and then within 2 or 3 weeks, he was outside running around like free, like he'd realized, and I have that first run on video when he was like 4 years old at least. And then that night, there was a thunderstorm, raining and thunder, and I see him out there, and he was doing the same thing. He loved it because he was a free cat. Like he was bound up in this room for years, and it's so great. So how about this? If you guys can remember, I'll show you. I'm going to finish reading this, and I'll show you that video. Oh, because that'll be a good break. So it's awesome. So, and where was I? So they acknowledged there was no proper. So he didn't take any of the bullet photos. So, and do you agree? with me that it would be helpful in an investigation like this to see a picture of that round after it was removed from the ground? Latrell jumps in. Objection to the form of the question. It's improper to ask if he agrees with the lawyer. Form of the question sustained. It's important in these investigations to document, isn't it? It can be, yes. The most important thing that you are doing out there is preserving information and items, correct? I would say yes. And I think I heard Officer Page at one point saying you can never take too many photographs. Have you heard that in the context of one of these investigations? You know what's funny? I'll answer that. So I think the conversation I've had with people is film is free. Well, not film, like, yeah, because especially with digital ones now, right? That's what he means. Sorry, one sec. Did I miss 4 Pits? Good morning, 4 Pits. Hey, bro. What's up? So sorry. Like, I miss people when they come in. You came in at what time to say that? 5 something. Why can't I see that? Whatever. So around, what time is it now? Oh, you just came in. Cool. Morning, 4 Pits. Welcome. Fishy. You and your emojis. Oh my God. You always do this one. What does this emoji mean? That you're rolling your eyes? Why don't you roll your eyes at me? I think that's what it is, eh? Gosh. Crossword puzzles. Okay, let's do this. No more distractions. Ever again. Ever. Where the fuck was I? Right here. Oh, so that's why I stopped, because all 3 of these guys talk about their fucking firing off photos. The first guy that, what's his name again? His name is, the first guy I believe is Jason Page, talks about, or Dwayne Datsman. One of those two talk about they when they graduated college is like photo major, and then they're all talking about. This one guy's talking about taking photos at the scene, and kind of working and like going backwards in time and walking and like taking photos and then going up in trees and up on ladders and looking down, and every angle he's talking about, and that's another thing I want, is that FARO, FARO scan. I want that. They took a tripod, put it in this crime scene, and they took an image of this crime scene. It's called FARO. It's like a cartoon image, right? What was that called again? Because I Google searched it. It's cool. FARO crime scene imaging. It's like this. Like they can recreate it exactly. Like here's the good one. This dead guy. Picture. Oh, here's a good one. This is better. Like they have technology with the laser beams and stuff. This is what they did at this crime scene. So they put a tripod here or something, right? And they can recreate exactly how it was, but it's fake. It looks like a cartoon. So why aren't we looking at that? Because they did it right there at the crime scene, which would explain why people saw tripod marks, possibly. Because it's, I think I've covered this a few times. It's on a tripod. Here, it's like this. They put it on a tripod. You can see that, yeah. And they just let it go for an hour or two, and it kind of, every friggin' point it makes, and then it comes up with imagine we had that. Like, I don't need to see the dead bodies. Like, show us this. Where's that FARO thing? Because they have it. They said they did it. They were very explicit about how they did it. So I want that. All right. I know you guys do too. Ooh, you're rolling. Yeah, the answers. Yeah. Is that all you rolled your eyes at? I'm not kidding. All right. Let's do this. Film is free. Yeah. These guys are firing off. Oh my God. They probably got a terabyte of just photographs. Why aren't we getting this this bullet every which way? They did it. Okay, so the logical extension of that is you can take a lot of photographs. You can. And this particular item was a pretty significant find at the crime scene, wasn't it? It potentially was. That's another bullshit answer. It's like they didn't see it for hours, right? This bullet. And then the one guy says that they're hooking up their blue light to see stuff like liquids or DNA. They're using a special blue light, and the one guy doesn't put his orange goggles on. He's the one who spots it because it's sparkling and shimmering like a disco ball or something. God. As if they wouldn't have seen it. It's right there beside her foot. If it's a bit buried, whatever, it was exposed. They say they're implying that they wouldn't have just seen, even if it was just a bit exposed, you would see this friggin' case, brass shiny casing. So it's so weird. So, and would you agree with me that you did a poor job at documenting that particular item as it relates to collecting it as evidence? Objection. His opinion is not relevant. It's part of argument. It's not part of question and answer. I'd object to the form of the question. It's his own work product, Your Honor. It is. It's the form of the question. Oh my God. I'd object to asking if he agrees with Mr. Rosie. Sustained. Do you wish you would have taken more pictures of that round? Not particularly, no. Of course not. See, these guys are assholes. Because, come on. If there isn't a bunch of pictures of it, he says it would have been better. Like, why isn't there? These guys are so fucking shady. This is the CSI, like, head captain cheerleader CSI guy. He's the head guy. 22 years of experience, retired guy. So, okay. Is it unprofessional to pick that round up, hold it, and take a photograph after while it's being collected? Anything unprofessional about that? I would say having an individual in the photograph would be considered potentially unprofessional. Placing it into a clean area and an unobstructed area which was not present at the scene would be a more proper way to document that photograph. That wasn't done in this case, was it? It was not. States Exhibit 82, a picture of a sock, right? That's correct. Somebody's holding the sock, right? They are. What? They picked it up with their hand. They did. Bare hand? And took a picture of it. They did. No face in the picture, right? There it is not. Oh, as if we can't find out who it was, right? Is this unprofessional? Sorry, is this unprofessional? It wouldn't be my preferred method. I wouldn't call it unprofessional, but I would call it the preferred method. What a dipshit. But he's the leader of this, so it's one of his guys, obviously. Wait 1 second, Your Honor. You did mention at one point that you had inspected Libby's, I think you said wrist areas for defensive wounds. Do you generally remember that testimony? I think it was yesterday. Generally, yes. Okay. Did you discover any type of defensive wounds on her body? I'm sorry. Did you discover any type of defensive wounds on her body? I did not. And pass the witness. Mr. Luttrell, thank you, Your Honor. So Luttrell's jumping back up. Yeah. Do you remember that they swabbed both of Libby's wrists? I don't know if they said that about Abby too. With only Libby. They swabbed both of her wrists. I was thinking, like, why would you do that? Huh? You guys wonder? Well, maybe they did it to Abby too, and I don't. But I do remember them specifically saying, "Oh, for sure, you for sure, you think so, yeah." But wouldn't that imaging be awesome if it was like it'd be like an exact picture of everything, very detailed. But yeah, obviously the real photos would be like they've got tons of photos, right? Come on, these guys are both talking about how they've taken crazy amounts of photos. Oh my goodness, what? Oh my God. Don't you have a trap? It can't go down. It should go to the little P-trap. You can just take the little bolt off the bottom and it'll fall right out. Must be there. You must have it. If you look underneath, it'll be like a U-shaped thing. And metal stuff like that can't flow back up. That's what it's for. It's called a P-trap. So you go under the sink, get an adjustable wrench, you undo that little thing, and it should just fall right out. So hopefully you have that. No, you don't have to. Don't worry about it. Say, do you have that though? Like it's like a U shape that goes back up. It's for just this, and it won't go anywhere. So don't worry. You don't have to take it apart. But there's a little. It's just at the bottom of the U. It has like a nut you just take off, and it's kind of a hole, and it's at the bottom of that U. And things can't flow back upwards. Metal things like that won't. They'll be stuck there. It's for this purpose alone. So don't you worry. It'll be there. You just tell the hubby when he gets in. He'll do it. Good. It's called a P-trap thingy. You'll see it. So don't worry. You'll get it back. You'll probably want to clean it. I'm sure you will. So what was I doing there before Nicole distracted me? Probably talking about how many photos they must have taken. Yeah. These three guys talk about them taking bazillion photos. So, I mean, come on. It's horrible this happened. We don't, cover them, any private parts up, whatever. We want best every angle to understand to help solve this because these guys haven't. And all they're doing is stonewalling and trying to, even afterwards, trying to keep stuff from getting out. Right? So, Latrell's back up. How many items of ammunition were collected in your investigation at Ground Zero? 1. How many items of ammunition were found anywhere in that crime scene on the 14th? 1. Of all the evidence that you collected and packaged in this investigation on the 14th and on the 15th, how many items of ammunition did you place into a package under this case number? 1 item. 1 sec. Right? Like, who knows, right? Yeah. Right. If they don't have defensive wounds, what is it? Right. It's like their stuff was done or they were unconscious or drugged. And even if it was heavy duty drugs, they were given, these people wouldn't tell us because we don't get taught. Or it was, I watched a lot of movies. Like, what if it's that chloroform stuff and that bandana to render them unconscious? I'm not saying anything, but it is, or they're subdued. That's why they're checking her wrists or for DNA too. Like, it's almost like multiple people would hold her wrist. Like, why are they looking for DNA on her wrist? I don't know. But yeah, you'd think there'd be some kind of defensive wounds, right? I don't know. Or you were unconscious or subdued. So, unfortunately, we have to think of everything, and it's uncomfortable. I wish this never happened. I swear to you. Horrible. But avoiding this out now afterwards, just because they want to pretend they got the right guy when we all know this is a whole lot wrong here. Yeah, they've said a lot of things, TJ, right? But I don't believe them, or they just don't know, or maybe they didn't even look. I don't know. But right, they did say that. But I don't believe these guys. After watching this, what would make sense? So then they were knocked unconscious, or no? Yeah, right. They said a lot. Yes. So without drugs and without restraints, or without people holding their hands, like, we wouldn't really know. I don't know. But to not have some defensive wounds or what, I don't know. Who knows? We're right. But they said a lot of things, and yeah, we should be suspicious and ask questions. What makes sense? If there's no drugs, no no restraint shine, no signs on the wrist that they were tied up. And I don't know. What else is there to think? They allowed them to cut them? Oh, come on. Right. I'm not saying you think that, but something's not right, because without anything obvious, there should be defensive wounds. And they say there's nothing and no defensive wounds. I don't know. So how much, when you were packaging the evidence in this case, did you have evidence from other investigations, other cases positioned, located within the area you were packaging? Nope. Did you package each item individually, one at a time? I did. Mr. Rosie. Oh, this is Latrell, so I should have been using my goofy voice. So this has been the Latrell, the prosecution. Mr. Rosie asked you the most important thing is to do all you can do, all can to preserve the evidence, something like that. Regardless of what he said, I'm going to ask you, is that the most important thing? I would say the documentation of the scene and preservation of the items at the scene are the two most important things. Right. Except if they're laying on the bodies of the girls, right? And after photographing the cartridge in the ground, did you place it in its individual package to preserve any evidence that might be on it? That's correct. No, they also want to be able to confirm it's the same one. So, I mean, dude, is a 45 caliber distinct from a 40 caliber by size and weight? Yes. Is there any way that you would confuse one for the other? I don't believe I would. So no, of course you wouldn't confuse it. But it's not you. You have to tell people, like the jury, prove it to them. So he's trying to act like, ooh, of course these guys know they wouldn't. But you got to think of when this goes to court. We want people to know this bullet is, the same one. And taking photos or a video would be great. I mean, were you surprised? Let me ask this differently. If the girls were overnight in the condition that what? Your whole thing is they were. Oh boy. If the girls were overnight in the condition that you found them, would you be surprised the next morning when you arrived at the scene not to find any evidence of critter activity or scavenger activity on the bodies of the girls? I would not be. Well, this is bullshit, because assholes, look at, it's almost like they're like prove to us. It's like, what if something took something? You wouldn't know it was there. It could have taken something and left and been sitting there looking at you from the bushes. This guy it's so disingenuous. It's like, this can't continue. These guys, they won't work for these guys. They're not their personal henchmen to help nail people. They want to get to the truth of the matter. And this answer is not this. Because he would not be surprised to realize there was no critter. Well, asshole, it could have been fucking critters running all over the place. And when they heard you coming or anybody, they scattered. They could have taken something with them. A branch, a piece of clothing, a Kleenex, a cigarette butt. Imagine a fucking red squirrel running away with a cigarette butt and smoking it. Like, I'm being a dick, but these fucking guys, it's all about, how can we trust any, like Oberg is their guy. Girl, he's good, there needs to be independent. This is fucking bullshit. They're not their personal henchmen. He's got to toe the line and answer ridiculously, even though he would not be surprised to show up at a crime scene the next day where two dead girls laid in the woods where there's fucking critters everywhere. Like as if when they walk up there, the coyote's going to be sitting there when they got there, or the squirrel's going to be sitting there nibbling, and the raccoon that stole the clothing is going to be sitting there. Like, They hear their car coming up, parking, and the fucking animals are gone. So it's so disingenuous. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. What do you mean? What other options? I forget. I missed. What other options are there? If I missed it. Oh, well, what other options are there? That these guys are lying? That they really was drugged and they didn't tell us? That they have a tox report and didn't include it? That they've evidence that they were drugged by that bandana and it's chloroform that doesn't show up, but again, they don't want us to know. I don't know. There's a million, yeah. Hey, what's up, Judy? Good morning. Welcome. Good morning, Shibby. Oh, but in some of these county courts, they do work together to imprison because, yeah, right, yeah, well, yeah, that whole for-profit thing, it's definitely been, yeah, those guys are making bank off these prisoners, right? Wasn't even thinking of that. Good point. Yeah. As soon as everything becomes for profit, it's like after 20, 30, 40 years, it turns into just the numbers. They act like corporations. It's like, what? Yeah, it's a good point. I wasn't even thinking of that. So it's like, boom, let's get people in the jail. Let's fucking, oh my God, this little guy is we're going to get so much having to guard him 24/7 on safekeeping. I wasn't even thinking of that angle. Yeah, this whole safekeeping big business, having to have 20 people guard him 24 hours, like, boom. Good point. So would it be your expectation not to find, oh my goodness, not to find them in that fashion after being overnight in the condition in which you found them? I would expect to find them in a very, yeah. You would expect to find them exactly how they were, with evidence strewn all over them that only this killer could have touched. And there's 20 sticks on them for whatever reason you choose, to hide them, to undoing, to stage them for misdirection, to pose them because this guy's fantasy. Whatever reason, this guy puts those branches on these girls. Yes. And a 22-year, a 20-year, and a 16-year CSI veteran put their heads together and say, let's pile these branches over here and fucking leave them there for 18 goddamn days. Yes. And when Mr. Baldwin asks him, now that you've been sent back on March 3rd to get these branches, do you think it was maybe a bad idea to leave them out there? And he's like, no, we made the right decision. Like, fuck these guys. So Rosie's back up. Sorry, guys. Plus the federal side, yes. Oh my goodness. I wasn't even thinking, yeah, because that whole for-profit thing. Oh my gosh, Judy, I forgot all about that angle. Good morning. Thanks for being here. Sorry, I've been doing that a lot. I don't know why. I'm going, I go, I don't know why. Weird. So Rosie's back up. So you were talking about the condition of the bodies, right? Yes. But the expect that they might be exposed to some predators or scavengers. That wouldn't be unusual, would it? It wouldn't necessarily be unusual. Of course it wouldn't, you fucking idiot. But I would also say at the time of year, fuck you at the time of year. Warm day, they're going out to fucking find possums, and they would all love to have something cozy to take back to their nest or den or whatever. Stop it. Like they act like as if they don't start eating their arm off, there was no insects or no critters there. And most of them would have loved to grab a sweater or a shirt or, and take it back to their den to help them sleep and stay warm. Come on. This fucking guy is so disingenuous. Insect activity is very much consisted in northern Indiana. And insect activity, of course, I mean, come on, at this time of year, of course, the insects aren't. And only that little time, of course. I mean, it's going to take time for them to start decaying. This guy's nuts. Nobody's implying that. Because then if it was, if they're decaying in the hot sun and for 3 or 4 days, they showed up, you can tell by when those larvae are laid and what stage they are, how long it's been, it usually happens after a certain amount of time in this type of temperature, in these conditions. We can guesstimate really good with the bug, but this time of year, of course, not a bazillion insects, wintertime. So the insect is one of the things that often brings other animals. Oh my God. Small and large, yeah. Toads are coming to eat bugs. The birds are going to sit there and pick bugs off to the bodies. And the fact that there's no insect activity at the time of year, I think, lends itself to the fact that there was no animal activity. Oh, right. Of course, there's no. This guy can say there's no animal activity, right? Is that the only way an animal can interact with these bodies? Could they have come and taken one of those sticks off and walked away with it? No, this guy's such a fool. If I was on the jury, I would hold this against him. It's like, why are you guys simping so hard for these guys, man? To make this look one way. Like, say the truth. I would have no idea if a squirrel came up and stole a branch or a sock. I mean, come on. Ever seen turkey buzzards in Indiana? Yes. Ever seen them on the highway or a roadkill? Pretty common around these parts, isn't it? It's very common. Yes, I would say. They can't pretty quick get into those things, can they? Can't they? Sometimes. Do you now you said you collected only one round in this case, right? That's correct. So he buzzed right over that. Like, to act like as if there's going to be like buzzards spinning around these girls at this time. Oh my gosh. Or maybe they were and these guys didn't tell us about it or care to look. I mean, they show up with their trucks and scare everything off. How do you know what was there? Could have been ready to start eating these girls. And there's searchers running around. Right. Of course there's no animal activity because the whole night, since basically 2 hours after they've been gone, the other side of the creek had fucking searchers making noise, walking around. So of course nothing's going to stay there. Nothing would. These guys are idiots now that I think about it. Right? Because the only reason that they didn't find them is because they didn't walk across the creek, but they were in that whole area saturated from 6 p.m. The first cop arrives, 7, 8, the searchers walking all around as if, even if they don't walk in that lower area, there's activity all around there, and fucking deer or coyote or nothing's going to come out. It's like, what, do you think you're going to catch a fish with all that noise? Like, so of course there's no, because for 3 hours after they've been missing, laying there dead, you got fucking 30 people walking around probably screaming and yelling and making noise just because you guys want to bullshit that you didn't walk there. So there's no chance of being any critter activity, really, because you guys were tromping all around there, except close enough to say where you found them. It's all bullshit because there were lights and noises all night long. Of course, nothing was there. Well, like, they act like this is some vast space where they were found and couldn't get to. Of course, if nobody was walking around there all night, more than likely would have been lots of critters sniffing around. Of course they're not. You guys were walking around like idiots on the creek bed and talking to each other, making noise, and the bright lights everywhere. What do you think's going to be there? So they can be pretty quick at getting those things, can't they? Sometimes. Oh, so you could have spent some extra time or given that some extra attention because it was the only one you collected, wasn't it? I could have. If you had to do it over again, would you take more photos of that bullet round? I would not. This fucking guy. He gives him okay, so there's not enough photos of this bullet. He's got unlimited photos. He's got a digital camera. He could take a terabyte of photos. He could take HD video. And there's not very many or hardly any good photos of this bullet. But if he had to do it over again, he would not take any more photos. He did it perfectly. These fucking guys are such... right there. If I was on a jury, I'd be like, what the fuck? You wouldn't? We don't have every angle of this bullet. Yet and you have unlimited fucking digital camera space, you wouldn't? There's 3 of you. All 3 of them guys had cameras. I would not, based on the fact that it did identify, to my knowledge, a firearm. Yeah, it did. Yeah, you got the guy. Her subjective opinion, the bullet that we don't know if it's the same one you pulled out of the ground, was matched from her fucking. She looked at it and spun a little hamster ran on a wheel in her brain, and she spits out that, yeah, I'm never wrong, and this is based on my subjective opinion. So it's him. I can't rule out all these other guns. I'm so positive, yet I know it's his. What the fuck? It's her opinion. Of course she ain't wrong. So protecting it and preserving it, why bother taking any photos then? Fucking guys. Oh, I'm going to get this done. Watch this. Sorry, guys. I've heard that roadkill is... Well, yeah, but I mean, think about it, though. Right. So if that area was silent, there would be critters all over that, right? In those 22 hours. But think about it. By 6 p.m., the girls are barely 2 hours dead. There's a cop there trouncing around. And then within a couple hours, the area is saturated with people walking around with, the whole other side, what if there was a coyote there, just because they didn't walk right there? It's not like they would say, oh, I can stay here with all that noise over there, there, and there, and there. Nothing would be in that area. Nothing. Deers would scatter, coyotes would scatter, raccoons, possums, none of them would feel comfortable. Even the squirrels with all those people trouncing around wouldn't want to. During the day, they wouldn't, So think about that. Like, of course, there's no critter activity because these fucking guys have been trouncing around basically almost on top of these girls for 22 hours. Of course, fucking deer's gone. No one's going to walk around in there. Nothing. Bugs, of course. This time of year, bugs, that's sooner. It's wintertime. It's just it's a warmer day, but they don't, if it's warm, they just don't sprout out. I mean, they're like in cocoons and larvae, and it's like, they're not on the bodies like that. Like, it's so ridiculous. But, so, yeah, if he had to do it, he would not take any more photos based on the fact that it did identify, to my knowledge, a firearm that was used with it. So protecting it and preserving it, I feel, is the right thing to do. Not to prove to this jury that it's the same bullet. He has no care. Just that we protected it, and she can say it's his. Which one is it? Who could be any bullet, right? You're trying to prove it here, like to everybody, not just yourself. Why bother taking any photos then? So I do anything else that I might do to damage. Oh my God, a photo? You think you're going to damage it with a photo? And taking every attempt to preserve that evidence. If you had to do it all over again, would you have taken, he's laying it up for you, dude. Would you have taken more photos of the area, close-up photos of the area on the ground where that round had lied before you pick it up? And he's kind of, oh, this guy keeps asking me, maybe I should. I mean, I think I took 5 or 6 photographs of one of them. Close-ups? There were 2 or 3 that were close-up. Did you ever take a close-up, a photograph of that round? A close-up where you got down? Or did you ever see a photograph of that round when it was under those leaves that were moved before it was photographed? Yeah. I believe there was one photograph where it was visible before we found it. Before you found it. Yes. Okay, all right. I have nothing further. That wasn't Rosie. Was recross-exam? Oh my goodness. Could have sworn I switched it. Does anybody on the jury have any questions for Mr. Olehay? They're having a sidebar. Judge, go. And we're going to break after this. Okay, we're going to break after this. May I grab my notepad? Sure. Did the undergrowth appear? So they're looking at questions from the jury. This is where they either approve or don't approve. So there'll be no answers. It'll just be like, is this a good question or not? So the one question is, did the undergrowth appear to be disrupted under Abby to indicate she was dressed as she laid there? Rosie's, I'm okay with that. Judge Gull, another question. When the evidence is being tested at the lab, how is that logged and resealed in the same bag? I'm okay with that. Jim, I think he's answered. Is it common practice to change gloves at any point during evidence collection? I'm okay with that. Was the bullet collected in an envelope or pillbox? Yeah, it's been answered, but I'm okay with that. He said pillbox. He said pillbox from defense doesn't need to know. Well, I think sometimes people get it. I think, isn't it in an envelope now because it was collected in a... Okay, they heard it, but they're not listening. Okay, what identifies which collected items were reopened or sealed, broken by a lab personnel? Is there initials on the item? Right. This is that whole, because they're probably worried about the whole... If, let's say they had the underwear in a box, or like in a bag sealed, trying to dry it somewhere, but then when they do the assay kits, the guy went to get that to bring it probably to include it in the assay test, and then brought it back again, so he has to unseal and seal it, and his initials, and there's a whole thing with the assay kits, and so the Mullen guy intercepting it and then putting his initials on it to say he had it. Oh my gosh. I'm okay with it. Okay, so we'll go through all these questions and then we'll take a break. Thank you. So the juror questions asked of the jurors asking questions read by the Honorable Judge Seagull. S-E-A. All right, Mr. Olehay, did the undergrowth appear to be disrupted under Abby to indicate she was dressed as she laid there? I'm sorry, can you read that again, please? Yes, sir. So this is Judge Gull. I got to get a different voice because it's... So Judge Gull is just going to be my nice voice. Judge Gull. Yes, sir. Did the undergrowth appear to be disrupted under Abby to indicate she was dressed as she laid there? This is the guy. Olehy. I don't recall any area under her directly that was disturbed beyond just small movement of the body during the examination of the scene. Mr. Luttrell, any follow-up? I have none. Mr. Rosie? No, ma'am. So Judge Gull's next question from the jury to this guy. When the evidence is being tested at the lab, how is it that logged and resealed? How is it logged and resealed in the same bag? So an analyst, and may I illustrate? Certainly. So to use item 151 as an example, the top portion is sealed with my initials, and my seal, there are my initials. This is my identifying officer number, and my seal's over the complete area of the opening of the flap. The bottom is also sealed by me, even though it's factory sealed. The side is actually opened with a sharp edge instrument like an X-Acto knife or a box cutter or a small pair of very sharp scissors, and it's opened along the side and the item is removed. So that's a good way, because basically if you seal it up the first time, you date it and say, and if it has to be opened, they don't just break your seal stays and they make a new opening, and then that one will be sealed by whom and when, so I like that. And then once it's removed, it is resealed by the evidence person dealing with it, whether it be a chemist, an analyst, whoever it is in the lab. And then they place it back in and reseal it in the exact same container. As well, it does have the identifying number on for the individual item that the laboratory would use to track it. And then also this square here and the handwriting here indicates that it was removed by the same initials, which is SB and SB up here, indicating the lab evidence number and the lab item number. So this box is affixed and added to on each item examined by an analyst. So Judge Gull, any follow-up, Mr. Luttrell? So Luttrell This could actually follow up. Do you recognize the initials SB relating to the laboratory system at Indianapolis, Indiana State Police? Based on this case, I would assume them to be the initials of Stacy Bozanovsky. And who is she? She is a DNA analyst and lab analyst for the Indiana State Police Laboratory at the Indiana State Police Lab in Indianapolis. And in your experience, what is the situation if you deliver a package not fully sealed to the Indiana State Police Laboratory? It would be rejected by the lab for acceptance. Thank you. No further questions. Mr. Rosie, no more questions. So, questions of the jury read by the court. Another question. This is another jury question. Is it common practice to change gloves at any point during evidence collection? For example, different gloves for evidence collection on each victim? Yes, absolutely. Gloves are. I go through boxes of gloves at a crime scene. I think I described yesterday, obviously, if you're working on one piece of evidence, you wear new gloves for the next. These fucking jurors really curious about that. Oh my God. I think I described yesterday wearing often 2 pairs of gloves for the ease of change. Yeah, the gloves underneath protect my precious hands. And most often my practice was to wear 2 pairs of gloves so I could more quickly change them and still put a pair of gloves on without the sweaty hands or wet hands or anything like that. And yeah, so when I touched a different piece of evidence, I'd put new gloves on. No shit. Any follow-ups? No, Your Honor. Mr. Rosie? Nope. New question. By gall for this guy. Was the bullet collected in an envelope or a pillbox? It was collected at the scene in an envelope, and in order to preserve its integrity and not touch, damage, or destruct it in any way, it was never removed from its initial packaging. That was packaged at the scene directly by me at the scene. Mr. Luttrell, no questions. Mr. Rosie, no questions. New question from the jury. What identifies which collected items were reopened or your seal broken by a lab personnel? Are there initials on the seal? What? You said it. They open up, they make a new opening and reseal it. These people are fucking. As I already fucking answered, you idiots. The seal is the item is opened by a lab analyst with their individual seal and reseal. They cut a whole new fucking hole. They'll have their specific mark or initials. And in this case, at item 151, the item is opened by Stacy Bozanovsky and resealed with packaging tape, and then resealed and signed on both. So he doesn't even explain it properly again, because he should have said, like I said before, they use a small pair of scissors or a little incisional knife, not a box cutter, like a little razor blade, to open up a whole new opening. That's so. Mr. Luttrell, I have no questions. Mr. Rosie, Mr. Rosie's back up. So, it's gonna be 3 more pages. We're almost there. Questions? If you guys are still up, remember to ask me. Remember to ask me. I'll show you my cat running around for the first time, if you still want to know. So Rosie's going to ask a few more follow-ups of this Brian Olehy. Oh, no. Rosie, the juror questions must be done, I think. So, the follow-up to the juror questions is what's going on. So I guess. Rosie, you'd agree with me that item 148, for example, would be treated similar to 151 in terms of your testimony just a second ago? I would say yes. To which I would object to the form of the question. Would you agree with me? Form of the question, Judge Gull asks. So Rosie's going to ask again, I guess. Would item 148 be treated the same as item 151 in terms of your testimony just now? It would. And would there also be, with item 148, specifically the bullet, the round, would there also be a log sheet that chronicles the travels of that round from the time it was collected by you to the time that it landed here in this courtroom. There would be a chain of custody maintained on it from the time I collected it up until this date. You ever seen that chain of custody log in this case with that 148? I have not, and it would not be uncommon for me to not review or see chain of custody logs after an item leaves me. Okay, I don't have any further questions. Judge Gall says, all right, thank you, Mr. Olehy. You may step down. Olehy, thank you, Your Honor. And Judge Gall, yeah, you can just put that back in the box. Thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break again. Ladies and gentlemen, while you are outside the courtroom, please keep your minds open. Please don't form any opinions or conclusions about anything. You may discuss the evidence that you've heard so far, but please only do that if all 16 of you are present in the jury room at the same time, and then please don't deliberate. Gentlemen, the bells all rise. So 10:49 a.m. they walk out. Judge Gall says we're going to take 15 minutes. Let's take 15 minutes off the record at 10:51. Back on the record, 15 minutes, 11:06. Judge Gall says, what is? It might be a couple more jury questions. I don't know. Judge Gall says, all right, are we ready to continue? Oh, they're probably going to move on to the next guy, Bunner. Is the state ready with your next witness? Mr. Liddy, yes, Your Honor. Prior to that, I want to publish to the jury hard copies of 3 slides identified by Sergeant Page yesterday. I did not want to pass any crime scene photos. Okay, but I do have a diagram that I want to pass the jury. Okay, and that was State's Exhibit 1 is State's Exhibit 182. Okay, so I've got 182, 183, and 184. Those, what you're talking about? I'm talking about the topography. Oh, okay. And so you want to publish 182. I need to find the evidence number of these. I apologize. Okay. Well, can we bring the jury in while you're doing that? Absolutely, Your Honor. Judge Gall. Okay, let's go bring them in. 182 is in the topographical, and then there were aerial photos that, and they were given copies of those. The jury was given copies of 183 and 184. Those were the photos with the helicopter. Right, correct. They were given those? Correct, sorry. But they were not given the photo of the Google each map depicted in 182. Correct. And also, it's the topography slide that he identified. I just do not see it in the collection here. What is it? You've been marking those. Who, what? And Rosie jumps in. These are just my copies. I just wanted to make sure. And the judge, oh, you didn't have them? I didn't take his, in all honesty, like, oh, so they're looking for his, and she thinks he stole it. And Rosie's like, I didn't take his, in all honesty. And the judge is like, oh, okay, but you've been marking on your copies what they are. I mean, you didn't. And Rosie's like, yeah. She's okay. Goodness. So Brian Bunner's coming up soon. So Rosie's like, she's got them all filed back there, but these are just yours. Yeah. This is, whatever. All rise. The bailiff is bringing everyone back in. Judge is, okay, so it's just 182 then. 182. The bailiff is like, thank you. You may be seated. Judge calls, thank you, gentlemen. All right, you may proceed, Mr. Luttrell. So this is where the Bunner is up. So I'll just read this because they're going to finish up to Bunner. But they're talking about these photos that they're doing. So they're bringing everyone in and starting a new guy and doing photo entries all at once. So Luttrell's like, thank you, Your Honor. Prior to the next witness, we want to provide to the jury hard copies of State's Exhibits 182. Oops. Sorry. State's Exhibits 182, and they have seen yesterday. It is a Google Earth illustration. Let's go look at 182. And it does contain some measurements of the area of the bridge and the crime scene. Okay, you may. So State's Exhibit 182 is published. And Judge Gall says, all right, you may call your next witness, State. And Mr. McClellan, Nick, Mr. Boss McClellan jumps in. Judge, the state of Indiana will call Trooper Brian Bunner, please. Boom. So that's where we're at. So what time is it? Ooh, I have time still. How many pages is it? Let's see. So maybe instead of not screwing around, let's see what Bunner does. How long are you, Mr. Bunner? Brian Bunner. Ooh. 62 pages. Oh my goodness. Should I do it? I'm working for another almost 2 hours. Yeah. Let's do this, guys. You want me to do this? And I'll save my cat Max running around for another day. Let's see if we get done. How's that? Because I got time to kill. I'm working hard. I'm guarding. Oh my goodness. It's like twice as much shit I'm watching tonight. They dropped off a whole bunch of stuff. It's right out my side door, pretty much. You want to see? I can show you that. How about that for fun? I can. Let me see it real quickly. So we're going to start that other one. So I'm going to close this down. So I've done. So this is Bunner. I'm doing this 109. I'm doing this. I don't need this. So I've done. No, that was Bunner. Who is this? Olehay. Oh, they had the first name. So they switched from Brian Olehay to Brian Bunner. So I got to shut down Brian Olehay's. Shut it down. Go. Okay. And there's only one thing open. And that's how Brian Bunner starts. We did this, and it starts right here. Because we did this right here to going to call a state trooper. I'll start right here. So let me see. I'll do a quick show you what I'm watching here. It's fun. If anyone's awake. Let me see. Show you how busy I am. I'm not docs. I don't care. Nobody knows. If you can find my house by this camera, well, come on over. I've logged in on another one. So my wise cams are up. Running. Boom. Pop them in here. There we go. Look at all this shit I gotta watch here. This one especially. So here's the back of the house. Side. It's getting huge, eh? We're building it good. So one of these pieces of wood is worth fucking a bazillion bucks. So look at all this shit. This is my driveway here. It's my brother's trailer. So I'm guarding this with my life. You see it? You see it? Oof. Paul Blart on steroids here. It's fucking very valuable wood. And there's no fence or nothing blocking. There's a little fence here, but this whole side is wide open. Like people can just walk my driveway. They can just walk in my, So guarding. I have a bunch of other cameras too. These are the ones you see. So awesome, eh? Shut her down. Pretty cool. If anyone's still awake, let's do this. You guys want me to read? I can get this done if you want. I'm going to do it. I promise. Let's go. Yes, it's junk science. It's roadkill for sure. Did you say that a long time ago? 548. Oh yeah, you said that a while ago. Yeah, that's how. Remember, Brad Holder, he hit a raccoon with his bumper, so he got insurance to get him a new bumper, and he went home with a free dinner. So awesome. Let's do this. I'm gonna have a quick drink, and we're gonna do this. Might as well. Let's get this going. Actually, I'm going to run for a quick Quick pee break. Literally, I'll be fast and I'll barely wash my hands. I'll be right back. Just for Nicole. I'll just get them wet and make some noise till I feel better. All right? Just kidding. I'll be right back, literally 2 minutes. Okay? Be right back. And we're back. Boom. Anyone's still here. Let's do this. You guys are loving this, right? Ooh. Should I do it? Dewey? Nicole? I'm just going to read this. It's 62 pages. If I don't get any distractions, I could probably do this. I got like almost 6:17. I have till at least 8 a.m. So I have an hour and 40 minutes. Let's see what we can do here. You guys ready? All right. So Brian Bunner. This, I guess, is probably another CSI guy. I'm not exactly sure. I just chugged my other coffee. And let's do this. Judge Gulch. Who's saying Gulch? Did somebody? Oh, who did that? Let's give it to Judy. Dude, I didn't read that. Sorry, I missed it. Yes, Judge Gulch. I like it. I like it. Junk science from Judge Gulch she allowed a whole lot of ridiculous shit. Yeah. And Dewey's back. Dewey's alive still. He's awake. Yes, everyone was exactly. They were walking through the woods, listening to Odin talking through the, yeah. They wanted Odin to speak to them through the branches and sticks. And, doesn't everyone do that? Especially after their son's girlfriend was found dead with a bunch of sticks on her in the woods, resembling a tattoo of mine. I just put on my hand, and I lied about meeting her, and I was cleared because of Holland lied about one of the persons, probably a fanboy just like me. And oh my goodness, I make ceremonial knives. I'm a blacksmith. I make a bunch of ceremonial knives. Probably a whole bunch of other shit I'm forgetting. All my interviews went missing, and Diener fucking held, tickled my taint all the way through my deposition to make sure I didn't talk bad about, oh God, help me. Let's do this. For Dewey, for Nicole, for Dewey, for Judy, for TJ, for Judge Gulch, and anyone else who's still here. Whoever's still here. You haven't talked in a while. This is for you. Let's do this. You ready to start? Please hold. And we're back. I had to clear my throat, and I'm going to pop up another mint lemon, which I don't want. These are good. They're sugar-free, or no added. Just a little bit of sugar. Not bad, though. So, you guys ready? All right, Brian Bunner. Let's see who this guy is. Lieutenant Brian Bunner is up to bat. Direct examination questions by Mr. McClellan. The judge will call Brian Bunner. You've been sworn in. Questions by Mr. Boss Man McClellan. Lieutenant Brian Bunner. Will you state your name, please? It's Brian Bunner. And would you spell your last name for me, please? Bunner. And how are you employed? With the ISP. And how long have you been employed with the Indiana State Police? About 24 years. And were you employed in law enforcement before you started with the Indiana State Police? Oh, so the ISP? I was just thinking to myself, every time I see Indiana State Police, I'm going to say ISP. And literally, the second chance I get to do it, I don't. With the ISP. My mouse was on. There was a little crumb or something. When I was moving my mouse around, there was something crunching. So here we go. And how long have you been employed in law enforcement in total? Oh, about 27 years. And did you go through some special schooling or training? Nick always asks this stupid shit. Yes, the ISP Police 22-week recruitment academy. And what is your role currently in the ISP? Right now, I'm the lieutenant, and I oversee the digital forensics program. Oh, for the entire state. Oh, forensics, yeah. If this guy talks about trying to recover those photos the way Mullins said they were deleted, I'm going to flip my shit. Because there's no chance in recovering something when it's been overwritten. So let's see what this guy does. Please don't do it. I'm going to get so distracted if he tries that. So, and to be involved with the digital forensic portion of the ISP, did you have to go through additional specialized training to be qualified for that position? Yeah. Can you tell me? Well, first of all, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 185. Can you tell me what that is? This is a statement of qualification for a CV or a resume, if you will, of my training and experiences summary of proof he's competent. Yes, it's remedial, definitely. And does that accurately reflect the training and qualifications and different classes and seminars you've been through to become a digital forensic examiner? Yes. Judge, this I'm going to put it on extra thick when it's Nick, Boss McClellan. Like, Judge, may I sniff your chair and your ass for a little bit? Yeah. Oh, sorry, did I say that? The state would move to admit or marked as State's Exhibit 185. Any objection? No, Miss Auger. I'm sorry. Is there any objection? I said no. I'm sorry. That's Miss Auger again. Oh, okay. I'll show that at 185 is admitted without objection. 185 is admitted. Mr. Boss McClellan. Judge, the state would move to publish that to the jury. You may. McClellan's still asking away. Trooper Bunner, can you outline for the jury just briefly the course of your progression through the ISP? You graduated from the Law Enforcement Academy. You then became a trooper. And what happened from there? I've been doing sketchy shit ever since. No, I'm just kidding. Eventually, I became a district detective at Connorsville District. From there, I moved on to Digital Forensics Unit with the SP out of eye. Ooh, they tried to trip me up there, but I'm not falling for it. And at the time, it was called the cybercrime units. It's being changed now to digital forensics unit. And what year did you move to the cybercrimes unit? In 2009. And have you been with that unit, which is now the digital forensics unit, since that time? Yeah. I've either worked as an examiner or been a supervisor within the same unit. And is it fair to say that since 2009, you've gone through annual training as part of being part of that unit? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Can you talk about that a little bit? So, with the evolution of technology, it's always changing. And so we make sure that we always go to yearly training, if not more than one training a year, webinars, including just trying to keep up with the technology to stay current so we know exactly how to delete shit and not record a bunch of interviews in the year 2017. And afterwards. So is it safe to say that, said this already, but that technology evolves each year? Oh my God, yes, sir. Oh my goodness. And so, is it important for you to have yearly training to stay up with that technology? Yes, sir. Or the changes in that tech? Yes, sir. Okay. I heard the term network intrusion. Is that the same as cell phone forensic? No, that's totally separate. Can you describe the two? So, cell phone forensics, while digital forensics is overall discipline. There's different disciplines within the digital forensic realm. It's like different planes, like where Stranger Things is on the upside down. So you have computer forensics. You have cell phone forensics. You have, drone forensics, internet things and forensics. And oh my God, we used to have film and cameras, and now we got digital. So there's all this stuff. You have network intrusion or incident response types of crimes. So there's different specialties within digital forensics as well. And you specialize just in digital forensics, is that right? Digital forensics, specifically computers, cell phones, and other digital devices that are brought to us. And what type of equipment and or programs do you commonly use to perform your duties? Ooh, let's see. So we have paid programs, commercial programs that we purchase to do cell phone and computer forensics. Some of them are named Celebrite, Magnet, Axiom, X-Ways, so on and so forth. There's different paid license programs that we use to get into phones or get into computers. And your specialty, again, is phones and computers. Is that what you testify to? Yes, sir. How many phones do you think you've examined since 2009? That's another thing. They had talked about hooking Mitch Westerman's phone up to get the passcode of his lock screen and said it could take up to 2 years of a brute force attack to crack his passcode. But I never heard what happened. So they took Mitch Westerman's phone and trying to nail Baldwin with anything they could find on him through Westerman's phone. But Westerman's iPhone, he wouldn't give him the passcode to get in. So they hooked it up to a program. It's called a brute force attack, meaning it would take at least a year or two, but it'll eventually break through any password type deal. It's called brute force, meaning it just constantly does it for up to 2 years. It could take. And they hooked Mitch Westerman's phone up to one and said they were doing that. So I don't know whatever happened. I guess maybe they got in. I don't even know. I think after a year, Mitch is like, okay, fuck, it's 1728 or something weird like that. Give me my fucking phone back, You're looking at, I don't know. I'll have to find out. I've never heard anything. So, It's in the hundreds, of not 1,000 or more. So how many phones has he examined? Hundreds, if not maybe 1,000 or more. So, and have you testified at court about prior examinations? Yes, sir. In those prior hearings, some of those, have you been declared as an expert in some? Yes, I have. I want to talk a bit about cell phone forensics. Ooh, can you explain the process that you go through when you do a cell phone extraction? Yeah. So in 2017, when this case was brought up to us, the procedure was basically you get the phone in, you do a manual examination to kind of see, what packaging it's in, what condition it's in, is the screen cracked, and so forth. So I have a digital camera that I document all those things. You open up the settings, you take pictures of the serial number, the name of the accounts, the screens. You take a digital picture of the screens, what applications are on the phone, all that. That's the first line. And then the second part of that is picking a software to try and extract the data. So extracting the data using one of the commercial tools that I talked about. And then at that point, you take the data and then you put it in another software to process. And so you have all this technology, the digital, things that you get off the device. And then you process it with this software. And then from there, you process that into a report form or readable format so the investigators and or the prosecutors can read what was on that phone and never find a Snapchat photo. Therefore, no longer calling it the Snapchat murders. I added that last part. I want to break that down a little bit more. You were talking really fast. And so I want to make sure I understand. The first thing that you do when you get a phone for an extraction is that you examine the outside of the phone. Yes, sir. And when I say examine the outside of the phone, what do you do to examine the outside of the phone? You take pictures of the packaging, the phone, the case that's in, you remove the case, you take pictures of all these things, including the settings and serial numbers and all that type of thing. I guess they've all swabbed them for DNA. You look for fingerprints, or is that already done? Ooh. So you not only take a picture of the outside of the phone, meaning the phone it's outside the case, you also remove the SIM card and take a picture of that. Yes, sir. Ooh, I forgot to tell you that. Thanks, Nick. Thank you for covering up for me. Then, do you turn on the phone and open up the screen? Or is this exactly what he said to him? Like, come on. And take pictures of what you see on the screen? Yes, sir. And while you're doing it, do you open up different applications within that phone? It just depends. It depends on what is needed for the case. In this case, I believe, there is a Snapchat application on there. Boy, getting right into it here. I was only kidding when I mentioned Snapchat earlier. This is real. So he's checking the Snapchat application on there. So I was able to open up the Snapchat and take a screenshot. Well, we'll go to that part, but okay. Slow your horses. Slow your roll, young man. So McClellan wants to take it back a notch, it sounds like. In the typical forensics examination, do you tend to open apps that are on the phone and take a look at those apps? Yes. And then do you photograph what you see? Yes. And this guy's bummed, like, dude, come on. I was really going to get in some good shit there. Now he's like, yeah. So after you've done the physical examination and taken those photographs, what is the next step that you do? So you find the piece of software that you need to extract that data off, and then you plug that phone into a computer with that software, and you basically download that information off that phone. How do you know what software to use on what phone? Different softwares support different phones. Not one piece of software supports everything. And so it just depends on the make, the model, the version of software that's on the phone could be a factor. And so it depends really. So you take a look at the phone, depending on what kind of phone it is, if it's an iPhone, and then you'll determine what programs would work best on that phone to extract the data. Yes, sir. Okay, then you plug the phone into your computer. Yes, sir. You use that program to extract the data. Yes, sir. And when you extract the data, what do you get? Well, you get an exact copy of everything that's on that phone that's supported for the extraction of that device. And with that raw data, what do? So you take that raw data and then that's where you put it in another program to process that info. And that's where it deciphers the information to understand what the contacts are, or the text messages, the calls, the pictures, the videos, all that type of thing. This raw data, my understanding is the raw data is in basically computer format where it's ones and zeros. Is that fair? Yes, sir. And something that can't be read by someone like me that's looking at it? Yes, sir. And so it's necessary for you to put that raw data into a program that deciphers it and makes it readable to someone who can't read ones and zeros? Yes, sir. Once you do that, the information that's produced, what do you do with that info? Well, then once it's deciphered in that program, then you create a report. And when you create a report, there's, basically 4 different ways that we can produce reports in different formats. So a PDF report that people can read, an Excel spreadsheet that people can read as far as the messages, and so on and so forth. It's called an HTML file, which is basically a web browser file. It doesn't use the internet, but it uses a web browser like Edge or Outlook or Edge or Safari or a web browser to look at it. And then the 4th type is basically, it is called a portable case, where it's like a small little program that the investigator can install in their computer that can read the data in electronic form, kind of like what I see in electronic form on that process. Celebrate extraction. I want to talk about some of the data that you're able to retrieve from phones when you go through this process. Are you able to retrieve text messages? Yes, sir. Ooh, what about photos? Yes, sir. Ooh, what about videos? Yes, sir. Ooh, what about activity within the apps on the phone? Possibly. Yes. Okay. And all this information is put into that report that you were talking about? Yes. I want to take you back to the year 2017, oh so long ago, when we first fucked this investigation up. What position were you in at that time? I was a fully trained digital forensic examiner, sergeant by rank, but practicing digital forensics, working cases day to day. And where were you stationed? Out of the Indianapolis office. And is that out of the cybercrime unit in Indianapolis? Yes, sir. At some point, did you become involved in the investigation into the murder of Abby and Libby? Yes. Can you tell me how you became involved? Well, we were contacted that investigators found a phone that they believed was part of the investigation. Ooh, they believed it. And so that phone was relayed down to Indianapolis at my office on February 15th, 2017. Trooper Larry Moat. Once he brought the phone down, then I... Hold. Let me ask you a few questions in there. Okay. You're getting ahead of me. You kind of answered my next question. When did you get the phone? It was February 15th, 2017. And when you first received the phone, what did you do? Like I mentioned before, I did that manual examination of taking digital photographs of the phone, the condition, the packaging, and so forth. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 186 through 199. I want you to take a look at those photos for a moment. Trooper Bunner, did you get an opportunity to look at those photos? I did. Let's just double check. 186 through 199. 1 second. What was it? Sorry, 186 through 199. Let's see. Do we get to see them? Because the phone, I believe they will. 186 through 189, 199. Oh, getting closer. Getting closer. Get a little closer. Don't be shy. 186. 186. We do have all these. Photo. Oh, it's a manila envelope. What? That can't be it. Let's just do it. Here. It's gonna be, an envelope, guys. Cool. 186. Let's just check them out for something. 187. Copy of the property and record. What the hell? Close it down. Go away. So we did 187. Copy of the 188. Photo of the front of Libby's phone. The case. Photo of the back. Photo of the front. Photo. Close-up photo of the back. Photo of the SIM card. We don't need that. Photo of the lock screen to show that Libby's phone was locked. How do you have this code? It was locked. It's been at 5% for a while. Aren't you guys hooking it up to stuff? It's not charging it when you're doing all this extraction? The fuck? Okay. Photo of the iCloud settings. I'm not going to fall for it. I'm done. Gonna read. Fuck it. Let's do it. And are those the photos you took? Yeah. And are those photos that you took while doing the physical examination of the phone that was brought to you by Trooper Moat? Yes, sir. Judge, the state would move. That's been marked as state's exhibits. Let me look at the numbers one more time. 186 through 199. So the state, they have no objections from the defense. All right, without objection, 186 through 199. So, Mr. McLeod, Judge, I would ask permission to publish those pictures. I've stapled them in a packet for ease to the jury. You may. Thank you, Judge. McLeod's going to continue with Sergeant Bunner. Sergeant Bunner, I'd like to go through the photos and describe to the jury, what the pictures are of, and what you're doing as you were taking the pictures. So the first picture that we come to explain to the jury, that is a picture of, so if they get repetitive here, I'm going to skip, but let's see. So the picture is just a manila envelope. This is the packaging that the phone was inside. And now I want to go to the State's Exhibit 187. This is a copy of, I just took a picture of it and it was brought to me. And is that typical that you would take a picture of that? Yes. Just just front and back photos of the phone. 190. So that's the whole description. They removed it and took. So they're just documenting them. What kind of phone is it? The 6S. And marked 192. Sorry. I think it's just them taking pictures of it. The SIM card's out. The SIM card's in. It's AT&T. All that iCloud settings and not about. It's just about. I guess not about the info of it. It's just about cataloging the phone. Yeah, it had a lock code on it. So they had this lock code, but not her iPad lock code. As if it would be different. Whatever. Now I want to back it up a little bit. So let's go here. Now I want to back up a little bit. When you got the phone, was the phone powered on? It was not. How did you get the phone to power? I plugged it into the charger and charging the phone. So was the battery dead on the phone when you got it? Yes, sir. Okay. And you plugged it in? Yes, sir. When the phone came on, is that lock screen the first thing that popped up? Yes, sir. Do you have the code to that phone to be able to get into it? Yes, we provided with it. So are they saying that they had the code for her phone, but couldn't get in her iPad? Was the iPad just a code too? Because as if it would be different. What? And so you punched the code into the phone, and then the States Exhibit 194. Is that the screen you saw when you opened the phone? Did you manipulate the phone in any way? No. Meaning you didn't delete calls, you didn't delete messages, you didn't do anything to the phone prior to the punching in that code and opening that phone. Nope. And so that picture, States Exhibit 194, is that a true and accurate copy of what you saw on the phone when you opened it? Yes, sir. Okay. After that, did you then did you then continue with your physical exam? Yes, sir. Sounds like a what? A reggae? Pass the Bunner upon their left hand side. Yeah. And did that entail opening the settings and a different app within the phone to see what information you could gather? Yes, sir. So if this gets, I'm going to just probably skip a bunch of stuff because this, I'll just do it. So I want to go through these. I want to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 195. Can you tell the jury what that is? This is the settings. Now they have the settings, the name of the iPhone, Libby's iPhone, marked with a picture of her settings. So it's just all the pictures. The iCloud account. Oh, I should read this because it's about iCloud. So I want to show you what's been marked as States 196. Can you tell the jury what that is? That is a picture of the settings of the iCloud. Each iPhone has an iCloud association with it, an iCloud account. And this is the name of the iCloud account, which it names Libby or Libby at iCloud.com. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 197. That is another screenshot of the Apple ID that was associated with that Apple iPhone. And it's mirrored towards the iTunes and the App Store. You have to have an Apple ID in order to purchase an app or download an app. So iCloud is an account that was used to do that. Tell us about Find My iPhone. That's what I want to know. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 198. Can you tell the jury what it is? So I took a screenshot or a digital message of the settings, particularly in the iMessage settings, where on iPhones, they have regular text, but they also have iMessage as a feature. And so an iMessage can be attached to an Apple ID. It can be attached to a phone number. And in this case, both were checkmarked. So the phone number and the Apple ID was used for iMessage. And then finally, States Exhibit 199, tell the jury. So it says settings. This is a screenshot or a pic, a digital picture of in the Snapchat setting menu, where it shows the name is Libby German. And the username is Libby German. It says it's LG, but I think she had different names for. So that's a trick question here, because she used different names. So I'm going to go look. I don't want to get too carried away, but for Snapchat, so what was it again? What screenshot? So Exhibit 199. Oh, of course. Yeah, thanks, fuckers. I've seen that before, though. A bunch of in that extraction. Probably for Snapchat. They used a whole bunch of names. And they had different accounts. Crazy stuff. Not crazy, but they do show that. It's in the iPhone stuff. Sorry. I probably shouldn't get caught up on this. If I can do it quick, I'll do it. If not, I'll move on. There's a whole thing on this. The report. It's that report. Celebrate. They show it all. All those names they used. Probably in the other part. What? Is it this? Cecil's report? Case report? Deposition net. Report prepared. I'll check Cecil's report because I feel like he's like. Yeah, there it is for sure. Cecil's report. Watch all the names they used right here. So for Snapchat, it was Liberty.German. So she used the username was like a star Liberty that. So that's funny, but not funny, but the name that they show is Liberty German on that Snapchat photo. But her name was Liberty.German. And her Snapchat name was this. Why does it show Libby? Like, should it show this or this? Because they took a screenshot of her Snapchat. That one guy says a screenshot of it. And it doesn't, it's not either of these names. And this is the one that I thought the font was weird looking. Snapchat. Abby had 2 Snapchats. So Libby... Is this Facebook and Messenger, right? So they had music, these things, right? iCloud. She used her name, Bob Shude, right there. Her iCloud was Bob Shude. Liberty Getman, unless they spelled it wrong. Probably Liberty Rose. Is that her middle name? Boy. Look at this, Liberty with like 4 R's. Instagram, Liberty Link. House party. Bunch of emails, Gmail. That's Abby's. So lively. Bob Shoot again for Facebook. It's Bob Shoot. So just so people want to think, this is what happens when you try to restrict your kids from using the internet. Abby just does it all with, like, I don't know, I don't blame her. I mean, fuck, come on. To have a few things. Abby's got 10 different accounts, but no phone. Twitter. What did I come here looking for again? That was just that. Snapchat stuff. You know what? I should continue reading, guys. I'll keep that open in case I want to get distracted again. Look at you guys. he was bunning the weed when he wrote this report. Yes, he was bunning. He bunt a doobie, right? And then finally, States Exhibit 199, which is not going to get Shibby distracted ever again, I promise. Oops, shall we go look? I'm only kidding. So it says settings. This is a screenshot or a pic, a digital picture, or in the Snapchat setting menus where it shows the name LG. Yes, that's why I went there, because it shows the name LG. Like, why does he say LG? Like, it's the username LG, right? So her Snapchat, is it Liberty German? Because that implies he means Liberty German. So boom, I have to go back there to Snapchat. That's what I went there for in the first place. You see? So her Snapchat is, so Abby has 2 and she has 1. And it's Liberty. And Liberty German. I'll let him have that, I guess. See? But it's not a cap. It's lowercase. So that photo shows Liberty German Snapchat. So they must have just typed it on there, because it's not, they don't have her username, the name or the username of her Snapchat. You know, that original Snapchat of Abby, the first one, doesn't show this name or that name. It just says, like, it says this, Liberty German. So, again, I'd never question this stuff because of Libby and Abby, just for these guys and their investigation. So I don't hope it doesn't, I just have to, nothing these guys did wrong. They're wonderful kids, and I would have been up to way more shenanigans at this age. So I would never want people to think that. But just for trying to get answers, that's all. Because he's saying about her Snapchat, and then he says it's LG. Like, what? No, what was it? They say Liberty with a little asterisk or stars. I don't know. So, Bunner. And that is within the Snapchat application. Yes, sir. Okay, Sergeant Bunner, I'm going to show you. This is out of sequence, numbering wise. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 206. Can you identify what this is? So this is another digital photo in the Settings General app where I take a picture of it. Well, wait, let me stop. I'm not going to go look. I'm not going to go look. Okay, let's go look. 206. Let's see. If this is good, if it's not good, I'm going to never do it again. Ever, 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 ever again. No. Boy, oh boy, 206. I tried just going to be showing the settings, right? So I don't know why I'm doing this. Probably should just keep reading. But my tiny little pea brain insists I go look. It insists. Boom. There. Feel better now, you dipshit? Yeah, I feel so good. I saw a screenshot. Oh my God, I'm an idiot. Oh, yeah, it was the automatically set, the time zone. Perfect. Thank you. Oh, never, ever again, I promise. All right. Well, wait. Ooh, hold up. Let me stop you. Did you take that photo? Yes, sir. And was that part of your physical examination of the phone? Yes, sir. And specifically, was that part of your examination when you were looking in the phone and gathering information once the phone is open, meaning once the passcode is punched in and you're looking at the screen? Yes, sir. So do you guys think that Libby, is the iPad Libby's too, and they couldn't get through the lock screen? Are we all thinking that Libby's using different passcode for her lock screen? Like, come on. Because if they could just open that lock screen of the iPad, and you don't need the iCloud to use Find My iPhone. It's there working. You just search Find My iPhone. So if it's already set up, you don't need the iCloud username and password. So if she didn't turn it off, and I'm just saying, in my opinion, I don't think if this iPad is hers too, I don't see why you're using 2 different codes. Everyone I've helped never uses 2 different codes. They always use the same 4-digit one, especially back then. My family for sure. And they give it to me so I can help them. Boy, oh boy. All right, Judge. The state would move to admit what's been marked as Exhibit 206. No objection. All right. So Miss Auger, no objection. So Nick is back at it. Judge, the state would move to, oh, sorry, we're already done that. I'm sorry. Can you now, this has been admitted, and I realize it's out of sequence. I realize it's a group of pictures that I handed you before. Can you explain to the jury so it's a digital photo I took. So basically, I think we should just kind of skip over this because it's the time zone, everything we just looked at. Well, yeah, because we know that the time zone, if you have it set to automatically check the time, it's going to get pretty much the right time zone, especially location based, right? So even if there's 2 time zones and, I don't know, probably knows by the location, like when to put it into Central or Eastern. So, yeah, can you tell me how that works? The phone tower. So I won't skip anything else because that first one is doing the time zone, so that's no biggie. Well, maybe I should. Well, using the towers. Is it using the towers? But if it uses your GPS, don't it, to know your location to that specific time zone according to the cell phone tower? But aren't you using like the gold GPS, like the satellites in the space too? Oh my gosh. Whatever. So, and can you tell me a little bit how that works? The cell phone towers. How do they get the time to make sure it's accurate? So the carriers, in this case AT&T, sets a date and time, and that is synced to the phones that are set to automatically with the date and time that's set for that particular room. Is he implying that if you don't have a SIM card in, you can't get the phone? Like if you have, well, yeah, because if you have Wi-Fi, you can, but if you have data on that SIM card, well, it'd still be through the carriers, so I'll forget it. So, and you took this picture in 2017. Yeah, Eastern time. Yeah, yes. Okay, you proved it. You got a screenshot. It's proof. Everything's perfect. And the time, yes, perfect. So it's a 6S. Sorry, guys. This is, some of it's just form, like a formal type of. So here. So in this case, I used Celebrite. It's a commercial program that we purchase a license, and it supports a lot of phones. Formality is the word I was looking for. This, if it looks like it's just, if it looks important, I'll read it. I'll try to skip over some of the other stuff that's just obligatory, and it supports a lot of phones around the world. So Celebrite used to extract. So Celebrite is a program that you've purchased, you said, and how often have you used Celebrite? So the state police specifically purchased the license for that, but in 2017, we were using Celebrite on a daily basis to work cases. And is it a program that you're familiar with? Yes, sir. Is it a program you had several times with before? Yes. Tell me the information that Celebrite will gather from or extract from the phone. So it depends on what make and model of the phone, what version of software it is, and what Celebrite, in what Celebrite, what other forensic programs support. But in this case, the Celebrite was able to extract the contacts, the messages. You had the phone open. What the fuck? The phone calls, the voicemails, the internet history, pictures and videos. Yeah, basically everything you get when you plug a computer into a court. So yeah, and is there, I guess I'll just ask you, is this commonly referred to as a method 1 technique? For this iPhone extraction, it was a method 1 extraction off that device. Do you know why it's called a method 1? I do not. That's just the way that Celebrate named that extraction method. How is that different than other extraction methods, if you know? So with iPhones, they have a method 1. Later, they come up with a method 2, method 3. But with iPhones are a little bit different because you'd hook it up to your computer. With Androids at the time, we had a little tablet box, if you will. It's a Celebrate, and that you would plug in the Android phones into and extract the data through that device. But iPhones, it was specifically you use that computer. Yeah, because Androids are a lot more open to plug the phone in to extract the data. On February 15th, is this the method 1, that only capability that you had on this type of phone for the Celebrate program? Yeah, or Celebrate. Okay, did you then run the phone through the Celebrate program? Yeah. And what product did you get? I mean, the main thing is you have the passcode. You can unlock it. You can do so much. I used to jailbreak iPhones, and you can even do so much when you jailbreak them. So, and what product did you get? So, I received the extraction. The data, that whatever it could support off of that phone. And did you look at the data that you were able to extract from that phone? Yes. Once I put it in the Celebrate to analyze it, yeah, I could see everything, deciphered all the phone calls, the messages, the pictures, videos. Yeah. In the Celebrate report, yeah, you were able to look at the Celebrate report that was produced. Yeah. Now this is where you get into the system files and stuff. So this takes more work, but you can do it. But you have to jailbreak them to do this. But these guys aren't doing that. So, I mean, obviously, if you had the money to get these programs, yeah, you can buy some good stuff to do all this. The cops have good abilities, you know. So, yes, sir. So, and was that report several hundred pages long? Yeah, like everything. Like light turns on, the screen comes on, the screen goes off. It's this, you know, oh my gosh. All those system files you don't usually see. Did you go through each page of that report? No. What did you do? So typically there's a ton of information that's brought. Yeah, there is. System, oh my God, there's so many things. We take that and we put it into the report, and the report gives that to the detective, and it's working a case so they can further their case. So, and is that what you did here? Yep. Now, why didn't you take the time after you extracted the information to go through that report? If we went through every single database, it would probably take weeks or months. Yeah, a lot of it's not necessary, especially if you're looking for specific. So, did you have time to do? No, of course not. So on February 15th. So on February 15th, did you have time? No. This was a day after they found the victims, to my understanding of limited knowledge of the case. And so time was of the essence. So we wanted to get the information off that phone into the hands of the investigators as soon as possible. And in fact, while you did so at that time, it's weird because if they have the phone unlocked, you don't need to do all this to get those photos and stuff, right? They could have instantly just plugged it into a computer and accessed the photos, or looked to see BG, you know, like, so they could have had that simple stuff instantly, like the whole Celebrate system on, off, but, you know, obviously that's more. But to get that BG photo and stuff, they could have just emailed it to themselves or whatever and sent it. I don't know, at that time you had transfers, you know, and you could just plug it into your computer, I think, and copy it right from the folder. And yeah, so, and in fact, while you did that extraction, did Trooper Moat sit and wait on you to get it done? He did. And so Trooper Moat was there to rush that information back to investigator. So the BG photo, they didn't need to go through all this. If that's what they're going to talk about, rushing this BG video off, they could have fucking instantly had that day one before they got to put the phone away the first time. They at the site. I mean, if they got gloves on, they could have, oh my God, looking through the phone. What the fuck, Bill? Look at this guy. He's on the bridge walking towards them. They would have, holy shit. Instead of sending it off to Lafayette, they would have fucking went, oh my God, put this on. Dude, there's a guy walking to, like they would have seen that as soon as they picked the phone up. No, it's the first thing you do. Or I guess once they got that, they would have to get the lock screen. Right. I wouldn't say they probably wouldn't, they definitely wouldn't be grabbing their fingers and trying to open it. Oh boy, that would be unprofessional. But that would be wrong. But eventually the family, if they told them we had the phone, somebody gave them that lock screen, right? So obviously Kelsey. So I don't know. Anyways, so yes, sir. Did you look at any other data before you handed the information back over to Troop? I looked at a little bit of the data. Yeah. Tell me what kind of, see, I would have answered my question right here if I looked. So typically when we extract data off the phones, they're easily seen. And part of that is the last user activity, basically, and that's probably important for the case. And the camera roll, yeah, there we go. I'm assuming, being the district detective prior to that, looking that prior day or two before that. Well, I'm assuming, being the district detective prior to that, looking at the prior day or two before, that may deem some valuable information off the phone. And so that's what I did. So let's break it down to the nuts and bolts of this. Did you look at the camera roll on the phone? I did. And the camera roll is what? The camera roll is the application that stores the photos and videos on it. I won't. So, and if he's the first one to find it and has to go through all this, that's weird. And why did you look at that specific section or data from the phone? I noticed that. No, why did you do that? Why did I? Yeah, because that's in the timeline feature of the Celebrate report that showed a video. Come on. As if you waited to look. So he's saying they unlocked the phone and did this whole Celebrate thing. And no, none of these guys are flipping through the photos first. Like, that showed a video was taken in the last day or two of the phone. Like, obviously, if you do the Celebrate way, you'll get way more info on it. But just to look at that video, it's there, it's in the camera rolls. And is it fair to say that could be important evidence? And the last photos and videos, the last things on that camera roll could, for any investigation. Yes, sir. Objection, bleeding, sustain. Ooh, the defense objected and she sustained it. Why is that? You went to that section of the phone. What the fuck? As if that's, if you found someone's phone, and you, especially like a weird guy, and the first thing you'd look is their photo roll, right? No. Maybe you could check to see what the weather is. Oh my God. Why did you go to that section for? Well, that was the last user activity on the timeline report. Oh yeah. So if it wasn't, if there was other, they wouldn't have gone there first. These guys are wild. So, and were you able to see the last photo and videos taken? Yes, sir. And what did you find? I found a video that was taken on 2/13 of 17. Judge, the parties have stipulated to the video that Sergeant Bunner found on the phone. I had asked the court permission to play that video now. So the BG video was, the whole Celebrate extraction was needed for this video. It's fucking right there in the camera roll. As soon as you unlock that phone, you could have had that video. It's right there. But I get it. Whatever. Oh, what is the exhibit number? I'm sorry, Judge. State's Exhibit 200. I apologize. I got ahead of myself. That's okay. Nobody with ejection, no objections. The parties, the State's 200 is admitted. Sergeant Bunner. Ooh. So they're back to it. Sergeant Bunner. Does this video have sound? It does. And I'm going to play the video now. Sergeant, is that the video that you saw on the iPhone 6 that you were examining? Yes, sir. And at this point, when you examined the video, did you know anything about the investigation? I know there's 2 girls that were possibly killed, and that's about all I knew about the investigation. Were you able to examine the timestamp that was on the video? I was. And what did you find? It was taken at 2:13. And what date? On 2/13 of 2017. And how do timestamps on videos work? There's no timestamp on the video. It's in the info. How does a video get a timestamp on when it was taken? It usually deems that from the date and time that's set on the phone. What would be a correlation with the other exhibit that we examined stating the phone? Oh, yeah, I proved to you that by a screenshot of an iPhone that it was on the correct time zone. Yes, sir, yes. Okay, when you do an extraction. No, he wanted the simple answer. But, hey, of course, you need the extraction. No, he was asking you about the other. He was asking you if you've given you a softball here because you already took screenshots of time zone settings. So with the other exhibit that we examined, stating the phone was in a certain timestamp. Yes. So he doesn't. So he said, yeah. East was in Indiana. Said it. Okay. Huh? When you do an extraction, a cell phone extraction, does it give you a true and accurate copy of the information that's on the phone? No, it tries to trick you, Nick. Yes, sir. Sorry, I won't keep improvising. I'm just going to read. And so, would this video have been a true and accurate transfer from what was on that phone? Yes, sir. Once you viewed the video, what did you do with the video next? Basically sent that with the trooper Larry Moat with the reports to the investigators. I also was able to send a copy to Sergeant Jerry Chapman. Is that Holman or Chapman? Who's a Chapman, who's a state police digital forensic examiner who's been trained in audio video enhancements. This is where we did the whole interpolation and fucking created added some texture. I also sent it to our fusion center and my boss, Chuck Cohen. Ooh, Cohen. Captain Chuck Cohen at the time. Cohen. Ooh. And Cohen also received some photos too. Obviously no relation. We've seen a Mullen relation. Did you attempt to enhance the video in any way? I did not. Did you do anything? No, you didn't. When did they do the whole interpolation bullshit? Whatever. I don't know. Did you do anything else to examine the video, take pictures of it, anything like that? I took screenshots. And how did you take those screenshots? When I play a video, we play outside of the forensic software. And I played it in, it's called VLC. It's a free player that you could download. Yes. It's all codecs. Yeah. VLC is great. And I took a screenshot of it. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 201 through 205. Can you review those, please? Sergeant, have you had an opportunity to go through those photos? Yes, sir. And did you take those photos? Yes, I did. And what are those photos? These are the video played, but paused to take screenshot with the VLC player to take a snippet, basically, of a still photo, as you see here. And those are photos you took. Yes, sir. Judge, state, would you move to admit the bunch of screenshots of BG? Without objection. And Judge, state would ask permission to publish those. Yes, publish. Sergeant Bunner, when you do the screenshots, do you do them in chronological order as the video plays? Yes. And I want to explain to someone, to the jury, as you look through that packet in exhibits 201 through 205. What was the last number? Boy. Those are not in chronological order, are they? No, I guess they're not. And so which picture is really first? Ooh, it's probably 205. 205 is first. So they go backwards. What? Oh boy, I can't click on it. Click what? Oh, I can't. There's no line under it. So I can't. His screenshots of BG. There's only the BG video. Why can we take it? What's so secret about his screenshots? All his screenshots of this video. We can have the video, but we can't have his screenshot. Some shenanigans there, probably. Fuckers. That makes no sense. And so, and then this whole chronological order. But he said he took them in. So why are they all out of order? Why? Because he says he did take them in order. So inadvertently, when I handed you that packet, it looks like I put that first picture. Yeah, is that fair? Yeah. And so really, it should go 205. Then, oh, I don't care. I can figure that out. But we can't look at any of these secret screenshots. Hey, Kay, good morning. Because it's considered the crime scene, and the video wasn't actually released by the court. It was leaked. Ooh, boy. Oh, at this time, right? Because this is a year ago. Good call, Fishy. Good call. Girl, nature's here. Vicarous. Is this Peggy? Come on, what's going on? What are you doing? Vicarous. I'm not saying good morning to you. Vickers. You know you're Peggy. What are you doing? Just kidding. Look at all you people piling in. Just in time. It's about to get good. No, even now it was not released by the court. Oh boy, why? We still can't see those screenshots. That's weird. But they do release a video, right? The courts eventually. I don't know. TMI. Let's read. And in picture 205, can you see a man behind Abby? No. Oh, in the pictures following that, you can. Is that correct? Yes, sir. After you gave the phone and the information back to Trooper Moat, did you examine the phone again on a later date? Because it's the crime scene. No, it's on the bridge. Are you considering that? Is that why you're saying? Because that's also the that crime scene. Because these are screenshots of BG. He's taken. He says he played the video in VLC and took a bunch of screenshots. And they're supposed to be in order, but then not in order. So, but I guess, yeah, any part is a screenshot. The video crime scene, right? Well, every time you see him near these girls, probably would be considered a crime scene. Hey, morning, critter. What's up? Not the literal crime scene. Like it's whatever. Because those are these. He says it. He puts the video into VLC and then takes his own screenshots of the video. BG. I'm going to show you what's marked mistake 201 through 205. Can you retrieve those? Go through the photos. Did you take these? Yeah. What are these for? They're the video. These are the video played, but he paused them to take screenshots of BG on the bridge. Right. So obviously, I guess everywhere BG stands is probably a crime scene if he's going to. I don't. Fuck it. Just going to read. So, can you tell me about that, please? The phone was brought back to me on February 21st of 2017. Let me stop you. Why was it brought back to you on that day? I don't know why it was brought that day, but that was a day that it was brought to us, and there was other phones that we examined at that point too. Ooh, what? What other phones, dude? I remember there was talk about them finding a little LG flip phone. Fishy. Writing a lot. From my understanding, the video was put into the Free Richard Allen website, but has never been released by the court. Yeah, so there's never released today. Wide area of the crime scene to prevent. I get it. Right. So the court still hasn't officially released it? Yeah, at this point. Whatever. I don't even know anymore. So confused. But here, he's found other phones. Like, I remember they said something about they found a little flip phone, a white LG flip. Yeah, they found a bunch of phones, didn't they? So this is what he's getting back now. I don't know whose they were or what. I remember this. It was like a little flip phone, an LG phone, and a bunch of phones. So he's getting back Libby's iPhone, so I got to read that again. So Libby's phone was brought back to him on February 21st. He doesn't even know why. He's like, I don't know why it was brought that day, but that was the day it was brought to us, and there was other phones that we examined at that point too. So they probably bringing all these people's other phones back to say, hey, are these phones communicating with this phone? Like KK's and oh boy. And I remember this, but it's going to get convoluted, I think. So I'm just going to read. Once you got the phone on February 21st, what did you do with it then? So knowing that this was an ongoing case, that the first time that I examined it, we did it quickly. And I wanted the phone back. So wait, he wanted the phone back, but he says he doesn't know what the fuck is this guy talking about? He must have misspoke here, because he says, the phone was brought back to you on the 21st. He says, I don't know why it was brought. Oh, that day. But he wanted it back. He just doesn't know why it came back that day. But that was the day that it was brought. So he wanted the phone back and doesn't remember what was brought back this day. But he's surprised it came back this day. But he did want the phone back, because he says it. We did it quick. And I wanted the phone back so I could use every tool that I had in my tool belt and our forensic arsenal to try to get more data off that phone. And did you do that? Yes. You didn't get everything the first time when you did a whole backup of the phone, eh? So this what? How long he did this whole Celebrate thing? He had he had everything at that time. So he needed to get it back to get more. This is wild. Yeah, I used everything now. So yeah, now he's going. So the first time you didn't use everything. Fucking guys. Isn't it Celebrate everything? Like you get like a fucking, they must have duplicated or something, right? Whew. Yeah. So I used everything that I could get data. So this is the second time. There was stuff to get that he didn't get the first time. That sounds weird. Did you, what other programs did you, like, if you could have got more phone data, why did you do this the first time? What other programs did you use to get additional data off the phone or to re-examine the phone? So this is 4 days later on the 21st. No, first he had it on the 15th, and it goes away for 2 days and comes back on the 17th. And then he's got it. So on the 15th, he couldn't have done any of this, I guess. So in totality, I used a program called Lantern. Why didn't you use this the first time? Called Blacklight, a program called Alchemsoft, Magnet Axiom. Didn't you have all these available to you 5 days earlier? On the 15th when you got this? We tried to do an iTunes backup. We did an iCloud extraction. We tried to do as much as we could, that phone off that Apple ID to get as much info off that phone or off that Apple ID to further the case. What did you do with that information after you gathered it? Well, we tried to give that over to the investigators if it was relevant, but there was really nothing that was in addition to what we found already through just... So they didn't know there could have been tons more stuff. Why didn't they do this stuff the first time before they gave him back the phone? So they're taking it back. He wants the phone back because there's so much more he can do that he didn't do. The first time he just did celebrate. That's it. Oh my. Yeah, exactly. These fucking bumpkins are fucking around with this phone. And the fucking FBI's got this shit down pat. At this time, the FBI would fucking idiots just fucking completely, you know, they would have just hooked it up and pushed a button. It would have zipped all 10 of these programs. It would have did boom, boom, boom. Oh my God. You're right. You're right. I think it's better we have, yes, here's the, what are you doing with that other account? Were you fucking around? Were you so high you didn't realize you had that other account when you woke up too? You came in on that account last night. Silly monkey. Good morning, Peggy. And yeah, because that would make too much sense. I think it's better that these bumpkins got a hold of it. So this additional, what time is it? Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm almost done work. Oh my goodness. I'm working so hard. So this additional or second extraction that you did, your testimony is that, no, that it didn't produce anything new. It's National Cookie Day. Ooh, love it. I'm shocked he used a free file viewer off the internet. So is Celebrate a free file thingy? Because I used to jailbreak phones. Did he use that iFun thing? Funbox? Is that where I heard that? Yeah, because I used to jailbreak phones and you could use a bunch of free stuff back at that time too. So is Celebrate, no, he says he used a Celebrate the first time and then gives it back to these guys and then uses all these other programs he didn't think of using before. I don't even know. National Cookie Day. Awesome. Where? Everywhere? Just anywhere cookies? Cool. So in addition to, so this additional second, we're going to have to go over this a couple of times. I should just read. Oh my goodness. So this additional second extraction that you did, why don't you do this the first time? It didn't produce anything new from the first extraction. No, it didn't. But it could have. Yet, if it could have, then why did you wait to do it again? Why didn't you just do it the first time? All those other ones. Oh my God, he gets it back a third time. Holy shit. Did you get the phone back a third time? Yes. Were you surprised then too? He's like, tell me about that. Oh my God, September. Holy fuck. On September 5th, I received the phone back. Again, what do you need the phone back for? You fucking like made these extractions that you basically have everything. You could have completely, with these programs, it sounds like for law enforcement, you've got to be able to just like, you wouldn't need the phone at this point, would you? Oh my God. Oh, the VRC one. Well, yeah, because that's a player. That's a media player. Just to play I use stuff. I use MPC. It's like using Windows Media Player. There's good ones because well, I'll tell you why. Because VLC, like the MPH player I use, they use special, they have all the extra codec stuff. So they allow you to do, well, he didn't need to do it just to watch it. You're right. But it helps you. The VLC, you're right. So the VLC would help you play every files, and it helps you the thumbnails and all these codec things. But yeah, he probably could have watched an iPhone video. You could just watch it on Windows Media Player or anything. Yeah, you don't need to use anything special to do what he did because he just watched the video to take screenshots of it. So VLC, MPHC is free, and he didn't need to use anything. He could have just used his whatever computer he did it on, Windows Media Player. If it was iTunes, he could have just watched that video file, whatever computer he did it on. So he didn't even need to use that VLC. But it's when you use VLC or MPH, it's better better. It uses more, there's more options. You can do tons more stuff. It's better. And they're free. So there's that. I didn't know. No. Are you getting blocked, some of your stuff? No. I have it. I have no filters on chat. So if your comments don't show up somehow, it must be YouTube's like censor algorithm bot, because I have zero stuff on. Yeah, but you're not law enforcement. They wouldn't even needed to do it to view it. Right. I'm not, yeah. And to view it, they didn't need these programs. Your whatever you do it on has Windows. If you do it on a computer, PC, you have Windows Media Player. And if you do it on Mac, you have iTunes. So they didn't even need this to do what he did, because he just wants to watch it on screen to take screenshots. So it is weird that he did bring that up, but it's better because like you can pause it and take you have little extra buttons to push to make it go a little steps forward. They're better to use. So I don't know, but it is weird. Right. Well, it wouldn't have changed the quality of it. That's the thing, because the quality of the video is going to be the exact quality on any player. They couldn't have improved that. That's not, so I see what you're saying, but to just view that video, how it came on Libby's phone, it is, the only reason it's weird like that is because it must have zoomed it in a bunch of times, right? That's where the quality issues are coming. Because I have an iPhone 6 right here beside me. It takes fucking beautiful 1180p video. Oh, is today Monday? Motherfucker. It is. I didn't put my garbage in. It's not very full. Fucking garbage truck just drove by. I've seen it on my camera. Fuck. I'll get you next week, I guess. I could run out there. Fuck it. I'm not. Gone. He whipped right by. He's gone. He's going to come back. It's a dead end. He's going to come back. But I'm not. I don't. It's hardly anything. So, damn it. See what you did, Fishy? You made me miss. I'm only kidding. Well, it was shitty quality because they're zooming it in. That's all. No, I don't even care. Is it recycling? I can tell you. It's probably. I can tell you. Look, the truck's gone by. I could run out and meet it. It's garbage. And I took my organics out last time, so fuck it. Not a big. This time of year, it's frozen too. So if there's any organics, it's not going to get yucky. God, the truck's already back down. So maybe a lot of people forgot to put their garbage out. The truck's already back down past my house. Damn, he's fat. There's like 20 houses up the street. Fuck it. He's already get back this way. So I wouldn't even have made it anyway. So fuck it. I can show you. No, fuck it. No more distractions. Let's do this. The problem was he zoomed it in, right? That's where we were getting the zoom. But it's a weird thing also, because I always thought that would be shitty quality because it could have been a trail camera too. That angle, that they say they turn it or whatever to get it on, I know they had to fuck with it. But that BG video seems, if you had zoomed it in that much, if that was zoomed back out, it's almost like you would be way off the, up in a tree or a trail cam. Because Libby was looking almost straight at the guy, and it was twisted and turned. I think that's a part of their excuse in this whole bullshit with, we can't look at those ones, the first ones he had. I have a feeling they're fucking around with the trail camera too. Because when you look at BG, the first videos, it's like you're looking at them almost the side. And if that's zoomed in, if you zoom back out, that to me could have, I always thought that. I'm not saying it is, just as an option to think about. What if that's a Weber trail cam way back, and that's why the quality isn't great, because they've had to zoom it in so far. But on that angle, when you're looking at BG, if it's Libby's video, I don't see how you're getting that side portion of BG. The first few photos. If they took those screenshots, that's why all this ambiguity might be. Because if you look at those photos, doesn't look like they come from that video. because the video is looking almost straight at him, right? I'm not saying it isn't. Just he'll wait for you. Ugh, that's nice. What? You're gonna park the truck out there and sit out front? No, come on. So there's that. We'll have to. I'm gonna have to look at that again, because obviously, if we get BG. Delphi murders BG photo. Like this one here. The angle, to get this angle, like, is this, like, look at Libby. She's here, right? She's looking at the front of this guy. She's looking at the front of this guy. But to get this, this isn't looking, because Libby is looking down the pathway, right? She's looking down that damn pathway when he's back there. To get this, and that tree in the background, this tree's to the right of him, right? Sure. So if you're zooming in like that, you would see this. This is like looking at the sideways. If you zoom back, I know they say they have to turn it, and there's all a bunch of excuses, a bunch of bullshit they have. But like, how is Libby's phone seeing this tree behind him on the left? You know what? I never thought of that. It's bullshit. Because Libby, from this angle, no matter which way, the tree's there on his. But I mean, it seems to be that tree's like, at this point, 10 feet behind him. If that tree was 10 feet behind him, it would be behind him here. So it seems to me like I've always thought that, to catch that tree. What is this? Oh, so there it is. See, he's that's not 10 feet behind him. So for Libby, for this tree to be invisible, if he's 10 feet away from this tree, he's in front of this tree from her angle, in my opinion. Always thought this. Because look how far he is from this tree. He's here. That tree's like 30, 40 feet back. Right? But on this one, where was that one? This one here. He's right there beside the tree. So look at how far back that tree is, right? That F tree, the backwards F looking shape, is what? Oh my God. It's almost at the other platform or whatever. It's far. It's fucking 50, 40 feet back. But on that other photo, this one, he's fucking 10 feet away from this tree. So if he's that close to this tree, there's no way from Libby's angle are you seeing that tree in her photos. So, right? Right. Think about that. How fucking close he is. It's like 10 feet. How many boards? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 14 boards of that tree's here. Right? But that, for the other one, 14 boards. Man, he's got 1, 2, 3, 4. Fucking way back there, no? And is that a platform that tree's near? So how far are these platforms apart? Oh boy. Because from Libby's, if he's that close to that tree, he's basically standing in front of it. So say, this is where he'd be if he's that close. Look how far he is from that tree. So to see it from her angle, man, if she saw it when he was this close to that tree, he'd be standing in front of it. Because she's just to the right of him. How could she see a tree if he's right close to it? So it's weird, right? He's close. To this angle, to me, to get this angle of this tree this close to him, like you're fucking, this is a trail cam, man. I guarantee you. Fucking know it. I know it. The reason why it would be this shitty too, because I have an iPhone. If you take a video of an iPhone during the day, you could zoom it in. Man, I took a video with my iPhone 6. It's not even a 6S. I took a video of a tree across the street, like 150 feet away, and I could zoom it in and it's still crystal clear. 50 times I can zoom that in. Like I pinch and zoom. I can do the triple zoom function. It's fucking crystal clear. So now this, like iPhones don't, a person this close doesn't get fuzzy when you zoom in. This is a fucking trail cam, I guarantee you, man. In my opinion, I've always thought that. Look at these, and they did some bullshit like they had to change the angle of it, whatever. Yeah, right. Because this, you're looking basically straight down. This, you're looking fucking sideways almost, man. I'll show you another one. Like, look at, you're looking at this guy sideways. You're looking at him straight on here. The original ones, like, you're not on the bridge here, or you're not even straight. Like that whole bullshit. This close to the tree, Libby's looking straight down. So that's why they did that whole smoke and mirrors. Like, oh, we had to turn it a bit. No, you don't, because this is fucking looking at this way. Because are we saying that if you zoom this back out, you're going to be then looking way down this trail? No, you could zoom this back out 50 times. You're still looking at him sideways from a trail cam. Fucking know it. You know it. That tree should not be on the right side if this is coming from video's camera, Libby's camera. Bullshit. It's always been bullshit. And then they do this stuff. They zoom back out. Zoom out on this. Where you end up. You end up in fucking Weber's trees. Right? Here. You can bear it, like this tree is right there. Like, if he was back close to this, he'd be standing in front of this. How is Libby standing at the end of this trail, see that tree on the right of him? She just wouldn't. She's just basically looking straight down the... She's looking right down the pathway. If you zoom in, it's the tree, but he's so far from it. If you zoom in, the tree's to his right, but if he's that close, this is a trail cam. I think I've always thought, looking right over this way, or even down. It's like it's up there, looking down too. Like, look how high up this is. You're catching the... How is Libby seeing this part of the platform or whatever this is? Is she that high up? Fuck no, man. This is bullshit. Always been bullshit. Well, there's that there. Fuck. Now look what you guys did. I'm just going to read. Actually, you know what? I should probably end it here and just fuck around. Yeah, this would be a good way. I'm going to write this down because I was going to try to finish this, but I just not feeling it. I'll just stop here. And so you guys have any parting words before I sleep the day away and bitch about taking the garbage out? I'm gonna write this down. So to say your goodbyes. If you guys want to say your goodbyes, we're doing that now. I'm gonna write down where I'm finishing. I'm finishing with Bunner. I'm going to continue later. Volume 12, page 55, line 23. So vol 12. Page 55, which is 27. Page 55, which is actually 27 of 62. 27 of 62. 62. Line 23. Boom. Responsible Shibby. Ooh. All right, guys. I'm out of here. I'm going to make me some breakfast and sleep. All right. So you guys have a great day. And if you're lucky, maybe you'll get to see me again tonight. All right. Thank you for being here. And have a lovely day, while I sleep it away. All right. Bye-bye. I'll be around tonight again at 11 p.m. for sure. I'm having fun. What the fuck? I'll see you tonight if you want. Night-night. Or have a good day.
25 ways to say Shibby. 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 I'm so Shibby. Yeah, I'm well Shibby, ain't it, bruv? Shibby is shib in the world. As Shibby as Shibby can be. Shibby. 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 Shibby? Shibby. 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 Can we just stop on the shibbying? How many have we done? I don't know, about... I don't really know. I haven't counted. Me neither.